Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let us pray. Gracious Father, we are very thankful to you for the privilege we have to have been called to serve in this country. We assemble in this place of decision-making, policy-making, and law-making. We ask for your divine presence to be with us today. We pray that you will guide in all of our deliberations, and may everything that we do redound to the benefit of the people whom we serve. We thank you for your goodness. We thank you for keeping us safe. And we ask that you will be with us throughout today. This we ask in Jesus' name and for his sake. Amen. And as our Father has taught us, so we pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
This House is in session. Minutes of the meeting held on Monday, February 20th, 2023 to be deferred. Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the minutes of the meeting held on February 20th be deferred.
I second.
The questions that the aforementioned minutes be deferred. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting, the ayes have it. The aforementioned minutes are hereby deferred.
Announcements by Your Honor, the Speaker. Messages from Her Excellency the President. Petitions, papers.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I'm commanded to lay the annual reports and financial statements of the Barbados Deposit Insurance Corporation for the years 2019 to 2021.
Government notices.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of a resolution to approve in accordance with Section 5 of the Crown Lands Vesting and Disposal Act, Cap 225, the vesting in the Home Ownership Providing Energy Inc., HOPE Inc., of the parcel of land, the property of the state, situated at Hanson Plantation, in the parishes of St. George, St. Michael, and Christchurch in this island for housing development. I also beg to give notice of a resolution to approve in accordance with Section 5 of the Crown Lands Vesting and Disposal Act, Cap 225, the vesting in the National Housing Corporation of the parcel of land, the property of the state, situated at Hanson Plantation in the parishes of St. George and Christchurch in this island for residential and commercial purposes.
Private members' notices, notices of questions, reports on select committees, first readings of bills.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of the Transport Authority Amendment Bill 2023.
The questions that the aforementioned bill be read here first time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I also beg to move the first reading of the Public Procurement Amendment Bill 2023.
The questions that the aforementioned bill be also read the first time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Statements by ministers, congratulatory and/or obituary speeches, personal explanations, motions for leave of absence, oral replies to questions, notices of motions for the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance, orders of the day.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of standing orders 6, 16, 18, 20, 42 subsection 5, 43, and 44 for the remainder of the day's sitting.
Beg to second.
The question is that the aforementioned standing orders be suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. All those other members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforementioned standing orders are hereby suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting.
Government business, sir.
Government business is the order of the day.
Order number 11, in the name of the Honourable Minister of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, to move the passing of a resolution to approve in accordance with Section 5 of the Crown Lands Vesting and Disposal Act, Chapter 225, the vesting in the home ownership, Providing Energy, Inc., Hope, Incorporated, of the parcel of land, the property of the state, situate at Handsome Plantation in the parishes of St. George, St. Michael, and Christchurch, in this island for housing development.
Honourable Member for St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to introduce this resolution. But Mr. Speaker, the resolution to vest is 20.53 acres of land in Port Inc. This resolution links with a second resolution to vest another 20 acres of land in the National Housing Corporation. And I beg, Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence to have these two resolutions done in a cognate debate.
The question is that Order 11 and 12 be debated as a cognate debate, given the fact that they're inextricably linked. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. Orders 11 and 12 will be debated as a cognate debate.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I get into the resolution, I crave your indulgence and the indulgence of this Lord Chamber to recognize the passing of a stalwart from my community and known to most members in this chamber, a lady by the name of Miss Yuka Leacock, who passed away this morning, gone to the great beyond, and who was indeed a stalwart of this great party that I represent. And the reason why I asked you to give me a few seconds or minutes to recognize her, because very often we come to public life, and I don't think I can say this for members in this chamber. Some persons before, and I'm hoping the rest who come after us, after we've gone, don't adopt the attitude of thinking they have arrived and they have done it themselves. And when you meet persons from humble origins, working class origin, who tutored you as young men and women in all aspects of politics, having not gone to any university to be taught political science, but who understood the art of political science and the strategy of political science to allow people like myself to enter these chambers and to indeed reach to the level that you can represent your country and become a minister of government. And that's why I'm taking the time to recognize the contribution that Mrs. Yuka Leacock has paid to this great institution and to Barbados. Sir Louis, I spoke to him this morning, and it was a shocker to him. And indeed, Saluital mentioned to me this morning, and I know we shouldn't call names in this chamber, but nonetheless, bear with me. He said to me, young Sutherland, I became a pretty good politician. He's a very modest man. He said a pretty good politician. And I corrected him and I said an excellent politician. He said because of the likes of Miss Yukalika and my dad, Luther Sutherland, who, he said, propped up the constituency branch when he was away doing duties on behalf of this country. There were his eyes and ears in St. George South. And I conclude by saying to you, Yukalika made me who I am today, a good parliamentary representative. And I want to offer my deepest condolences on behalf of this great institution, the Barbados Labour Party, and closer to home, the branch, the executive and members of the St. George South branch, and even closer to home, she walked the length and breadth of that valley with me. And now I have family in that valley as a result of Yukalika and the work she has done. So to her husband, Robert, and her son, Jamal, her nieces, nephews, and the entire Leacock and associated families, I offer my sincere condolences on behalf of the Barbados Labour Party and the St. George South Executive Branch, and indeed my family, to whom she was very close. May she rest in peace and rise in glory. Mr. Speaker, while it is a sad morning, and I'm dressed appropriately as a result, in recognition of her contribution to this earth, I'm here to do justice to the housing stock of this country. And I start there because Barbadians, local and afar, abroad in the diaspora, some have reached out to me with respect to the mandate that has been given to build 10,000 houses. And there are a number of persons who are expressing a keen interest in partnering with the government to ensure that this dream of building these houses become a reality. And I start there because we have articulated, both in the throne speech and also in several different debates, our quest and our need to provide housing solutions for Barbadians. And I spoke Sunday in a lovely place at a lovely gathering with the member for St. Michael's Southeast. Actually, it was a very refreshing afternoon spent with persons of humble origins asking relevant questions. And all they're asking is, when are we going to get some housing? When are we going to get the necessary assistance? When will the government relieve some of the stresses and stressors in the pine in the various housing developments, the 3 estates? And I start there because this resolution, though it is vesting of lands in Hope and in National Housing Corporation, 19.9 acres of the land situated at Lower Burney in St. George, St. Michael, and Christchurch will be vested in Hope Inc. And another 20.6 acres of this land will be vested in National Housing Corporation, and that's why they're both resolutions 11 and 12. It's one area, but we're vesting half, a 50-50 split, 19.9 acres and another 20.6 acres in Hope Inc. and also in National Housing Corporation. And this land basically was owned by Handsome Plantation and, owned by Kingsland Estate. It's a Handsome Plantation, but it was owned by Kingsland Estates Limited. And it was acquired by the land, by the state in the form of a planning gain. And it's actually 16.4 hectares of land, which if you talk in acres, that's 40.53 acres of land. and it was acquired for both residential and commercial purposes. The development on this land will be targeted to a large extent at providing affordable low-income housing with an estimated 300 housing units to be built across the 40-acre parcel. And why the split? Persons are probably asking why the split, why we're investing half in Hope Inc. and half in National Housing Corporation. And I will begin with Hope Inc. Hope Inc. was formed by this government as a private entity, public-private entity, to build the majority of houses and to take it off this government's balance sheet, basically. We came to Parliament with the budget debate, and one of the provisions in the budget debate for housing was the establishment of a blue-green bank. And what this aimed to do is to create the necessary financing off balance sheet of government, so that with this initiative, government would be a shareholder of the Blue-Green Bank. When we speak of climate change, this is how we are seeking to raise funding to address some of our challenges. And we estimated, and I think the Prime Minister during the budget debate, during our budgetary proposals for this country 2 weeks ago, estimated that this Blue-Green Bank initiative would create some $500 million in financing, off-the-book financing, to allow us to build houses in this country and to allow that dream of building 10,000 houses to be realized. And I started there because you can't build houses without money. You have to have financing to get these houses built. And sitting down, and some persons would always say we do things on the back of a cigarette pack. I had a boss who worked out finances at the back of a cigarette pack, and I have a good senior minister who works out financing in his head and on his phone. So we sat and we looked to see what's the cost of infrastructure to build these 300 houses at Lower Burney, in the parishes of Christchurch, St. George, and St. Michael. And we estimated some $6 million in infrastructure costs to build these 300 houses. You can't build houses without engaging in infrastructure. Putting in the roads, putting in the services, water, putting in electricity. We estimate that approximately $6 million off the cigarette pack, the back of a cigarette pack. We don't smoke, but we work with things at the back of a cigarette pack. On a piece of paper then. That's the term for it in the industry, the engineering industry. And $6 million is by no means $6. Presently, we have started some infrastructural work at Concordia Gardens in Dodge, St. Philip. And the cost of the infrastructural work to be able to build 150 houses, that's averaging $3.4 million up there. And thus far, we have spent just over $1.2 million. And we're at a stage of probably paving the roads now, putting down the actual asphalt to have these roads in a state that we can begin to, build these houses this year. And persons may ask when this project will start. These houses at Lower Burney will start. And I allow you to know that infrastructural works on a 40-acre plot of land will take you 4 to 6 months. So while we expect to begin the construction this year, we are hoping that by the end of the financial year, we should have some houses erected and persons ready to move into Lower Burney. We can't achieve all 300 by the end of this financial year for sure. But by the end of this financial year, by March 2024, certainly houses will be erected at Lower Burney. Now, it is also anticipated that these houses and the lands acquired will enhance the settlement in the area. Basically, it is an estate, Kingston Estate. It is land, they're really occupied by bush. And we have some challenges within the Pineland Estates, the 3 Pineland Estates, as it relates to the housing stock. And I spoke on Sunday at Wilkie Commonwealth School, it is. And I must say, Barbadians are indeed in tune with what this government is doing, the good work this government is doing. And I must say that the St. Michael Southeast is in good hands based on the show of persons who came out on Sunday to engage with me and to engage with their parliamentary representative. And they were all from that area. And I would say the questions and the comments were encouraging. Some I wrote down, not on the back of a cigarette pack, but I wrote them in my book, because some of the questions from ordinary Barbadians who didn't go to university, and some of the comments tells me that Barbados is in good hands. And we as ministers, we have to listen. And we as ministers, when we are given good comments, we should say to people, thank you. And you know, we are often criticized, and of course we take criticism. People say we can't take criticism, but if there's one thing that I know every single member here does, is to accept criticism. Backs are broad. We use that term not to say that we are big and strong, but we take criticism and we embrace it, and we go back either to our ministries or we go home and we indeed engage those comments with a view to improve whatever we are doing. And I was pleased on Sunday that it made my job so easy to come here this morning and stand despite being saddened by the death of a comrade. I am confident that I can speak without fear and with the fact that we have the support of the ordinary Barbadians with respect to these projects that we are executing. Soon to be will be 20 units at Arlene's Court. And I often say to the member for the city that if he remains in active politics for 30 years, the work that he will see executed by this government on his behalf would indeed keep him as the parliamentary representative, not only in politics, but as the parliamentary representative for 30 years. You have youth on your side. And that member and I, we have journeyed in the city. I spoke in the budget, in the second reading speech, when I spoke about Greenfield rehabilitation, where we are looking to indeed improve the environs of the city as it relates to the housing stock. And we can say, you know, if there's one parish in this country, I mean, we have challenges across the country with respect to housing, because I cannot stand here and say to the people of this country that the last administration did justice to the housing stock of this country. They would have done some high-rise buildings at very high cost. But when we look at across the landscape of this country, we are short on housing. Hence, that is why we have engaged in this revolution, this 10,000 housing silent revolution to build these houses. And once the financing is in place, we will certainly execute this project. We have to get the financing in place, and that is being worked on. But I go back to the city, where Arlene's Court will be finished shortly, 20 units. And I go back to the city, where we are looking to rehabilitate and make right Greenfield, which is next to the Ministry of Housing. And it would be remiss of me to sit in the Ministry of Housing every day, and the window that I look through looks directly onto Greenfield. And it pains me to know, and I keep saying it, I'm not a stock record, but I have to say, The IDB provided some 30 million US dollars to make right the housing issues in some urban settlements in this country. Greenfield was one, Castle was one. St. Thomas, what's the name of St. Thomas? Allen View was one. And I know we are going to St. Thomas later, and I expect many questions and comments coming from the people of St. Thomas with respect to housing and probably roads too. So we are here to make right some of these issues that were supposedly being taken care of on the last administration. But when you can get 30 million in funding by the IDB to address some urban settlement, and indeed, you know, these settlements were critical to improving the landscape and the development within the urban corridor. $30 million, and over 20 million went back to IDB without any work being done in these areas. And here we are. I think the Prime Minister used the word cleanup, that we're the cleanup team. But we have to do it on behalf of the people of this country. Because if we don't do it, I'm not certain it will be done. And now is the time to do it. And hence, this law, Bernie, 40.53 acres, will address some of the issues in the 3 Pineland estates. And let me go there. I don't plan to speak for the whole morning. But the oldest housing estate in this country is in the Pinelands estate. Was built in 1949. And when we did our checks, assessments, technical and engineering assessments, these houses were built, senior minister, member for Christchurch West, member for St. Michael Southeast, without ring beams. Without ring beams. You know? And we are about to transfer under the 20-year program some 3,000 of these units for home ownership to persons. And we will do it by an act of parliament. That's the best way to do it. Transferred by the state through an act of parliament. It's the best way to do it. And why are we doing this? Because of the need to give the ordinary man and ordinary woman a piece, not only a piece of this rock, but allow them to own their homes. So under that 20-year terrace unit program, transfer of terrace units, 20-year program, 3,072 units will be transferred this financial year, or the coming financial year, which begins in the 1st of April. But how can we transfer units in this state? We are responsible for the infrastructure. We built them. So we want to make right the structural integrity of these units, either the sewerage and electrical. I will speak to that shortly. We have to make right these units before we transfer them. And Mr. Speaker, members of this chamber, the assessment has started, and we're seeing a lot of dilapidation, poor structures, no ring beams. There are some that we can't even do the electrical upgrade work to. Some we have to, in order to transfer them, we need to finish the electrical upgrade and to address some of the sewage issues. And when we have done that, persons will own their unit, and it was someone from the Pine, and I mentioned this on Sunday, person who went to that great institution in St. John, member for the city, is smiling. He's smiling, you know, you can see the teeth. That great institution in St. John. And this lady who went to school with me, she said, Dwight Sutherland, she don't call me the minister. I can't give you the large name in here, that's not right. And she said, all I need is my papers from National Housing. I have 3 children, so I can go to the bank. I have something that I can go to the bank with. And For me, that is the most fundamental aspect of this entire exercise. We often say within our grouping that rent money is dead money. The Prime Minister echoed those sentiments. Most of us know that. It is better to own a home than to be renting for your entire life. Because you cannot claim that asset and you cannot take that asset to improve your standard of living and your children's standard of living. Because the bank would not recognize a rental property and lend you money on a rental property. In Bajan parlance, and as simple as it gets, you ain't own it, it ain't yours, so the banks and credit unions can't recognize it, right, member for St. James South? So when we transfer these units, and I know the member for St. James South is very happy because the electrical upgrade project started there, and there's 280 units that were indeed made right by the National Housing Corporation in Haynesville. And I will speak to that soon, but the whole aspect of home ownership touches the core. Housing, and I said in the budget as well, I use this expression, housing is an exemplary expression of the prosperity of a nation. It is an exemplary expression of the prosperity of a nation. So I know the member for the city, he wants to see the day when dilapidation in the city is, you know, it becomes history, a past, a thing of the past. The member for St. George North as well, she wants to see those houses opposite St. George Church and those houses transferred to those persons so they own them and they can go to the bank. That's being worked on by the ministry in conjunction with the Diocesan Society, the Anglican Church. These are the things that we have to do as a government. Empower the ordinary man and persons living in rural and urban Barbados. I often say, and I said it, I think it was one of the America's past presidents who said that a house is where you vote, a house is where you pay taxes, a house is where you educate. So when your land tax bill comes out, it goes to your home. When your electricity bill comes out, it goes to your home. All your bills, utility. So home ownership is fundamental. When your children return home from school and they go to their fixed places of abode, that's where they're educated. They spend some time at school, but they have something called homework and lessons. And we don't want to send all our children to the community centers, even though the member for St. John is doing some excellent work in ensuring that those who don't have electricity and those who have challenges go to the community centers, and indeed they're being schooled there. I want to thank you, member for St. John, who's carrying on the good work there. But we don't want all of our children to be going to these community centers. I love my home, and as a schoolboy, I love my home. When I get home, I love to do work at my table and watch a little TV. I think it is Sunday that I spoke to the big tube that we had back then. We had a flat screen. We had that big tube. Remember for St. George North? We had those tubes, right? Those big tubes we would watch. You want to go to any community center, you know, and we have now graduated to a flat screen. And I know every single house would love a flat screen. They are reasonable, and I'm happy that, you know, demand and supply allow these things, the prices of these things in the world to drop so that the ordinary man can get a laptop, can get a flat screen TV, and he can go on to Netflix and he can help educate him or her son and daughters. So this resolution, though it is simple, it is fundamental to allowing 300 households, most of which, not all members for St. Michael Southeast, not all from Southeast, but persons from the surrounding. And I asked the member for, even though I'm the Minister of Housing and Fair, I have asked for some for the member for St. James North and for myself. Some for St. George North, sorry, St. James North. I don't want to bring anybody from St. James to Hanson, to St. George in that area. I've asked for some for the member for St. Michael East, member for St. George North and St. George South, yours truly, so that we can indeed build up that settlement there with 300 ordinary Barbadians. And this will become a reality starting the financial year 2023-2024. And I am positive that this project will conclude in the year 2024-2025. I think it will take 2 years to complete. And vesting half of the houses in Hope, and I will speak to Hope. Hope Inc. was formed by this government to build some 1,500 houses annually in this country. Public-private company. Government is the only shareholder. And we have started the process. And I must say to you again, while persons believe that you can announce housing and see houses going up, that's not so. You have to engage in the infrastructure. And while we have some 154 units at Lancaster Vesper Gardens, I can say to you with a level of confidence that 72 of these units are finished in phase 1. The other 20 units in phase 1 will be completed within the next, by May 31st. And the legal team is working to close 100 of these sales by the end of April. And by the end of April, there's a lot of red tape in getting these things done. And if there's one thing that we have to work on, I'm not talking about breaking rules, I'm talking about stripping the level of bureaucracy so we can engage in execution in a more seamless manner. That's what this government is working on. So when you hear red tape, there is a red flag that is thrown. Similar when you see the rally cars, you see somebody throw a red flag, something wrong. So when you hear red tape, you know there's a level of bureaucracy that we have to cut through to transfer these homes to people. So 100 homes by the end of April will be transferred. Will be, you know, we have home ownership at Lancaster. And the other 62 persons in phase 2 will have home ownership in the financial year 2023-2024. So we're looking at all 154 homes at Vesper Gardens to be owned by ordinary Barbadians, public servants, persons in the private sector by the end of the financial year. That project should be finished. We are also starting foundations, 12 townhouses and 69 houses at Pool in St. John. That work, the civil works, will be started in the month of April. And we are also starting works at Colleton. This is Hope again. In the month of April, where 85 houses will be built. I think at Pool it is 185, close to 201 houses at Pool. We have also cleared some 15 acres at Pleasant Hall in St. Peter to dig test holes before we begin to look at the whole acquisition purchase of land. And we have 100 acres of land at Vineyard in St. Philip. And if you multiply 100 acres by 10 houses per acre, you know Vineyard can take 1,000 houses easily. And if we improve that density to roughly 14 per acre, you see that we are not making any sport with respect to these houses and what Hope is doing. Hope is the acronym for Hope Ownership, Providing Energy. And Hope basically has pioneered, or we can use the word innovate, the housing stock in this country by making housing more affordable to the ordinary man. And why I say that? They're utilizing photovoltaic, and you know this, but it's often worth repeating. Photovoltaic on the roofs of the houses. Go down Lancaster and you will see that the houses that are finished, the roofs are photovoltaic, they have panels on them, and they'll be powered by electricity. I mean by solar panels, sorry. The energy from the sun. And what this does for you, the ordinary man, it drives the cost of home ownership down. And that's why we're using the word affordable and resilient. Because there's nowhere in the world, I shouldn't say nowhere in the world, let me take that back, Mr. Speaker. But there are limited places in the world that you can have a 2-bedroom house that is valued at $350,000 being sold for $190,000. I would repeat, there are limited places where you can have a house valued at $350,000 being sold at $190,000. And why that is so? Because of the photovoltaic on the roof, the solar panels on the roof, and it also gives you, the landowner, some equity. Because the photovoltaic, the earnings and the takings from the photovoltaic, when we average that over the 15 years, allows that equity of $160,000 to cater to the infrastructural costs that you otherwise would have to fit and go to the mortgage lending company. 190 plus 160 is 350, and look for $350 to secure your mortgage. But as a result of the innovativeness of this company, utilizing photovoltaic, we are able to provide housing at an affordable cost. A 2-bedroom at $350,000 and a 3-bedroom that is valued at $415,000, member for Christ Church Best, will now go for $242,000. That's what we're doing as a government, making housing affordable. So half of the land at at Lower Burney, half of the 40 acres, well, it is actually 19.9 acres that will be vested in Hope. And what type of housing will you see at Lower Burney? We currently have entered into a contract with Jorvilla, a company out of Guyana, to produce hardwood houses. And we have diversified the housing stock in this country. We are building like gauge steel houses, and I will speak to that briefly as I wrap up. And we have a few challenges there that we are working through, but I will speak to that shortly. Joe Villa, the house you saw in Queen's Park, is an example of what we are building across this country in terms of wooden houses. And I mentioned like gauge steel because we have diversified. We are not only using bricks and mortar, but we are utilizing like gauge steel houses. That is the East-West contract. And we're also looking at hardwood houses. And that house in Queen's Park will cost some $99,000. That's a 2-bedroom, outfitted with photovoltaic panels to drive the cost down. So the direct cost or the cost of that house is roughly around $130,000, but the selling price will be $99,000 as a result. A 2-bedroom hardwood house. And the 3-bedroom Joe Villa hardwood house, which is valued at $145,000, will be sold for as low as $119,000, $120,000. So when we go to Lower Burney in 12 months, you will see some of these houses. You'll also see some persons who currently reside in the Pinellas Estate, street of the Pinellas Estate, moving over to Lower Burney because of the state of the housing stock within these estates. And this 40 acres was primarily acquired to address some of the challenges within the Pine, the largest estate that we have in this country. But we are not only building hardwood Joe Villa houses in the Pine, at Lower Burney. Presently, as I speak with you, work is going on at Clifton in St. Philip, where we are installing some 11 of the Joe Villa houses. Thus far, we have imported 30 houses into the country. The contract for houses this year were 350. We are still bringing in that 350, even though the end of the financial year is upon us. But we have signed a contract with Joe Villa to purchase 350 hardwood houses, and 30 of those houses are here. And month by month, starting next month, 100 houses will come to this country every month, every single month, until, so when you multiply 100 houses by 12, that's 1,200 hardwood houses that will come into this country annually. And they're going all over. Some will go to St. John. You know, the member for St. John sent me, hunting. He said, I need some houses in St. John, and these are the places. And I took the national housing team to St. John, and we looked at the land, and there's some planning gains at Guinea, and you, the member for St. John, will form part of the team to decide what type of housing we take to St. John. That's your place, and we have to respect that. We also found some land in St. George North, member for St. George North, and likewise you will decide how many of what type of housing we will have in St. George North within the cottage area, and you will be blessed shortly. We did a visit, and you also have a piece of land at Constant that we're seeking to acquire as well for additional housing in St. George North. We will not leave out for St. George. And I often say that the person who's blessed with the most land in this country is the member for St. Lucie. And indeed, he will get the majority because he has the most land. And the process has started. We've gone to Colleton. He's clapping. Mr. St. Lucie, the member for St. Lucie, I call it Mr. St. Lucie. And we intend to build out the housing stock across Barbados. So when you go to Colleton, you will see those houses, foundations going up, and soon from now, those houses will be, and we will hand over keys to 11 persons in Clifton, and then we go to River Crescent in St. Philip again, where we will hand over keys to 25 persons. And I'm being told that Kensington New Road Urban Development Commission met with Hope only last week, a member for the city, and Kensington New Road indeed would have 15 hardwood houses as well in the city come the next financial year. It starts next week. So we are on a mission, and by no means we will achieve it in 2 days, but for sure we are on track once the financing keeps coming and once we get the necessary financing to build up the housing stock in this country. This leads me now to the other 20.6 acres that will be vested in National Housing Corporation. And National Housing Corporation, this is no news to Barbados. The Prime Minister announced it, that the SOEs will be restructured. And of course, I'm not privy to stand here and tell you what NHC will do tomorrow. We have to give respect to the trade unions in this country. Most of these workers are members of either trade union, Barbados Workers Union, or NUPW. And of course, the due process has to take place where this government sit with the unions before announcing what will happen at these state-owned enterprises. But what I can say to you is that we have shifted National Housing mandate from building houses now to more maintenance of estates, because Hope has taken on the building of housing as a private-public company. And I said earlier, this would easy strain of the consolidated fund, and I spoke to you on how we'll finance these houses. We have also accessed the housing credit fund thus far to purchase the 350 houses from Joe Villa. But National Housing will continue engaging in joint venture partnerships where National Housing will provide the land and they will have partners who will come in and put equity into the infrastructure and building of houses. This is no new model. We're presently executing one in St. James, ADC National Housing Joint Venture Project, where we're building 160 houses. And we're also executing a joint venture partnership at Atlantic Breeze in Christchurch, where 200 houses, a joint venture between NHC and Pre-Conco for 200 houses. We have asked persons, we have sent out in the newspaper, inviting persons to submit an expression of interest to engage in joint venture partnership with National Housing, so that National Housing will provide the land, but you, the joint venture partner, will be responsible for the building and the infrastructure. And at the end, of course, the sale of the house. The agreement would be between the joint venture partner and National Housing, where National Housing will receive some monies from the sale of each house. That is what is happening at Atlantic Breeze, where we are building some 200 houses. Can government build 10,000 houses on its own? No, can't. The Riz development that we visited is a project being undertaken there by the private sector, and that is about 300 houses being built at Riz. But why we have to count those houses? We provide, as a government, the enabling environment so that we can build houses in this country. Planning and development vets all the lands required for housing in this country, even the ones being built by government. That is the role of planning and development. And indeed, they would determine fit for purpose, fit for use with respect to land use in this country. And I am asking my colleague who sits next to me, the member for Christchurch West, who has responsibilities for planning and development, to ensure that the process of applications, the time taken to process applications, is significantly reduced. I am not, he has assured me that this will happen. Of course, we will not be. And he said this to me, the member for Christchurch West. He said to me, Minister Sutherland, don't expect we're going to break any rules, but we will make sure that we deconstruct and reconstruct to allow home ownership in this country in a more seamless way. Because that process of approval, it takes too long. Criticism of the member for Christchurch West. I think since he went into that office, he has done a lot of work in terms of speeding up the process. And he will tell you that he still has some work to do there. And I'm saying, if we are to build 10,000 houses, financing and the speed at which we approve applications when they go into town and country planning, this is still a problem for investors in this country. And every single one of them that you sit down and you speak with, they will tell you that process takes too long. And my friend from Christchurch West, my senior minister, I know he's on the ball and he's doing his effort best to ensure that the whole process of approvals is indeed a seamless one. So National Housing responsibility in this will be to identify joint venture partners to build on the 20.53 acres. And indeed, they have identified a joint venture partner. This was done prior to me assuming office. And indeed, it was a seamless process and it was a transparent process. And that person will meet with National Housing and get the ball rolling with respect to housing. So you will see a different type of housing going on half of the land. But of course, our mandate as a government and the mandate with respect to this 40 acres is to make sure that the people in the 3 Pinelands estate are given their fair share of housing, and we address the density situation and the state of disrepair in those 3 housing estates, so that whether it is a joint venture partner or whether it is Hope on its own, the people in St. Michael Southeast and in the Pine especially will get their fair share of housing. Mr. Speaker, this brings me now to something that I think Barbadians have overlooked. And I spoke to it on Sunday. I mentioned it on Sunday. The whole electrical upgrade project that is being done across the 49 estates, housing estates. There's some 4,400 units across the estates. This government started a project back in 2019 to improve 2,687 units, the electrical upgrade of 2,687 units at a cost of some $21.6 million. That's the projection. We started in 2021 over a 4-year period. And we started, you know, it is often sad when we do things after some calamity, some catastrophe, some death, some fire. And that's why we started with the 280 units at Haynesville. And those units were repaired, 280 units. Then we went into Torps and Bagatelle in the pilot phase of the project. That made it 313 electrical upgrades that we did in the pilot project at a cost of, I think, $1.2 million. And why we did that? In Haynesville, 280, Bagatelle, 10, and Torps Garden, 23 units. Why that was done? I spoke earlier to units being built in 1949, units being built in 1955, units being built in the 70s, units in the 80s. But the wiring back then was single phase, 110 volts. We have circuits, 2 and 4 and 6 circuits. The loading was some 4.8 kilowatts. We are now moving to loading 18.4 kilowatts, so we can have more systems in on these units, more breakers. The loading on the panels were indeed inefficient. And when you look at 2, 4, or 8 circuits at only 110 volts, you had a minimum probably of 1 or 2 outlet points per room. But over the years, persons in these units increased their loading. And how they increased the loading? Brought in the flat screen TVs, the microwaves, the toaster ovens, the washing machines. And you can't expect to bring in a loading of 16 kilowatt on a 4.8 kilowatt system. What will happen? Fire. And we had some fires in Haynesville. And that is why we have started this electrical upgrade. Presently, We have completed some 1,892, close to 1,900 units at a cost of $15 million. And when persons walk about this country and speak about this government ain't doing anything, which other government invested in electrical upgrades other than this government to the tune of 2,687 units, 687 units? We have gone about 70% thus far. And I believe when we finish this project, we will have touched on every single housing estate, the 49 estates across this country. And I believe the $21.6 million is not sufficient. But like I said before, we don't have a war chest of money sitting down. I use the word war chest. That's the term we use in the industry when persons say, well, you have money there spending, you got a war chest of money. This government, we do not have a war chest of money sitting down waiting. And I'm proud that we can impact the citizens of this country across the 49 estates by projecting close to 3,000 units at a value of $21.6 million, close to $22 million. And it is needed because if we don't do it, the 20-year transfer program will be unfair. Those citizens who lived in these units for 20 years would be unfair. We have to make these units right in an effort to transfer them to people across the 49 estates, so that persons in Haynesville, in Torps Gardens, in Bagatelle, St. Stephen's, Deacons, Ferniehurst, Rosemont, Eden Lodge, Watton, Wildy, Parkinson Field, The Pines, Silver Hill, Pleasant Hall, those form part of the 1,900 units that have been done thus far by the National Housing Corporation. And all 49 estates will get touched. Because when we did our assessment, we recognize that it is prevalent across all the estates, whereby persons have improved their standard of living by bringing in washing machines, by bringing in toaster ovens, air fryers. That's the thing now. Air fryers, digital ovens. That's the thing now. So we believe that this government, though recognizing that a project such as this magnitude will cost us a significant amount of money, we have embarked upon making wrong things right in these units. We have also engaged 17 contractors, along with the National Housing Electrical team. We have engaged some 17 contractors. 17. And each of these guys, they have their teams, and it worked out to close to 200 odd persons out of the private sector that have worked on these 1,900 units, 1,892 units. So when persons walk around this country and say, they're saying that we haven't done anything in this country, we have engaged, in addition to the electrical upgrades, 17 contractors, close to 200 workers. We have also engaged close to 400 contractors to rebuild houses from the effects of Hurricane Elsa and the freak storm. There are some, when we analyze the total, there were some 1,700 houses or so, just over 1,700 houses that were affected either by the freak storm or Hurricane Elsa. And we gave material to fix the houses to close to 250 persons who said they will do it themselves. And that was good on their part, because that took the ease off of government resources in terms of manpower. So we give those persons the material, and I can say to you, since we came to Parliament last year, October, November, and amended the Catastrophe Fund Act, where we now have access to funding in the tune of close to $40 million, we've been able to restart the work to repair and rebuild those who were impacted by Hurricane Elsa. And I'm proud to report on behalf of this government that come end of May, we should have behind us the Hurricane Elsa project. All the houses, when we took out those houses where there are landlord and tenant challenges, where the landlord said to National Housing, don't build back a house on my land, we now have to find housing for those persons. But when we take those out of the equation, we are not giving them free houses, by the way. Those persons will have to buy land, of course. And when we take those out of the equation, it's some 1,400 houses, and at a cost of $100 million, just over $100 million to repair those houses. So when you add up the 21 million for the electrical upgrade, 100 million for the Hurricane Elsa repairs and rebuild, and the 12 million for the sewer system upgrade, then you tell me whether this government has invested in the housing stock or they have not. You can tell me. That's over 100 million for the Hurricane Elsa, 110 to be exact. Then 21 million for the electrical upgrade, 21.6. Count with me, that's 131.6. And then there's 12 million, 143, close to $150 million we have spent thus far, or will spend, in repairing houses in this country. Mr. Speaker, as I close, this government has set itself a huge mandate. It is achievable, like I said, with the support of planning and development and the financing that will come on board through the Blue-Green Fund initiative. This is the first of its kind in this country. And it is my wish that we, as a government, provide the necessary support for the ordinary man so they can become bankable, so they can move into the formal sector from the informal sector. Home ownership takes you into the formal sector, move you from the informal to the formal sector. Home ownership builds self-esteem. Poor housing is associated with ill health and decay in any country. And we must not take a project such as this one lightly. This is indeed a powerful project on behalf of the ordinary man to provide homes for them and the necessary support so that they can go to the bank and use their asset to improve their standard of living. So they can go to the bank and use their asset to get a loan for their children to go to university. So they can use that asset and go to the bank to buy a car. So they use that asset and go to the bank or credit union to improve their standard of living. And Mr. Speaker, I am charged with that responsibility, and I intend to continue this work of vesting lands in National Housing Corporation and in the Hope. We have some over 2,000 acres of land identified. And if you analyze that 2,000 acres of land can give you how much houses? It's 10 houses per acre. I am not telling you that we are going to build all those houses as you can multiply 2,000 by 10. But I say to you, we have in this country enough land to build the houses that we need. And from time to time, Mr. Speaker, I'll come to this chamber with resolutions such as this one to vest land into either Hope or National Housing Corporation so we can begin the process of building houses. And it starts here where the Parliament approved these resolutions so that we can get the process going of building houses across this country. And Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General has certified the resolution as being in order for consideration by this Honourable House, and it is hereby proposed that this resolution do now pass. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable St. Michael Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this particular resolution. Let me claim at the outset that there's absolutely no bias. Despite the fact that this particular resolution pertains to a potential housing development in certainly my constituency, in the constituency of St. Michael's Southeast, I see this, Mr. Speaker, as part of a wider policy of the government of Barbados to empower ordinary Barbadians to be able to own a piece of the rock, and a continuation of the legacy of this Barbados Labour Party in ensuring that people are able to acquire not just land, but also to be able to afford housing in this country. I want to thank the Honourable Member for St. George South, who spoke prior to me and introduced this particular resolution. I want to thank him because he not only attended my meeting on Sunday in the heart of St. Michael's Southeast to have to face the fire from constituents about the issue of housing, but he was able to deliver a very comprehensive explanation about the state of affairs in relation to housing, not only where we have come from, but also what we have been doing as a government, and certainly not only himself, but also his predecessors as well in housing, and what they've been working on, but also to give some reassurances to the people of St. Michael's Southeast and all those who had the opportunity to listen to the presentation, sir, as to what the focus of this administration is in relation to housing. As the Honourable Minister indicated, this is a project that will have an impact in the Lower Bernese area. It is as a result of planning gains that have been acquired through the Hanson plantation. It has the potential to be able to certainly enable persons to acquire for the first time homeowners an opportunity to own their own homes. But it also, and this is the part that is near and dear to me, sir, gives us an opportunity in the constituency to be able to ease a lot of the pressures, both social and economic, that are often faced by persons in densely populated communities such as the Pinelands and Wilde area by this particular project. Sir, you may recall back in 2018, many of us were rubbing shoulders in the Pinelands area, in particular the Golden Rock area. I think you were on the ground with me, going to several houses, touching and listening to the concerns of a number of the residents in the Pinelands estate. Many of my colleagues, sir, had the opportunity, like you, to be able to see what I consider to be a sad tale of how we did not progress as a nation in relation to housing development in the estates, the housing estates. As you know, the Pinelands area is one of the largest housing estates in the country. I am always mentioning the fact that it is the oldest and the largest, and therefore it is therefore in need of prioritizing in terms of improvement to the social conditions in that particular area. But as we did the walkthrough back then, it was clear, I think, to my colleagues and certainly the then leader of the party, that this particular community in Golden Rock required a different type of attention. Sir, many of the colleagues would have recalled, I mean, you saw about 15 people coming out of a single unit. The construction of the roofs were in dire need of repair. There were significant issues in relation to the electrical fittings at the various properties. In some cases, when you look at some of the breakers look like they've been there since the 1800s, quite frankly. And we've had a fair share of fires, as have other housing estates across the country, as a result of a failure to be able to repair and to upgrade a number of these facilities over the infrastructure over the years, sir. We've also had, and members would have seen the challenges in terms of the lack of maintenance in relation to the sewering systems. A number of the wells had been broken. A number of them had not been covered properly. And therefore, we even lost the life of one of our young males within the community, as members are well aware. But sir, while we recognize in 2018 all of these concerns, again, as I keep telling people, we did not come to office just simply criticizing the former administration, but we understood that when we came to office that we had a job to do to correct a number of these deficiencies, these inequalities within our society, and we immediately started the process of so doing. And there on the pasture of Golden Rock, the recreational area in the center of the Pinelands area, the then leader of the party and now the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, as well as the Honourable Prime Minister, made a commitment to the people of that area that upon assuming office, that we would ensure that the people of this particularly dense area in the Pinelands area would be given an opportunity through planning gain opportunities as they arose to be able to ease the pressure, to be able to give some relief to persons in overcrowded conditions and some of the other conditions that I've highlighted. We, therefore, on coming to office, sir, and I don't think that the Pinelands area is unique in any way, but it does have some peculiarities in terms of the cluster of accommodation. It's very similar to the city in many respects. And we share a number of similarities in that respect in relation to the type of accommodation within the city and the need for improvements in those general areas. And therefore, I don't know that the Pinelands and Wilde area can claim that it has been the cause of the revolution that we hear the Honourable Minister speak about today. But I know that it has played a large part in certainly our discussions at the level of cabinet, because we recognize that the improvements or the opportunities that could be created by being able to revisit the housing, the lands that were available through the Ministry of Housing, and to ensure that we were able to identify lands across the country to be able to let the National Housing Corporation have the opportunity to look at both joint venture arrangements, but also entering into the arrangement with the Hope Inc., would bring to this country a further opportunity for people to be able to own a piece of the rock. Now, sir, many people may feel that, well, you know, why are we doing so much for the people in the housing estates? Well, I must tell you, sir, some of the best and the brightest have come out of the housing estates in this country. We have had leaders in various fields coming out of the housing estates. There are people that I know that have their businesses well established and will not move out of the Pine. They will not leave the Wilde area. Sir, they continue to live in the housing estate and to make whatever necessary repairs are needed to their houses, so long as they have the means to do so. Because they love the community, they are from the community, and they are prepared to continue to invest within the community that has given them the greater part of their lives, sir. We also recognize that a number of the social issues that were confronting the Pinelands and Wilde community was also as a result of this overcrowding and these poor conditions. So it can't be easy when people have to wake up every day, the fittings in the house broken down, you don't have any firewalls within the building that adjoins another property right next to you. You have issues of sewage arising from time to time. It cannot be easy to have to come up and to raise a family in those conditions, particularly knowing that there's been such great neglect over the years in relation to paying very specific attention to easing some of the pressure in these communities. We also recognize that we saw, in particular in some areas in the Pinelands community, an increase in crime as a result of people in the overcrowded conditions, obviously flexing their muscles sometimes, because people get angry when they are in closed spaces. People get angry when there's one fridge in the house, 15 people, and you have to basically try to work out who the bottled water or the juice belongs to, and to make sure that nobody can take up what you brought in with your hard-earned money. These are our realities. These are my realities that I face on a daily basis in my constituency, sir. I have been fortunate to have come up in a household where I have had very loving, caring, guiding parents, and I'm well aware that not everybody has been fortunate to have the same. It is for that reason, sir, that I am very passionate about this particular project, because I recognize that a lot of the instability that takes place within a number of these communities is as a result of the closeness. It is as a result of the inability for people to be able to breathe. It is as a result of the cluster of people within a household, the taking of turns as to when you sleep and when you don't sleep, when you go outside and when you come back in. The fact that sometimes even it results in some very incestuous situations within the houses, because the children, especially the younger children, often end up, because of the close nature of the sleeping arrangements, often get interfered with, sir. These are our realities. And therefore, when we pay attention to densely populated communities, sir, we do so because we appreciate that their problems are in turn our problems. If we don't fix them, sir, they end up before you in the law courts. You will be called upon to represent them, as have many of us, certainly in this chamber and other places. And therefore, we have to position ourselves on every occasion to ensure that we ease a bit of the pressure that people are facing within these types of communities. I have had, sir, I think I've been in office for 10 years. Myself and the Honourable Member for St. George South recently celebrated 10 years as elected MPs. I had the opportunity to serve in the Senate previously, so I've been in politics for 13 years officially. But sir, within that time, I have lost a number of people through gun violence, through other violence within the densely populated areas of my constituency. Primarily because, and I'm not going to say it's because of housing conditions alone, but because I've alluded to the fact that there's a pressure that builds up when people don't have the space that is needed within these communities. I have also had to go through a lot of very tragic circumstances, because not only do people not know how to handle their anger, but in very close communities, you lose your fuse very fast. And something that may require how you and I may perhaps try to reason certain things out, people often respond in a very passionate way, and it often results in the death of individuals, sir. That is what I have seen in densely populated areas. In all of the other built-up residential areas, sometimes you don't even know your neighbor. So there's very little chance often of being able to collide with anybody or to quarrel with anybody. But we all know that the major issues, and I know the Honourable Minister heard all about them on Sunday, the issues of people using gramoxone and mixing it with all kind of weed killers outside of your housing unit, and endangering, in some cases, through the smell of the fumes and stuff, persons who reside next door to them, sir. These are the realities. We have people who come into these communities, who live in the communities. They're trying to set up their businesses. They got mechanic shops that have started with 1 or 2 cars and turned into a whole operation with 40 and 50 cars coming at a time, sir. You can't get rid of them in no time soon. These are the realities of people living in very closely connected communities and very densely populated communities, sir. Housing, therefore, while it is not the only reason why we have a number of our social and economic issues within this country, sir, is as important as getting a job, as important as being able to have opportunities created for people, sir. It is as important as building out the infrastructure in this country. And if we are to be fair to ourselves, the fact that there are people living in some of these densely populated communities who sometimes, because the light may be off or the water may be off, sir, I've seen children have to go in Arrowbarrow Park and do their homework under the street lights in the park because of the challenges that were faced in the households, because it was overcrowded, because the children could not work, sir, because it was too noisy. in the environment. Somebody playing a radio, somebody playing the fool, somebody doing things, sir, that will impact on children's ability to learn. It is the reason why we have said we're developing more of the facilities in the community centers. It is the reason why I inherited a constituency from certainly my father's days, because I was born in 1976. My dad came in. The Pine was known for P for Perry, P for Pine, P for Perry, P for prison. Perry was the magistrate at the time, and everybody in the Pine knew that if you got into trouble and you went before this magistrate, you were going to prison. And that was the type of stigma that was associated with this community, which is why he spent the greater part of his time as the elected representative, focusing on the community centers, making sure that people got a house and access to housing within the community, sir. It is why he focused on sending them and doing what the Honourable Member for St. Peter is working on, sending them on the farm labor programs overseas so that they could get a better way of life. So it is why he focused on making sure that every community within the Pine and Wildy area and the outskirts as well, all up Haggett Hall, sir, had an opportunity to have a dedicated space for recreation where people could engage in cricket and netball activities and football, sir. It is why the Pinelands community has been one of the most vibrant in this country, because it was also one of the first to be able to have lights placed on a number of the pavilions, sir. And I'm pleased that we as a government have recognized the importance of being able to do what I consider these simple things, sir. Because if the house is overcrowded and you got to be on the outside, at least the outside must be comfortable, sir. And you must be able to keep people engaged for longer. When people come home from work, if the house is crowded, sir, they want to go outside and they want to do a little scrimmaging, they want to play a little game of football. If you have the lights, if you have the mini stadia built out in this country, sir, it gives us an opportunity to keep people engaged in our communities. And I therefore thank the Honourable Prime Minister for heeding the call to be able to expand the mini stadia across this country, and certainly the Honourable Member for St. John for being able to put those measures in place. I certainly am awaiting the bleachers and the lighting that has been promised to me to upgrade a number of the existing facilities, sir. But it is, I say that I understand the importance of these things because I have seen the transition of a community, because there was a focus on things like housing, there was a focus on getting employment, there was a focus on ensuring that people got opportunities to set up their businesses and to get outside of the country, to go onto various programs, sir. And this Labour Party administration has been at the forefront of that transformation in these particular densely populated communities across this country, sir. It is the reason why people will be critical from time to time of us being able to make sure that we relocate people when we find that they're in conditions that are not suitable for certainly good health for them and certainly for the country. Why we take a position on areas like the Bell and Bellevue and Bailey's Alley, sir. It is why we have moved the people from Rock Hall. It is why when we find ourselves in situations where there is slippage, as in what has transpired in the White Hill area and certainly in the Chalky Mount area, we don't sit by, sir. We've made sure as a cabinet, and the Honourable Member for St. George South is well aware, that these are issues which occupy the attention of the cabinet, because we understand the importance of housing. Being able to have shelter, have a roof over one's head is important to every single individual in this country, sir. And so this project that has been brought by the Honourable Minister, I really want to thank him. He said on Sunday that I behave as though I am a minister within his ministry. And I'm the Minister for St. Michael's Southeast, of Housing in St. Michael's Southeast. But I do so, sir, because of what I see as a pivotal part of the change that has to take place in these communities. I would love to see a situation, sir, where when we are able to ease some of the pressure in these densely populated communities, that we get to a point where we can start to knock down some of the structures that exist, and we're able to build back better and to make those properties even more resilient. I would like to see a point, sir, where we recognize that we have larger families in some cases in these communities. We have old people who are not able to get upstairs in the units anymore, and many of them have had to move downstairs. I get requests daily for a single bed so that an old person can come downstairs of their unit and be able to not have to climb the stairs, sir. We have to be nimble in the way that we approach housing. And if it means that as we move out people, we're able to make assessments on the various blocks and to be able to open up spaces, to be able to make larger units or to transform those existing structures, then that, sir, I think is what has to be the next layer of what we have to do in relation to these housing projects. Because I don't want a situation, sir, where we move some people out, but then we create another problem because we haven't addressed the infrastructural issues that exist within those communities. Now, the Honourable Minister has pointed out very clearly that we've started the upgrades of a number of the wells within the communities of the Pinelands Estate. I think Haynesville has also been the beneficiary of that project. We've spent millions of dollars since coming to office to be able to do these upgrades. And it is not to say that every area has been done as yet, because it takes money in order to be able to get these things done. But the process has started, and I can say without fear of contradiction that priority has been given to the Pinelands community, because there was a time when you drove through the constituency, you walked through the constituency, and you had to be cautious in terms of stepping on a broken well cover. You weren't sure, because the areas weren't properly debushed, whether or not there was a well somewhere waiting to suck you in, sir. And we have come a long way within the last few years of this administration, being able to make those transitions. We've also taken a position that you can't convey to people things which have no value. The mindset that some people have had in this country, that it was a nice quick election gimmick that you tell the people that you own the houses after the 20 years, but not have the conversation with the people that the roof's falling apart, the walls 2 inches thick, the fact that there's no proper sewage system, no electrical upgrades. They didn't want to have those conversations. They told the people, oh, you're going to get the houses after 20 years. But nobody was prepared at the time, sir, to have those realistic conversations with the population about the state of affairs in relation to these housing estates. 1949, sir, is what we're talking about in terms of when these units were actually constructed. The ones in the Pine, I know we had a situation, I think when my dad was a representative, where we started to move out persons from the Pinelands area into the Wilde Gardens area. This type of project is not new to the Barbados Labour Party administration. We've done it before in terms of making sure that we look at lands that are nearby to our constituencies and be able to ensure that people who, again, live in densely populated communities are able to have that opportunity to be near to where they have grown up. Because in many cases, you're leaving behind maybe an old lady or old man, a father figure or somebody within the household, but that you are still near to the community from whence you came to be able to still give back to that community. And therefore, the proximity with which the area at Hanson and Lower Bernice is being created, sir, is certainly still within close proximity to and within the constituency of St. Michael Southeast, which means that I get to still hold on to some of my people. But it also means that I ain't selfish either, sir, because I know that if the shoe was on the other foot, my colleagues would also share the same view that while you want to ease the pressure in your community, they equally have, sir, persons who also are living below par, persons who need an opportunity because they got 5, 10, 15 people in a household to be able to have the opportunity to have one of the housing opportunities that are available, sir. And it is for that reason that while this project, in all fairness, started out being of 40 acres for the densely populated nature of St. Michael Southeast, it has been shaved down to the point now where we have 20 acres to St. Michael Southeast and 20 acres to the private development project that is going to be done. I expect, sir, that while, yes, St. Michael Southeast will be the primary beneficiary, that I have no issue with making sure that we are fair in the share to our other neighboring constituencies and anybody who is in dire need to be able to get housing, sir. Because at the end of the day, it is not about the upliftment of St. Michael Southeast to the detriment of anybody else. But I take the opportunity to make it clear that the densely populated nature of communities requires sometimes a different approach and a prioritization that may require us to do things a little bit different. And I'm therefore grateful to this administration for being able to accelerate this particular project to empower the persons in my community. The Lower Bernice project, sir, just a few acres down as well, was also a project that was started under the Barbados Labour Party administration. The first phase of that development, you may recall, was a project that saw the relocation of persons from the Churchview area, just here in town. And I therefore have a number of Delusions and Devancees as well from the city who reside in St. Michael's Southeast. I'm grateful for them because they enrich our community in Lower Bernie. But we had to look as a government at the relocation of persons who, again, the conditions in which they were living were not conducive, sir, to a good living arrangement. And we were able to move these persons, to relocate those persons into the Lower Bernice area. There were a number of joint venture projects with the then Barbados Labour Party administration through the NHC, which resulted in persons being able to own their own homes. They were able to acquire the land, I would have to say almost at next skin to nothing, because I mean, you were paying about $20,000 or so to be able to get the lands, 20,000 square feet, no, it was about 3,000 square feet or less that the lands were. But persons were able, again, not to pay any significant amount of money for those lands. And we have seen the development of a community in the Lower Bernice area over the course of the last few years, which in some cases, while it is a very settled community, it has brought together a number of people from different areas, which has enriched it in some ways. But as what happens in most neighborhoods, when you take people from different places, you often end up now with people not necessarily coming together and gelling in the same way. And therefore, my hope is that by moving some of the people from the Pinelands community, again, you will have some sharing of individuals within those communities of familiarity. Hopefully, they will then be able to interact with the wider Lower Bernice community and be able to enrich that particular area. But it also gives a prime opportunity to be able to access all of the amenities which many persons are already accessible to within the Pinelands housing estate. So they already have access to the schools. The Blackman and Gollop School is just around the corner from this particular project. You have all of the churches in the surrounding areas, sir. You have the area there at the Haggett Hall Junction. And there is therefore an already lively community which exists within the Lower Bernice area. So, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased that this administration, from its early days of being able to provide land to the people of this country at $2.50 a square foot under the Tom Adams administration, has been able to transition to a point where we are able to give ordinary Barbadians an opportunity to now own a piece of the rock, but with the added incentive of now having renewable energy attached to part of the development as well of their homes, and to bring down the cost as well to the average individual. So when I look at what is being proposed in terms of these particular houses, I think the proposal from Hope is to build over 150 houses through the Juravilla project. These houses are expected to withstand a Category 3 hurricane. And what perhaps blesses my heart, sir, is that we're talking about ordinary people, people earning below $2,500 a month, being able to have the opportunity to own a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house with a sum of $99,000, sir. If it is a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, I think the Honourable Minister indicated that those figures are likely to be around 120,000. And sir, I want to say that I don't know anywhere else in the Caribbean, I don't know anywhere else in the world that a project of this magnitude exists, a project that is bringing relief directly to people, and a government that is providing solutions, not just for those at the very, very top, but also, sir, for those at the bottom as well, and certainly the ones in the middle also. Because we can, yes, we can make the money from the private investments and the people who can afford to go out and get the mortgages, but we also have to continue to take care of the people who are most vulnerable, who are barely making ends meet, but need to be in a position to be able to relocate, to be able to properly raise and to sustain their families as well. The Honourable Minister has spoken extensively about the government's wider housing program. I would hope that within this particular project in Lower Burney, and I think we will have some discussions on it, there's also the intention to be able to have some rental units, because irrespective of those persons who will earn under $2,500 that will qualify for the mortgage arrangements in these instances, you also, sir, have those persons who, through no fault of their own, may not be working, they may have disabilities, they may be elderly, and still have to be accommodated somewhere, because that is the nature of what we do as a government. And I would encourage that within the housing policy that is rolled out, that we ensure that there is a percentage of the housing stock that is going to be constructed through this project that still continues to provide for rentals, whether it is the $35 or the $60 or $100 a week, to be able to allow persons to still have that opportunity, if they so choose to rent, to be able to do so. If they choose to go forward and they want to rent to own, that I think is a matter for them. But we still have to look out for those who will not be able to qualify for the mortgage and that are still at the most vulnerable, and therefore need an opportunity to be able to have a roof over their heads. And I believe that, consistent with our position on disabilities in this country, we will certainly make the necessary provision within the accommodation stock in this Lower Burney project to ensure that persons with disabilities are properly accommodated by this particular project. So, sir, I am satisfied that I, as a representative, that I have done all that I can possibly do up to this point to make the lives of my colleagues miserable on every occasion, sir. I make no apologies for my behavior at times, and the fact that I remind them on many occasions that it is the people of St. Michael's Southeast who sent me to this place, and therefore I understand fully what my responsibility is to them. I cannot leave politics in good measure without ensuring that, not that I just build a road, sir, or that I do the basic things that I am expected to do, sir. But as I said before, I grew up with an understanding that service meant that you also had to provide housing, you have to provide opportunities, you have to ensure that you get people in employment, sir. Those are the things that at the very basic matter to people. We can help to provide the utilities, the assistance to be able to help people, sir, from time to time in the welfare, but people, if they're given an opportunity to get a start, sir, they don't disappoint. I've seen it with our ASH workers. They were given an opportunity to go and get work in the first place. They were given an opportunity to continue on the program, sir. They were then given an opportunity to access training, and many of them have taken up the challenge, and they have tried to turn their lives around, sir, and to be productive citizens in this country. We must always be on the forefront of being able to create opportunities in this country for our people. I am not going to get into any rhetoric on what the last administration do, because I am satisfied that from 2018, with all that this administration has faced, we have kept on a certain trajectory to be able to provide housing at the highest level, the middle income level, and to the most vulnerable. Are we moving as fast as we would like? Well, we had asphalt to deal with, we had a pandemic to deal with, and we had all of the issues in terms of, even with the Chinese houses, of being able to get the permits to get people into the country. It has not been without its challenges. But is our commitment still the same to making sure that we build these 10,000 houses, sir? I think the commitment remains the same to this day. And I know that the Honourable Member for Christchurch West, along with the Honourable Member for St. George South, continues on a daily basis. I know they meet with me as well in the Utilities Committee, and with respect to all of the housing projects, there are plenty housing projects that exist on our agenda on a weekly basis. The Honourable Minister, Senior Minister will tell you. And we have to go through in fine detail to make sure that people, not just that you're getting houses, but you're making sure that you got the infrastructure that is necessary in order that when the houses come, because the houses are supposed to take, 6 weeks to build, to be erected, that when those houses come and they're erected, sir, that the infrastructure is in place. Because it would not be a very pretty thing if we end up with houses, but we don't have the roads, and we don't have the MPC, and we don't have the telecommunications, utilities, and we don't have the water, sir. And the internet, because they can't live without the internet. So the reality is that this does not happen by us simply making pronouncements. We heard all the pronouncements previously, but we have actually gone past the pronouncements now, and we meet regularly to go work through the teething issues. And I ain't gonna stand here and tell you there don't be teething issues. There are plenty of teething issues. But our commitment remains the same in terms of whether it's cleaning the list at NHC to see who really needs housing, because we can't ignore the fact that people feel that a politician can recommend the person for the house, or that you had to do things that you didn't want to do back in the day to get a house in this country, sir. We are creating different opportunities because it is distasteful that especially our women have come to believe that sometimes you have to do things that you don't want to do in order to get accommodation in this country, sir. And I take great offense to those who have put out there that that should be the way that women in this country access accommodation. And therefore, even in St. Michael's Southeast, my position is very clear, and I make no bones about it. The people who are most vulnerable in the community, where I know it is very easy for me to pinpoint who are the households that have 15 and 16 and 17 people in them. And whenever the social survey is done by the Ministry of Housing, they can confirm any information that is provided to them at the easiest opportunity. You just have to walk through the pine and you are going to find the people living in the houses, sir. There ain't gonna be no people that come from outside of St. Michael's Southeast that are going to be recommended for the social survey to be done, sir, because there are too many of them that need housing. And for the 20 acres and the 150 houses that will be built, sir, I could do it another 150. I could do it all, the full 40 acres, sir. But I understand that Rome wasn't built in a day. And therefore, 150 for me, or even 100 of the 150, sir, is way better a position that I will be in my constituency than when I started in 2018, sir. And I'm grateful to this Barbados Labour Party administration on behalf of the people of St. Michael's Southeast for making wrong things right, sir, for being able to give relief to the people, and for the most important thing, sir, for making a promise to the people. The Prime Minister is saying she don't make promises, but she made a promise to St. Michael's Southeast, sir. And I stand here today proud that that promise has been kept, that the pleas of the people of the constituency have been answered, and the priorities will be given to the people of my constituency to have access to adequate housing, sir. With those few words, sir, I am obliged.
Honourable Member for St. James South.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support what was shared so far by the Honourable Member for St. George South, and indeed what was spoken by the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South East, because she has echoed the realities that we live within St. James South and the challenges that occur within the housing estate program. And I want to be able to applaud the government for the fact that, yes, promises were made and promises are being kept. I campaigned rigorously for the electrical upgrades for Haynesville because of the plight of women, of homeowners who had to be afraid when the nights came, were afraid when they were at work that a phone call was to let them know that the house was on fire. And we had between 5 families that had their properties damaged severely and had to find a way to get started again. And sir, that is one of the most frightening things that you can experience. So I want to sincerely applaud the government for the electrical upgrade. But that was not all that was done in St. James South. In West Terrace Gardens, between West Terrace Gardens and Durance Village, there was a piece of land that very hastily, just before the 2018 election, a billboard went up about a housing project there. And sir, not a thing was done in relation to that project. One or two houses got started and it petered out. But when this government came to office, I am happy to say that again, a promise had been made to the people in St. James South, and that promise was kept. We now have a number of homes going up in that area that is affording for young middle-class families, one of the few places in which I have young families, to be able to have their own home, get a mortgage, and it's growing day by day, and that's a new community for me to serve. So I want to sincerely applaud that. Along with that has been the advent of ELSA. One of the hardest hit areas in my constituency, sir, was Durance Village. The housing stock in that vicinity is not good, and therefore extremely vulnerable, very vulnerable to hurricane events and storms, etc. And I want to compliment the UDC for the efforts that they've started in relation to the repairs that have been needed, because so many homes found themselves with water coming in and found themselves with situations where their houses were unsafe. And we were able to help a number of people, especially older people, to get them back on a good and solid footing, and we're looking forward to the remainder of those repairs. Now, sir, as with the rest of the country, housing in Barbados is a challenge. With that huge list that we have down at NHC and in the Ministry of Housing, it tells us that it is a priority and is at a crisis level. What I have in St. James South is a situation where, because of COVID, because of the economic downturn, a number of young people who had gradually made their way into renting apartments, took their little families with them or started their families within those apartments, then found themselves without work, found themselves unable to be able to pay and maintain the rent or to maintain themselves in those homes, and eventually had to find their way back to their maternal home. And in many cases, it resulted in severe overcrowding in a number of units all through the Haynesville area. And therefore, the need for housing really is at a critical crisis point. But it's not only in Haynesville. Within St. James South, you have a number of older communities where I have a number of senior citizens. We anticipate in a few years that the average age of Barbadians will be over 60. Well, sir, in St. James South, the majority of my residential areas really have people who are over 60, a number of people who've been in retirement for a long time. And with the escalation of prices, the escalation of the cost of building and repairs and maintenance, it has reached a stage where some of those seniors have found it really difficult to be able to do the maintenance on their properties. Now, many of them own those properties, but being able to keep it in a good working condition, being able to keep it in a good saleable condition has been a challenge for a number of our seniors. And therefore, I am truly grateful for the housing program which the Honourable Member for St. George South has announced in terms of its capacity to assist us in providing alternative housing for people within St. James South, as I also welcome with deep joy the area of the reverse mortgage program, which will be a boon for our seniors in those various communities, whether it's Wanstead, Terrace, Paradise, Heights, Husbands, Sir, Oxners. Many of them would benefit significantly from that reverse mortgage program, which will allow our seniors to take care of themselves and to be able to remain in their homes. So I'm deeply grateful for this. But, sir, there are a couple of things that I want to draw to the attention of the Honourable Chamber and through you to Barbados that will need to be done if our housing program is to be complete and to be revolutionary. On the one hand is the acquisition of the land, the construction of the houses, the revolutionary idea of using the photovoltaics program to help reduce the cost. All of these are innovative approaches to providing housing solutions that Barbadians desperately need. But I want to say that on the other side, there has to be that preparation of the society, of the citizens for this type of housing program. One would be, we have to be able to transition our contractors, our construction workers, etc., Because if you listen carefully to what the Honourable Member for St. George South said, they're using new technologies now in their approach to building new houses. This means we have to help our artisans to develop the necessary skills to be able to function with these new technologies, and therefore can be a part of this building program. And therefore, the Construction Gateway program that would be sponsored by the Samuel Jackman Prescott Polytechnic, that will be instituted by them. I want to say to them to ensure that those new technologies are part of those training programs to allow our contractors to make the transition to what would be a new era of housing here in Barbados. And I believe that to be important. I can only be very grateful that the Honourable Member for Christchurch West is going to be working further on speeding up the town planning approval process, because again, in St. James South, I have a number of young contractors eager, using innovative solutions, who want to be a part of this revolution in housing and to become a part of, to participate in the prosperity that can come from this construction boom. And therefore, they too are awaiting the approval of their applications to town planning so that they can get involved in this revolution. So there's a lot to offer for the good people of St. James South and indeed in Barbados. But there's also another area, sir, that is of concern to me. And I believe the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast touched on some of them. These are some of my observations in relation to what is going on within our communities. Sir, along with the overcrowding, which is bringing a level of dysfunction within our families and have deeply stressed them, especially when they had to go through COVID, it has been a challenge so that many of our children and many of our households live with a certain measure of conflict and irritation on a daily basis within their homes. One, because of the size, the number of people, the inability to provide for the needs of everyone, so they rub against each other. The frustration sometimes, sir, of not being able to get a job. All of these add to the conflict that can go on within a home. But it has spilled over, sir. One of the things that I have noted is that there is a rising level of lack of consideration for one's neighbor. I am increasingly getting complaints from neighbors for the conduct of fellow neighbors in relation to things that, sir, prior to this, Barbados did not have to supervise or superintend. Sir, we have people who are not considerate, and whether it is trees overgrown and not trimmed and therefore affecting the neighbor, whether it is on sanitary conditions obtaining on a person's property, and they feel that if they're okay with it and they're at them, it doesn't matter that it is discommoding and challenging the health of their neighbors, whether it is burning stuff that affects the health of neighbors. There is a lack of consideration. Even something as simple, sir, as a hedge, where people don't understand that when you build a hedge, there's a certain height it needs to be. And if it is causing a visibility problem for people exiting a particular road and making it dangerous for traffic to exit because they simply cannot see the oncoming traffic, and when spoken to, too many people are indifferent to the inconvenience that they are creating for their neighbors. And sir, this gives me a challenge. Because we are living in a more sophisticated world. We're living in a world where we have bigger populations. We have to find new ways of doing community. And we have to be sure that communities are actually functioning in a harmonious and a responsible way. I reflect on what is happening in the developed countries, whether you're talking about Norway, Sweden, whether you're talking about Switzerland, etc. There's certain rules that govern what homeowners must do, what are the responsibilities of citizens when they live in community. There are areas, there are countries where you have to clean and shovel your sidewalk, your walkway. You have to make it safe in the winter. You're responsible if someone gets hurt. There are countries where there are fines for if you do not sort your garbage according to the recycling program that would be existing in that country. Up to 250 euros you have to pay if you have not sorted your garbage in the receptacles appropriately, if you put out your garbage on the wrong day. Now, when I first heard those things, they sounded so draconian. I said, my goodness, well, that feels like a police state. But then I reflected, how does a country work with its citizens to help them to build the new disciplines when we are transitioning to a new way of living? How do we help the average householder to understand that they have responsibility for not only what goes on inside of their home, but what also goes on the outside? We've seen the problems that we've had with littering. I know the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central will be looking at legislation to help citizens to understand what responsible community living is about. Sir, we have situations where we have given householders a receptacle to put the garbage in, which is designed to be picked up by the trucks on that motorized system that relieves the sanitation worker from the burden of lifting heavy objects and tossing them. There are times, sir, when there are challenges in relation to additional disposal of additional refuse that overflows from out of that one bin. And sir, the challenge we have is that people put it on the roadside. Dogs get at it. The sanitation workers do not pick it up. And then we have a problem across the community. Sir, one of the things that we must do when we are doing home ownership in Barbados is to teach Barbadians about responsible citizenship and the responsibilities of a homeowner. It is not only about acquiring the house, it is also about managing living in community. We have issues, sir, in relation to being able to work together. And I think that this is one of the things that we need to do, because as we're looking at what we want to achieve, for example, in the housing estates, how are we going to deal with the maintenance of those estates when the citizens become owners of those units? How do we help them to understand that the common areas then are a responsibility that they must carry? How do we educate them to understand that? And why should we? One of the challenges that we have, sir, is that there is a notion in Barbados that everything I do not wish to do, the government should pick up the cost. And what is challenging for people to understand is this, sir. Every time government has to step in and create an intervention to deal with a matter, whether it is bulk waste, whether it is lots that are left unclean, etc., it means that government must find additional persons to hire to actually execute that. They have to buy a set of equipment. They have to monitor and ensure that the tasks are carried out. Every year, the cost of doing that actually rises. So where will we get the money from? This is where increases in taxes then occurs unless the economy has earned the money to carry the additional cost. I think that this is what is missed by the average citizen, that the more demands you make on government, the higher your tax levels will go. And when that happens, it makes it more difficult for you to live your individual life. This is why there is a need for a conversation in Barbados to help Barbadians discuss and agree what are the things that we must take care of as citizens and take responsibility for, both within our home and in our community. that it is sometimes easier, it is often cheaper for a community to come together and pool some resources to take care of a problem, or to better discipline their own behavior so they do not create the problem in the first place, so that our cost of living in Barbados can be better managed. And that is a conversation that we have to have with Barbadians. I'm going to be having that conversation with my constituents in relation to our work with the Neighborhood Watch. Sir, there are challenges where people have dismantled something or gotten rid of something. Instead of calling the bulk waste to pick it up, they just drop it next door, on the lot next door, or on a corner in a community. And then it creates vermin. And then what happens? It becomes a nuisance to the others around them. It is that type of behavior, sir, that needs to be addressed. And there are good people in our communities who understand that this is not appropriate, and therefore they're frustrated, they're angry, to recognize that there are some people, and you only need one or two on a street to make a whole community miserable, you know, sir. And this is why bringing the communities together, let us talk through what are the things we are going to do together as a community to help keep our environment clean and to ensure that we honor our responsibilities as citizens and homeowners. I have to commend, sir, the neighborhood watches in my area. I have two in particular that are outstanding. All of them work together to try to manage the issue of security and crime. And I really have to thank the Barbados Police Service for their tremendous support and their work with the administrators and the members of the neighborhood groups to help manage crime within our communities. But one of the things that two of my communities in particular have done, they have banded together to make sure, for example, that the common areas, the recreational areas, they band together and keep those clean. When there is a problem, they discuss it and they call the relevant agency to get the assistance. If they have a problem with getting a response, they'll get in touch with me, and I will make the necessary calls to ensure that a proper response is made. And I really have to thank some of the government units that when I call, some of them will try to help or explain why they're having a challenge or difficulty. But that is the level that we have to bring our citizenship to. Now, we have a number of citizens who would have lived overseas for a long time, and therefore this type of living and this type of responsibility is normal, natural to them. And therefore, they tend to be concerned when they find that some residents don't understand this part of their responsibility. And many of them are very willing to work in the community to help others to understand there's certain things that we have to take care of by ourselves, and there are things that government has to take care of. And if we work hand in hand, collaboratively, we will have a smooth running community. I want to make a general appeal too as well on this matter of community living and home ownership. We have some communities, sir, that have very narrow gaps. And unfortunately, you have people who may tend to park on the road. That makes it very, very difficult for the sanitation truck, a fire truck, etc., to get through safely to respond to an emergency. So I want to make a plea for us to be considerate of that and try to use our own driveways and garages to park our vehicles to allow for the safe and easy passage of these vehicles, that they can do the necessary work for all of the citizens. Now, sir, there are two things that I am making an appeal to my colleagues for us to consider. I know that the Honourable Member for St. George South has spoken about the necessity of the repairs to the estates. It's true. Some of the homes are in very bad repair, leaking of the walls, etc., doors, etc. And we're looking at what can be done to put them in better order for them to get ownership of them. And I think that is important, that this is a priority. But I also know that they're looking at what can be done in relation to the participation of the estates in the solar energy program. I am eagerly looking forward to some type of solution that would allow for some type of participation by housing estates in the whole photovoltaic program. I believe that it can be done. This government has not been stumped on any level. They have always been able to come up with a program, and I am looking forward to us being able to ensure that all of the estates will be able to participate in this. Now, in relation to the issue of mortgages, it is true, we have some young people whose the cost of living, their current level of income makes it difficult for them to be homeowners. And one of the things that we will need to do, as was pointed out, yes, they can rent, they can do rent to own until they're in a place to be able to afford a mortgage. But one of the things that we as MPs are doing is we want to work with our communities to help our people increase their earning income. It means that on our side as a government, we have to put the things in place that will stimulate economic growth. But then on the other side, the partnership with the citizens now is for them to prepare to take advantage of some of these opportunities, which means improving and increasing their skills. It means improving and increasing their work attitudes and their work performance so that they can every day make an employer feel positive about the decision they made to employ them, so that they can have stable employment and therefore can make themselves ready for engagement with a mortgage. I believe this is important, that if nothing more, they should be able to be owners of something in this country, to feel that they have a stake in Barbados and a stake in what Barbados will become. And so with those few words, sir, I want to commend the honourable member. I look forward to the execution of this work. I also look forward to the inclusion of many of our small contractors in this building program so that we can have a build out and an extension of wealth spreading much more among the ordinary contractors, sir. They've been missing from the landscape for many years under the Democratic Labour Party. We are seeking to bring them back, to give them the opportunity to be a part of this wonderful revolution in housing. And I'm obliged to you, sir. I look forward to it, and I trust that you too will enjoy these housing benefits in your area in St. Michael Central, sir. I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for St. Michael East.
Thank you very much. I displace you? Okay. Seniority. You apply it when it is relevant. Sir, I'm sorry that I was not present, and I apologize. The caveat is important for not being here to hear the breadth of the presentation made by the Honourable Minister of Housing. But I happened to hear the last two speakers. Based on what they have said, I believe that I should say something that will enrich the conversation on housing this morning. The member that spoke ahead of me concluded her presentation a little beyond the mundane by making reference to small contractors. I don't want to wait until the end and then discover, sir, that I have reached the limits of my presentation. Well, as long as I'm speaking about housing, I believe that I should take this one off my conscience. Too many small black contractors. I try to use a simple descriptive language. Too many black contractors are complaining to me. I don't know the rest, probably the rest don't know them. Are complaining to me that this massive 10,000 housing program that is to be completed within 5 years, that there are, in some cases, whether it is one agency or the other, I'm talking about the housing policy of the state in general, some of them as contractors receiving 3 units, no units, 2 units a year. They are also complaining, sir, that there is no profit as a consequence of the cost of materials for the construction of housing, especially by the UDC and by the RDC. They end up with a major deficit and have to inject funds into the construction of these houses. It has also led to contractors from time to time trying to cut corners short by trying to use sometimes damaged material, old materials, splicing 2x3 uprights. They have no choice because there's something wrong with the level of the administration, who is fully conscious of the massive rise in the cost of material and knew very well that it was a marginal profit that was deriving from constructing houses for poor people by the UDC and RDC, sir. And the administration has not addressed these issues yet, but paying attention to other contractors across Barbados in relation to what they submit for the construction of these units, but no serious study with a board, with a cabinet, with a parliament, with individual ministers, and in some cases, some ministries got 2 ministers, and they can't resolve this problem as it relates to poor people yet, neither contractors or potential persons who would become residents of these individual units. And I really torn on that because of the speaker that preceded me. And I thought it was a valid point, and I really don't have the time to exhaust the challenges that these contractors are facing, or the challenges that poor people are facing. Not only the long delay in the construction of all these houses, I hear a lot of beautiful projects being, and I use that word deliberately, a lot of beautiful projects being enunciated. How many houses are going to build in specific location? You can't fix the houses yet that was damaged in Hurricane Elsa. So I don't understand how you can have a comprehensive scientific program with people who are supposed to be orderly, but can't fix the houses in Elsa yet. And in some cases where people use their residents also for commercial purposes, frying a few fish cakes and so on, and some chicken wings on weekends. The actual facilities have been damaged in Elsa, and there seems to be no focus in those specific areas. They're also giving housing contracts, to contractors who are building pens for poor people. In order to make things look good, we are producing units, pens are being constructed for poor people across Barbados. Adequate facilities are required. I don't just want to hear that this contractor is prepared to do the work at this specific price, but then the facilities and the size and the space within a bedroom and a drawing room is equivalent to any pen, any proper pen
Mr. Speaker,
in this country.
I raise on a point of order.
Honourable Mr. George, so.
I rise on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as Minister of Housing with responsibility for the Hurricane Elsa project, I can assure you that we are not building pens for the people of this country. I would risk that comment to be struck from the record of Parliament. This government is not building pens for the people of this country. We're building proper housing with recognized material that are bought and are used for building housing in this country and to the necessary engineering standards in this country. That word pens should be struck from the record of this Parliament, Mr. Speaker.
Continue, Honourable.
I just said that probably my descriptive language might be a little different to other people's own. And I am usually accused of that. But I don't even know if the minister has any say over the space and the size of the houses. Or he's now attributing to himself a certain amount of autonomy that does not exist with him. We have 2 ministers that are responsible for construction, and I will take him on a journey and show him the houses that I'm speaking about, built by the private sector. It happens at all times in history. When you put the private sector to carry on the construction of the majority of houses in this country, it happens all the time because the major objective that underpins the spirit of the private sector is to get maximum profit out of their investment. The state has a different responsibility. When the state builds houses for people, the state builds the houses for people primarily with the objective of providing suitable housing for ordinary marginalized people. That was the mandate given to the National Housing Corporation initially. But all of a sudden, there is a shift in responsibility in achieving this objective of 10,000 houses, and the emphasis is placed on a private sector to do it. And I know the minister can suffer the consequence of it, you know. He can suffer the consequence of it because I don't think he fully understands what is the mission ahead. I don't think he fully understands that, sir. I am not anti-private sector, but I am cautious about the intentions of a private sector. And I watch the whole decentralization of the responsibilities of the NHC, and I watch the same thing occurring. I've been here now for the last few years under this specific regime. And I've been hearing about bringing the 3 different housing departments, correct? UDC and RDC together. Can't get it done yet. We can't get it done yet. And when you ask certain questions, I am an MP and I was here every since and when you ask certain questions, I don't know. That is not our responsibility anymore. It is now over to the other department. This is confusion. This is confusion. I see the houses with these eyes. I wear glasses, and I admit, but I move the glasses sometimes, and when I move the glasses, I can't even find them. And we are now on a journey of getting 10,000 houses, and everybody in here with this melody of calypso about these 10,000 houses. I hope that based on what we have seen before, the average is still correct. Because I would assume that if we're building 10,000 houses in 5 years, we should be able to see some signs of 2,000 houses per year. 10,000 houses in 5 years, 2,000 houses per year, sir. How much of those houses are built by small black contractors in this country? What kind of what percentage of the aggregate capital that is being invested is going into the hands of small people? How do we enfranchise our people? How do we enfranchise our people if we continue to allow 90% of the total investment into housing to go into the private sector that is not made up of ordinary people that look like me and you? How will we get that done? I am a firm believer in economic enfranchisement, sir. And I believe at the core and spirit of this political institution, its philosophy teaches us to deal with equity and equality and enfranchisement. And that is not what I'm saying. I can understand people talking about having houses in their constituency as well. But I call that mundane business, although I believe that housing and unemployment is two of the most important social issues that we need to address in this country, especially in my constituency. I don't know the others, because I don't go into other people's business. When I was a minister, I would have to apply myself to national issues. But I have to always be cognizant of what is happening in Liquid Village. I have to be cognizant of what is happening in the Ivy. I have to be cognizant of what is happening in St. Barnabas and what is happening in Haggett Hall and what I'm seeing in all the other pockets across my community. I see people building houses out of plywood sheets. We shouldn't be doing that. We're talking about climate change and all of that. And the man getting some little galvanized sheets and sticking on top of the houses because they can't do any better. And then they're coming into conflict, major confrontation with the town planning department. This is homelessness is a major problem that we have faced all our lives in this country. And it's all right to sit down and write a few notes on paper and say we'd like to have X amount of houses in my community and everything. I have that concern too, is that all of our concerns. But a percentage of those houses, if I go to my community and you go to my community and visit it in a general election, and you tell the people in my community, oh, when my government comes to office, we are going to address these problems here. Not only the massive unemployment problems in your community, but all the houses are clustered. We have environmental issues with the disposal of sewage. We're going to address that. I can't feel happy if you're addressing sewage in the northern side of Waterford and you don't address sewage in the southern side of Waterford, or engineers or public servants telling me I can't get toilets for my people in Liquid Village, and I can't get water, and I can't get the houses the people try. But I would expect the state to come now and help these people to rearrange their houses if necessary, put in the roads, have the necessary realignment of the houses, and be able to help, because that is the reason and that is the responsibility of an entity called a parliamentary representative. Not to come in here and talk and believe that the things that you're saying sound like gospel or melody. In the meantime, you're talking 365 days a year, 10 years, 20 years, the same thing that people were saying in the 1990s, people say in 2023 a year. And in the meantime, every morning I wake up and it's knocking on my door, sir. Do you have any units up here to rent? I need to know how many houses will be constructed that low-income people can have access to the state houses. I need to know that. I understand the minister, he's my friend, but I understand your position. They have right-wingers talking, socialists talking, Right-wingers like to give business people maximum profit even if they kill the poor people on the ground. And they have other people that will have a social conscience that would apply themselves in such a way that the lowest possible rent and the opportunities, conditions, terms, and conditions are suitable to ordinary people enjoying the benefits of vertical social mobility as a consequence of the policy of the state itself. I don't even need Chinese houses up here. Before we were talking about, well, I heard it mentioned in here, 2-inch walls, and we could not do certain things. The other party knew that they could not do anything. I want to know what sort of walls the Chinese houses got. I want to know if at a later date, these Chinese houses that we're constructing can be converted into single units so that the tenants will be able to purchase them. Because when we had the problem with the small partitions, it was said that they could not do it because in order to create some independence in the individual units, we had to enlarge the size of the walls, the partitions, and we had to allow the walls to be protruded above the roof. And then they were saying that you have to apply yourself to the conditions in the Condominium Act. Are we now going back in the same state? I don't know. I plead ignorance, as I usually do. Are we now in the same state that when we build these Chinese houses, sir, and the residents reach a stage where now the incomes have improved, the families? Are we in a position to say that these houses will now be transferred to the tenants, where the tenants could become owners? Or are these tenants going to be tenants in perpetuity? What is the policy? There's a necessity to have a clear policy on this housing program. At the end, the ultimate goal is to provide houses for the homeless poor. I'm not interested in anybody building the houses out of the state money or money that we borrow and building houses that end up being costing over $200,000. No poor man can ever own that or buy it. I want to know what is the unit value or the cost of every unit built by the private sector. Because I remember, sir, when they were constructing that building at the corner of coming across by the Garrison, at the time, the Prime Minister was the representative of that constituency, sir. And he built houses that when the former Prime Minister, my apologies, the former Prime Minister allowed those houses to be built there. And when the technical staff, the administrative staff worked out the cost of the individual units, by Dalkeeper, sometimes people get a little upset when we use words like woods and tenants, but my vocabulary developed in that kind of environment. So you hear me talk about pens and so on, right? Just like how you hear me talking about tar babies. When people would know what we're talking about when we talk about tar babies. When they were small and you ran out in the sun too long, they had ordinary men in the street who call you a tar baby, or you look too black. Maybe you understand that well. So when they talk, sometimes they get a little uncomfortable and people feel a little uneasy because they want to pretend that they did not come up in that environment. But I know that they did. So I don't mind that. Even on occasions, when I hear people say that I say something anti-black or anti-working class, I don't know if it's because of my poor standards of education. That people will say, oh, Prescott said this about black people. Me? But even when you're wrong, you're right. Straight talk. Because I know why we are in the position that we're in now. I know why we are running about every day trying to create a space in the economy. Don't care how academic or scientific economists are. We still got to be creating a space in order to help the people at the lowest end of the social and economic ladder. Whether it's in cleaning ash, whether it's cleaning wells, whether it's debushing, we have to be creating a space for these people all the time. And these people got the largest families. People got 8, 10, and 12 children. And some people try to say, but if you got 8, 9, and 10 children, you curse. You curse. Why should the state rescue you? But the state don't understand that as a consequence of the hardships through the journeys of year after year after year, from the time we came here, we had to be reproducing in order that we exist. You think that it's easy when all these people went on the London transport? You think that it's easy when all these men went to Panama and Costa Rica? You think it is easy when we got to go outside and live and go in the States and change your name? Your name Bobino and all kind of funny names that you never hear any name Bobby. So you go down there, he calls for somebody by the surname, the body look around. What? This is the experience of working class people. You have to understand the sociology of working class people. There are so many black people in the United States of America that don't have the same surname now that they had when they were in Barbados. So we got a unique position. You can send all the young men, I make that point, you can send all the young men you want to the National Training Board. You can send them to the Polytechnic. There seem to be some people believe that God has assigned a standing or status to these people, that regardless of what efforts they make in order to meet the demands of society, the society has actually pinned them down to a specific status at all times. I have known persons who study hard and deserve better and can't experience better because some people just look at them either because they feed the tar babies, either because they feed the village, sir, no, can't accept village rat, but they see all of these things in us. Gap boys. You can talk wherever you like, you're a gap boy. And you can't, people in this country that be doing carpentry every cent, and masonry every cent, working, building their own poor people houses, can't get a job as a contractor telling me that for a whole year, these units giving them 3 houses to build. And I hear about who can build 300, who can build 200, and all I'm seeing is getting the people that fatter all the time. Huh? Seeing people that fat becoming fatter. And if they see, sir, if they see you, I buy a new car, everybody say, oh Lord, you can't really state money. And they got people putting money in the hands of other people. And they got people in here and out of here who very fast to criticize when their own people begin to show little signs of mobility. Oh, he shouldn't do that. He should know better. This is environmentally wrong. It affects the lives of people who live in the close neighborhoods. I see other people doing all kinds of things about Barbados that is a major threat to the existence of our people. So I believe that we need to step back. I hope that my friend the minister don't feel too comfortable with the prestige of politics. I was not comfortable, never was ever comfortable in the environment. But I know how it is to wake up in the morning and suffer the consequences in the night of waking in the morning. Sometimes you wish you never got a chance to open your eyes because you cannot believe that your best friends are prepared to inflict harm on you. I know that. And I want you to be cautious, sir. Sir, I'm speaking through you. I want the minister to be cautious. Don't believe that he has such a hand on the policy. He starts off with a major challenge that no other minister has ever had in the history of Barbados. In the middle of a crisis, economic crisis, he had been asked to build 10,000 houses. And he does not have a free hand. We talk, we laugh. He tries to convince me. I don't believe him, sir. I don't believe him. Life is not so fair. Don't believe that you have a candy. You're smoking something but not candy. I know that. And I believe that if you could have done better, you would. So don't attempt to make a distinction between a unit that is not properly built as a form of human habitat and what is being built for chicken. Because these people in the private sector can build them at the cheapest cost and limited space. Because if they ever calculate the size of the house per square foot, they can go over $500,000. Well, that's the kind of people that they are. And I would like to see the state, sir. I would like the state to pull back the housing policy, centralize it some more in the state, and if anything, private sector will be included. But you see this new thing about private sector, public sector relationships? Nothing new. But I want to know the public sector getting. What the contractors that working with the National Housing Corporation and the UDC, I would like to see what they are getting. How come so many of these contractors saying we're going back around these people? Well, government, when we talk about these 10,000 houses, the contractors are saying, I'm not even going back in NHC for a job. And the intention was to be inclusive, to bring all of these contractors into the market so that they too can participate in building an economy. All of them, one after one. Ask UDC how much contractors they have now. That whole a track record in construction with them, not only with private persons, and with the government. That is not working with them anymore. I'm talking about housing policy. I'm not talking about NHC and UDC and all these kind of things. I'm talking about the housing policy. Something is wrong. It needs clarity. The UDC has to sit down, sir, and look at what they are paying to contractors and look to see if they're getting back in return the equivalent to the money that they're injecting in these various projects. So I know that, sir, in this forum, sir, they are poets.
Honourable member, it's time to
But,
start,
sir,
start to utilize it around here.
Yes, sir. I just say I know in this poem, on this stage here, they are poets. I know that they are calypsonians, and I also know that they are comedians. I am not a comedian. I am not a calypsonian. I am the parliamentary representative of St. Michael's East. Sir, and with all respect to all of my members, they can't assign any role to me, because they have the same standing in here as I have. My view is that this policy of housing is a bit miserable. We need to purge aspects of it. And I hope, sir, that as a consequence of my erratic approach to dealing with these subject matter, somebody will glean some sense, some lucidity out of the presentation and heed my words, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Member St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, we propose to take our lunch break at this time, and I therefore ask that we suspend until 3 o'clock today.
The question is that this honorable chamber be suspended until 3 p.m. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against it, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until 3 p.m.
You can say almost anything, but is it factual? And I'm not here to wrap up this debate to create any more tension among us as a grouping, because we can agree to disagree and still remain friends. But at the end of the day, to say that we don't have a housing policy is really something that is not true. Let me just say that. Without going into any more discussion on the matter of not having a housing policy. We have a housing policy, Mr. Speaker, and as I wrap up, I will elaborate on a few of the tenets of this housing policy. Because, Mr. Speaker, and I will ask a few questions, Mr. Speaker, as I seek to wrap up the debate. Mr. Speaker, prior to 2022, I can say without a shadow of a doubt that successive governments were tinkering with housing in this country. Governments were building 100 houses a year. Sometimes years would go by another house built in this country. Mr. Speaker, it is known, it is common knowledge in this country that if you travel from the top, St. Lucie, to St. Philip and Christchurch, and you analyze, or you pick up the paper and you look at the price of land in this country, you will see that the price of land, it ranges from between $15 a square foot to as high as $20, $25, sometimes $30 a square foot. And Mr. Speaker, to ask a gas attendant or a policeman, policewoman, to ask a teacher, some can, to purchase land at that price range is a no-no, Mr. Speaker. Where in this country can a gas attendant purchase land at $20 a square foot? Tell me where. Unless they're well endowed by some other farm, some family member. But in terms of buying land from their salaries, these are persons who are working for less than $2,500 a square, $2,500 per month, sorry, let me say a square foot. A month. These are persons whose salaries are probably sometimes less than $2,000 a month. These are persons who are at the minimum wage bracket in this country. And Mr. Speaker, this government that I'm a part of, and I'm proud to be a part of this government, capped the price of land as we seek to build out the 10,000 houses and to allow the average person to own a home in this country. We capped the price of land at $12 a square foot. Mr. Speaker, that's a tenet of the policy. We went on, Mr. Speaker, to cap the price of the services at $5 a square foot, Mr. Speaker. Tell me where a contractor, an investor, builder going to cap services at $5 a square foot in this country. That's another tenet of the policy, the housing policy in this country. And why we did that? Because we wanted, or we need, home ownership to spread in this country. We want the base of the pyramid to be occupied by houses and not just by persons working, the base of the pyramid. And you know what I mean when I say the base of the pyramid. Those persons who work for less than $2,000 a month are at the base of the pyramid. The gas attendants, our lovely police force, those members, teachers, some teachers, maids. And that is why the government, and I took the charge as Minister of Housing, to have what we call housing fairs in this country. We populated Golden Square for an entire day. We went to QEH, then we went to the police, where those forces, not only the police force, but we had the soldiers, those services came and filled out applications. And Mr. Speaker, we were charged with the responsibility as part of the policy to clean up the backlog of persons who have been applying for housing through NHC over the years. And we had over 18,000 applicants. I mean, when we sieved through the applications and everything and we sanitized it, we found some 15,000 odd applicants. But interesting enough, more than 50% of those applicants were civil servants. More than 50% of those applicants were civil servants. So, Mr. Speaker, I am here to elaborate, clarify some of the issues raised about a housing policy. And if I have to do more public relations and speaking on it, I will. Because from today, there should be no uncertainty in this chamber or outside of this chamber on the government's housing policy. Having capped the price of land at $12 a square foot, the price of services at $5 a square foot, we went further and we introduced, for the first time by a government in this country, utilization of photovoltaic systems on the roof of the house, so we can drive down the cost of these houses. And I keep calling the group in, the nurses, teachers, gas attendants, maids, policemen and women soldiers. I think it is next Saturday that I go to address a housing fair by a private sector company in this country, a large private sector company in this country. And they're satisfied with government housing policy that they've asked me to come and open the housing fair in a few days' time. But, Mr. Speaker, this speaks to the confidence in this government with respect to housing and its housing policy. And I started on the photovoltaic systems because, you know, I'm sorry that my good friend was not in the chamber when I spoke this morning, to let him know that we have allocated, we have found estimated acreage of 2,074.95 acres of land in this country. And I said this morning, I am not going to tell you if you average at 10 houses per acre, how much that can give you. We are still focusing on our target of building some 10,000 houses in over the next 4 years, because a year has passed already. And to allow you to know in this chamber that at today's date, we have built some 941 houses. This includes the private sector, because we keep saying, and I heard the comment about the private sector, but the private sector, we create the enabling environment so that persons can build houses in this country. We have a department, and it is where now I mentioned my good friend, the member for St. Michael's South Central, who spent years as the minister responsible for planning and development. And she started the process. And with all due respect, I did not mention her this morning, but it would be remiss of me to carry on this debate and don't recognize the work that the member for St. Michael's South Central did with the Planning and Development Division of government. And now, the member for Christchurch West, who has full responsibility to ensure, and I mentioned this morning, that we vet applications in a way, a level of transparency, not only transparent, but in a way to ensure that there's seamless transitioning from application stage to building stage. And that's the role of the member for Christchurch West. And we meet daily, either on phone or by Zoom or in person, depends on the nature of the matter at hand. And, Mr. Speaker, if we don't recognize that this government have to emphasize it, we are not tinkering with the housing policy in this country. You have to dream big to achieve big targets. You can't come in, get a poo-poo target of 100 houses a year. What is that going to do for the policemen, the policewomen, the firemen, the teachers? What is that going to do for those persons whose salary are close to the base of the pyramid? If we continue to tinker with the housing policy, if we don't cap the price of land, if we don't cap the price of services, if we don't innovate and utilize photovoltaic on the roof of these houses, those persons in Ellerton, St. George, and Greens, and Bite Mill will not be able to own a home in this country. And in St. Lucie, Rockfield, in those places, and in the city, in St. Andrew, in St. Michael, north, east, south, west, wherever. Mr. Speaker, I'm not angry. I'm passionate about what I do. I'm passionate about what I do on behalf of this government and the people of this country. And I walk with these every day. They're not digital, I have them digital. But I walk with these every day to show you where the land is in this country. From St. Lucie to Christchurch, St. Michael. Our housing policy, Mr. Speaker, is catering towards persons who we recognize cannot own a home in this country by getting a mortgage certificate. So what have we done to cater to that grouping who's working for less than $2,000 a month? We have created a rent-to-own policy as part of the housing policy so that these persons can continue to rent, but not rent for life. A 30-year rental policy with a view to own their own home. Mr. Speaker, those are some of the tenets of the housing policy. Mr. Speaker, the Condominium Act allows us at this stage now to sell high-rise units. The Condominium Act, and we have a piece of land at Exmouth in the constituency of, I think it's Northwest, bordering St. Michael West. You got to get some, my good friend from St. Michael West. You have to get some. I owe you. I owe you big time, my friend. From St. Michael West. He knows why I'm saying that. And that piece of land, I owe him housing. That's all. I don't owe him anything else. Housing. I keep it on track. Thank you, my good friend from Christchurch. He wants me to keep on track. I'll keep on track, but I owe you. The piece of land at Exmouth. It is our wish as a government to build some high-rise there. But we are not building high-rise like the last administration at $500 a unit. Per square foot, sorry. We can't do that. I ain't going back in history, though. That was criminal. We cannot build for working class people, and that's our policy. That's why we cap in the price of services and the price of land, because we cannot go and construct today a high-rise unit for working class people at $500 a square foot and charge them. I'm reviewing those rates at National Housing right now. And I'm bold to say that because it's up to Cabinet to decide. But I'm representing a class of people in this country that were neglected over the years as it relates to housing. I have to represent them. And I will not be part of any government who ignores the plight of the working class people in this country. We cater to every single class. So the Condominium Act will allow us to sell those. The 30-year right to own. I spoke this morning on the 40 acres of land at Lower Burney, 19.9 acres going to Hope, and the other 20 point whatever acres going to National Housing to engage in joint venture partnerships. That is part of the housing policy. How will National Housing sustain its operations? Part of the housing policy, and the most important part of the housing policy, was to take housing off the balance sheet. And that's why we form Hope. The government is the sole shareholder, and soon to be we'll have our annual general meeting where we are looking at not only finishing Vesper Gardens, the 154 houses that I discussed this morning, but we are making sure that we take it off of the government's balance sheet. And I mentioned the Blue-Green Bank this morning. That's part of the policy, take it off the balance sheet. That's why we are shareholders in the Blue-Green Bank, so that we can allow, based on investment from whoever, come later this year, we have some $500 million available to this government, so we can take the housing project off the books. We have taken it already, but we have to look for funding for it so it don't impact our balance sheet and allow us to maintain our fiscal position as we restructure and we seek to grow this economy. Last year and this year we will have growth. Housing policy is part of this growth policy of government. Mr. Speaker, I'm not angry. I'm passionate about what we are doing on behalf of housing. Give me anything to look after. I look after it passionately and I guard it. That's how we are, each and every one of us. We guard our properties, right, member for St. Michaelis? You guard your property. Mr. Speaker, we are also utilizing the Housing Credit Fund. This is off balance sheet. This is part of the policy still. And I mentioned this morning that we have between 40 million and 50 million in the Housing Credit Fund. And the right to own units and houses will be built from the Housing Credit Fund. That's off the balance sheet. That's part of the policy again. Mr. Speaker, part of our policy was to diversify this economy. Another part of the policy was to diversify the housing stock in this country. We're diversifying it. We are building light gauge steel houses. We are building hardwood houses. We're also utilizing the bricks and mortar that we know. Masonry. Bricks and mortar, man. Masonry. Persons now have choices. That's part of the government housing policy. The light gauge steel houses. And let me say to you, we have signed a contract with Joe Villa out of Guyana to provide hardwood houses. I am going tomorrow morning to show a project manager one of the houses that we installed at Watts Village in St. George. The member for Christchurch, West is laughing, but I heard the member for St. Michael Southeast spoke about charity beginning at home. And I believe that charity begins at home. I ain't telling you that I can put all the hardwood houses in St. George South. I can't do that. Actually, when you analyze the land of availability, I can get the lease. But at the end of the day, it is not about me. It is about the citizens of this country. And that's why this resolution came to this chamber this morning. I mentioned also the cost of infrastructure, the high cost of infrastructure in this country. That's why we have to cap services. Because that's where the money is spent, member for St. Michael West, in infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I am here not to quarrel or argue, but to seek to bring clarity to a policy that is known by members in this chamber and should be known by all members in this chamber. I'm here, Mr. Speaker, to bring clarity to any misconceptions or misconception with respect to contractors in this country. Because the Hurricane Elsa project, and don't get me wrong, there was a time we were struggling for money. Funding was not available, and we saw a little dearth with respect to the building of, or rebuilding and the building of these Hurricane Elsa houses. I coming clean with the country, coming clean with the country. And we were able to access funding. We came in this chamber as part, again, of the housing policy and amended the Catastrophe Fund Act. Member for Christchurch East led that in the absence of the member for St. Joseph. And the member for Christchurch West, I think you led the debate. But he did the work on the legislation. We have a dynamic team. A dynamic team. And we were able, after we amended the Catastrophe Fund Act, we were able, therefore, to get the funding again off balance sheet to maintain our fiscal position so we can grow this economy. And I say to you today, again, that the Hurricane Elsa houses will be a thing of the past before June. Will be a thing of the past before June. We have spent thus far $64 million on Hurricane Elsa. $64 million. Member for the city grin. Yes, I know you would like to say Jesus something, but Jesus is good. We have spent, Mr. Speaker, $64 million to date. Which other government has taken on the challenge of rebuilding and repairing all the houses from a storm or hurricane? Tell me one. The last government sought to do it with Hurricane Thomas. And I said, one of the things I did in St. George, people from St. George, I heard my mother listening to me. She told me to keep cool and be calm. But I'm just passionate. I'm not angry, Mom. Mrs. Sutherland, she knows me exceptionally well. You know, the voice, the decibels went up, but I'm passionate about what I'm saying. Hurricane Thomas, the member for St. Thomas, she can tell you, because I consulted her. She was one of the persons who gave me advice coming into elective politics in 2013. And I rebuilt a home in St. George that was damaged from Hurricane Thomas. A preacher, a pastor, like the member for St. George North, the late Moore, Pastor Moore. He was a pastor, he was a friend of Pastor Moore as well. I know him well. Mr. Jones, the Lord rest both of them in their graves. Good men, good Christian men. And they left Mr. Jones in squalor. Tarpaulin on his house, getting wet. Hurricane Thomas, you travel across the length and breadth of this country. Back then you would see still some houses that have not been touched from Hurricane Thomas. Still, I have one in St. George in the area of Bide Mill. And there's one in Black Rock, the member for St. Michael Northwest. The last administration, this administration, took on the responsibility of rebuilding and repairing over 1,400 houses. There were 1,769, and we gave material. We bought the material, and we gave material to close to 250 persons. And the rest, the challenges, remember for St. Lucie, you know this very well. There are some landlord-tenant issues that have stopped us from rebuilding and repairing certain houses, because some of the landlords said, not but here. So we now have to look and see how we can get these persons back into homes on other lands. 689 repairs, 645 rebuilds. Repairs thus far, we have finished 500 out of the 689. And they're just roof repairs. The member for Christchurch East, I saw him celebrating with his people, a contractor. They rebuilt in Silver Sands, it is? In Time Bottom. And these are contractors, over 400 contractors we employed as a government. We gave them the opportunity to repair, to be part of this Hurricane Elsa relief effort by rebuilding and repairing the houses. When this project is finished, we will spend over $100 million. And this figure is around $110 million. And thank God to this government, we have amended the catastrophe fund so that National Housing can access the funding. Our housing policy is off the balance sheet. That's why we have hope. And we are not tinkering with the houses, we are building. Hope mandate is to produce 2,000 houses in this country a year. Between 1,500 to 2,000 a year. Utilizing the small contractors and subcontractors. It's not an easy mandate. But we have to recognize too, we have some small contractors that didn't do justice to the working class people in rebuilding the homes. We give them the opportunity though. And of course, you had to speak to some of them and terminated some of the contracts because of some of the shoddy work that was done. But we give them the opportunity, and they're part of our housing policy in terms of being subcontracting at the Hope. If you go to the Hope now and you see most of the persons building the houses are subcontractors. I saw one today, and he said thanks, he's building at Hope. So, Mr. Speaker, we have not left out the average man or the working class or the black man as we may want to call them in this country. I call them the working class people because they have some white people that are working class too. And I ain't going there, some Bajans born here white, they're working class too. But we have given all of them the opportunity. I don't see much of white men in the small businesses building houses though. Remember for St. Michael, he's smiling. First time for the day, my friend smiled with me. He's smiling, you could hear the plight of the black man. And he's happy once I begin to speak that language, you know. We can't allow differences on the floor of Parliament to separate us. We all have our differences, but government policy must be articulated that we understand that we're not tinkering with housing policy or housing in this country. We must. Anything we forget? Mr. Speaker, I am going to end on this note. We're using the Hope Inc., Hope Ownership Providing Energy, to drive our housing mandate. We're also using NHC, National Housing Corporation. That's why the land is vested both in Hope and NHC. NHC will focus on the 30-year right-to-own program. And the funding for that is coming from the Housing Credit Fund to get these houses built. But we are also hoping that we can unlock the financing through the credit union and the banking sector. So when we sell a house we can get the money to begin to turn over, sell houses at Vesper Gardens. We also invest in the land, some lands in Hope. We went to Bright Hall in St. Lucie recently, Vineyard, Pleasant Hall. You know, I come to work and I go home sweaty. I don't be in the office sitting down. I am in the Hoskins, from parish to parish, looking for land and solving problems in this country on behalf of this government as it relates to the housing policy. In jeans and polo shirts, the tie you saw me in every day, looking snazzy according to my wife. I look snazzy, she dresses me. I am afraid to say that. But I like the polo shirt and the jeans. That's what I'm known for as an engineer. I go out there and I look to solve problems. That's me. That's this government. Thank you, member for St. Michael South Central. That's this government. We solve problems. And tonight we're going to St. Thomas to solve problems, rubbing shoulders, the Prime Minister's pet peeve. Go and hear what the people have to say. I guarantee you can hear somebody talk about roads and housing. For sure. Because we have created the environment and the atmosphere where people feel comfortable to tell us what are the issues. And they are confident that we will solve the problems. We are not afraid to rub shoulders. And we are not afraid to accept criticism. I said that this morning. Criticism makes you stronger and better as MPs and as ministers and as a government. And as a government, it's not detrimental to us. It's a positive. So when people curse you, they're not cursing you because they don't like you. They want something solved. And I use the word curse loosely because people don't be with the holes and things. They'll be cursing you nicely and say, man, you ain't doing this for me. I want this done. I want that done. That's how Bajans are. That's how Bajans are. And Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be associated with this government. Mr. Speaker, this resolution caught the attention of not only all the members in this chamber, but others. And I'm sure it will catch the attention of the opposition. But when they begin to speak, I leave them with these words. Tell me or show me the housing policy of the last administration that catered to 10,000 houses in this country. They were tinkering with a housing policy, and persons are now, they feel motivated to get up and tell you they want a house. And I want it here and I want it there. The 12 units in Haggett Hall, we looked at them today. The member for St. Michael East, and he was pleased. And those are the East-West units. Yes, you're going to hear them talk about East-West. They like gay steel houses and they're taking long. Might be so. Might be so. But at the end of the day, it's new technology. But I guarantee you that all 150 will be finished in this financial year coming. Every single one of them. And I don't think the last administration built 150 houses in a year. And that's just a drop in the bucket of what we want to achieve. So, Mr. Speaker, as we seek to unfold and articulate and spread the housing policy, if that is a failing, it won't be a failing after today. Because I will be in every nook and cranny asking my members to be at their branch meetings to speak to the housing policy like I did on Sunday in St. Michael Southeast, so that every single Barbadian, and the member for St. James West promised me, Central, sorry, I keep saying West, St. James Central, he's next to Christchurch West. He promised me that right after the estimates, he would have me in St. James Central. I ain't sure what is keeping him back. Yes, he was overseas. That's the Minister of Foreign Affairs. But, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be associated with this government. I'm even prouder to be associated with the housing policy. And I will say to you, Mr. Speaker, this government intends to achieve its target of allowing the ordinary Barbadian, the gas attendant, teachers, policemen, policewomen, firemen, maids, persons at the base of the pyramid. That's why we have categorized in part of the housing policy, and I forgot to mention this as well. We recognize that income levels vary, and we recognize some person working for $2,000 per month net can't get a house value at, can't afford, but they can get, probably it is challenging to afford a house value at $315,000. I don't want to warm back up, Mr. Speaker, because I can speak on this for a whole day. I don't want to do that. I want to land the plane. But persons working for under $2,500 a month, this is part of the policy, have an opportunity to own a home. And I mentioned that $99,000 with photovoltaic on the roof. And the reason why they will afford this house, because we have capped the price of the land and everything. The price of the land is valued at roughly around $40,000. We are not going below 3,500 square feet of land for these houses. We are not giving people little poo-poo spots. We are giving you the spots and selling you a nice piece of land that you can have in your backyard. You can do some farming. Remember, for St. Philip South, you can do some farming. You can do whatever. You can hold a little speakeasy in the back and sell some drinks and stuff like that. We call it a little speakeasy. That is how we are selling this land. A speakeasy, yeah. That's the country term. You remember for Christchurch, West Central, you know that term? A little speakeasy, you know. But the value of the houses, persons working for under $2,500 a month net can afford a house at $99,000. Selling price, $99,000, a 2-bedroom, Joe Villa hardwood. Where other places can you have this? Which other government made it possible for working class people to buy a home for $99,000? I ain't angry, I'm passionate. I ain't angry. I ain't angry, I'm passionate. A cost of a 3-bedroom house at $120,000. And if you look at the value of the land for these houses, $3,500 a square foot, we cap the price of the land and services, 12 and 5 respectively, to allow persons to own a home, a Joe Villa house in St. Philip West. Remember, in Brayton, I went through Brayton, and I keep remembering those persons as you traveled to Brayton, you left Campaign Castle, you hit Brayton on the left, the second left turn, and I went in the back in the Hoskins, and I saw the Hurricane Elsa repairs, and the persons were indeed happy with this government. Hope Inc., value of land capped around $40,000 to $60,000. We're selling houses, 2-bedroom at $190,000 for persons earning between $25,000 to $5,000. $2,500 to $5,000. And 3-bedroom houses, persons earning again between $2,500 to $5,000, they can get a home for $242,000. Where else which other government did this? Utilizing photovoltaic on the roofs. And I must stress that we were innovative. We capped the services, we capped the price of land at 12 and services at 5 to come up with these prices. This is realistic. This is no poo-pooing at a housing policy. This will allow us to fulfill the dearth that exists in terms of persons who need housing in this country. Civil servants, when I did and thanks to National Housing, the backlog showed there were roughly around 8,000 civil servants who applied to National Housing. When we sanitize and take out the deceased, the Lord rest them, and everything, some got housing, it's still 8,000. What's the role of the civil service, including SOEs? Over 20,000, right? Over 25,000. So you have 8,000 out of those persons. 8,000 include persons from the SOEs, the nurses and those. Yeah, member for the city, he's looking into this roof. Perhaps I have failed in not articulating the housing policy enough. If that's my failing, I accept it. And I will do better. Because I don't want, as we leave in here, none of our members unsure of government's housing policy. Never, ever again. We have to be sure about government housing policy, and I take responsibility for that. I am man enough to say I'm wrong. Because that's what learning is about. But Mr. Speaker, I end by saying to you, housing, as I started, is an exemplary expression of, indeed, a wonderful society. Housing brings peace of mind, happiness to the people of any country. Housing solves ill health and social decay in a country. And Mr. Speaker, it is where we vote. A former US president said, is a place we vote, is a place we pay taxes, and a place we educate our children. And to prepare Barbados for 50 years down the road, where our children will become the men of tomorrow and leaders of tomorrow, we have to get our housing policy right. And Mr. Speaker, with those few words, this land, 40 acres, 9.9 will be vested in Hope, and the other 20.5 will be vested in national housing. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I beg that this resolution now pass.
Honourable member, you're referring to Order 11 on the paper?
Speaker, I beg to move that resolution number 11 now pass.
The question is that resolution number 11 on the order paper do not pass. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that resolution 12. Mr. Speaker.
Answer.
Mr. Speaker, sorry. I beg that resolution 12 no pass.
The question is that resolution number 12 on the order paper do not pass. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. Resolution number 12 stands passed. Honourable member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House suspends its business for 15 minutes.
The question of this honourable chamber be suspended for 15 minutes. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against it, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended for 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's.
This sitting is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, we revert to papers.
Honourable Vice Chair, Essential.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am commanded to lay the Fiscal Risk Statement 2023.
We revert to government notices.
Honourable Member for St. James Central.
And to give notice of the following resolutions. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following resolutions that grant the sum of $227,721,147 from the Consolidated Fund and place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2022 to 2023 as shown in Supplementary Estimates number 6, 2022-2023. I beg to move move a resolution to grant the sum of $66,421,017 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2022 to 2023 as shown in Supplementary Estimates number 7, 2022 and 2023.
Revert to government business, sir. Order number 13, in the name of the Honourable Acting Leader of the House, to move that the House resolve itself into Standing Finance Committee to consider the grant of sums of money for the service of this item.
Honourable Member for St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that Your Honour do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into Standing Finance Committee.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into Standing Finance Committee. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. All those honourable members against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
This Honourable House is now in Standing Finance Committee.
Mr. Chairman, in the name of the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to move the passing of a resolution to grant the sum of $227,721,147 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2022 to 2023 as shown in the Supplementary Estimates number 6, 2022 to 2023, which form the schedule to the resolution. Mr. Chairman, this is 13A. We propose that we stay in committee and do both of the resolutions before we report. So, in resolution number 6, head 13, Prime Minister's office in the amount of $99,081,539.
Honourable Member, Christchurch, East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The sums of monies being requested cover quite a range of activities within the office of the Prime Minister. First of all, sir, the 3.6 million is being requested to provide some supervisory training across the whole of government, sir, as we seek to not just implement the commitment for results, but to reorient the entire process of government to focus on achieving what is now referred to, sir, as the mission economy, and therefore public sector reform as we know it, sir, is going to be accelerated, if you like, sir, with respect to the monies being placed at the National Training Transformation Initiative, with respect to some work that we expect the University College of London to be able to execute on behalf of the government, sir, and therefore allow us to be able to improve, certainly the delivery of services across the government of Barbados. Majority, sir, of the monies here will go to the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc., but for, again, sir, very specific purposes. You, just a few weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I don't recall now, sir, we came and we voted the monies to mobilize the start of the geriatric hospital. So an additional 40 million, sir, will be allocated in this to continue the work that certainly has already started, and I know that members of the public would clearly have seen, if they pass in the area of Honourable, all the activity that's taking place there, sir. Not just a groundbreaking, but literally construction starting, sir. As you can see, mounds and mounds and mounds of earth being moved, sir. And therefore, we anticipate that this 40 million, on top of what we gave a few weeks ago, the 10 million to mobilize that project, that this will go a significant way with respect to us being able to execute that project. And as you know, sir, we've already voted 30 million in next year's budget. And therefore, this is our commitment, obviously, to ensure that we can get through not just the next financial year, but to be able to get to conclusion as smoothly as possible, given that finances are in place. An extra 20 million, sir, for the Reclaiming Our Atlantic Destiny project, sir. As you are well aware, we'd already put out expressions of interest and design work, sir, which, as you know, the slave burial ground at Newton is going to be, in a sense, sir, recognized as part of how we expand our heritage economy, sir. And therefore, that is something that this will seek to be able to execute, and the BTII, as it's doing with respect to the construction of the geriatric hospital, will also execute this particular project, sir, at Newton, in conjunction, obviously, with the Division of Culture, to be able to bring that element of our heritage economy, in a sense, sir, to life with respect to that. It will also include, sir, an element of digitization of the archives. And as you know, our archives are second only to that of the British, sir. And therefore, that is something that we believe is an important element in respect of being able to build out the heritage part of the economy. And the extra $15 million, which is, again, to the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc., that will see works to be concluded with respect to Baxter's Road, the bus terminal, sir, and therefore be able to help accelerate some of the works that have already been started within the urban corridor, and therefore that is part of their bread and butter, so to speak, sir, with respect to being able to settle those matters. There are some monies, sir, related, 3.4 million, related to a subvention for the Barbados Defense Force. As you know, sir, our soldiers have done yeoman service and particularly risen to the challenge to assist the country, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, and therefore this supplementary for the BDF will help with their specific operations to bring them up to date, sir, with respect to their internal operations. At both rural development and urban development, sir, again, to continue work with respect to pit toilet eradication and the like, you will see, sir, allocated there, 4 million to rural development and 6 million, sir, to urban development with respect to those projects, again, to be able to help accelerate and eliminate that issue, which has been too long outstanding with respect to the country. 5 million, sir, with respect to Invest Barbados, and as you know, sir, Invest Barbados continues to work to promote Barbados globally, and therefore this subvention will help this in advance of next financial year to be able to complete that. And lastly, sir, 2 million for the National Cultural Foundation, sir. You would recall in the budget, the Prime Minister spoke to the establishment of a national strings program, sir, and therefore part of this is to be able to drive that program with respect to its implementation. And therefore, with those very few words, sir, I beg to move that head 13 stand part.
The question is that head 13 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. He thinks the ayes have it.
Cabinet Office in the amount of $315,497.
Honorable member for Christchurch East Central.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This relatively small amount of money, sir, relates to some work that the EBC is undertaking with respect to the digital ID project, sir. And you would recall a few weeks ago we came to acquire additional cards, and I know that the members of the public have been calling for for the cards to be issued. We acquired those additional cards, and therefore this is just to tidy up a little bit of the financing in relation to that matter, sir. And therefore we anticipate that we should be in a position, obviously, to have that rolled out as soon as possible. And so with those very few words, sir, I beg to move that head 15 stand part.
The question is that head 15 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 27, Ministry of Tourism and International Transport in the amount of $10,893,963.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. A few key things here, sir. As you are aware, sir, this Parliament passed the bill to establish the Civil Aviation Authority in December, if I'm not mistaken, sir. But always prepared to be corrected. And therefore, as you know, sir, this has been an area that has been long outstanding with respect to bringing, if you like, sir, regularity with respect to how we monitor and maintain our airspace. And so 2.5 million, sir, is to be able to facilitate the purchase of equipment for the Civil Aviation Authority as requested here, sir. Equally, sir, as you would be aware, we are in the process and still continue the process of improving or seeking to improve, I should say, the quality of the product, if you like, sir, with respect to the Grantley Adams International Airport and seeking to expand a lift into the country. And therefore, the sum of monies here with respect to, and there will be an amendment, sir, just to the resolution for the record, given that sub-program 760, really the monies voted here is in relation to the consulting and advisory services that relates to the establishment of a pre-clearance facility at the airport. And this will allow us to be able to do the work that is required, obviously, to meet those specific standards. Barbadians will be aware that if you fly into the Bahamas, you clear customs in the US and you exit as if it's a domestic flight. The intent is to look at what is required for us to be able to meet those standards in order to have something similar happen here in Barbados. And therefore, these monies will actually be lodged at the Grantley Adams International Airport as opposed to general management as it is here, but we will correct that in the resolution. And so that 1.7 million is to be able to get those consulting services complete. In the second sub-program, sir, as you know, the Prime Minister announced the solution with respect to the LIAC in the budget, the LIAC workers, and the settlement in relation to their severance when the pandemic hit. So that 4 million approximately, sir, is to be able to settle those numbers as the Prime Minister articulated in the budget. And the 2.5 million, sir, relates to a payment that under the previous arrangement, because we had to exit the arrangement with the International Finance Corporation with the airport, this money, sir, is to be able to settle, well, to bring to account, because it's already been settled, bring to account the monies that had to be paid to the International Finance Corporation for the work that they are undertaken with respect to that particular project, which has now come to an end. And so, sir, with those very few words, I beg to move that head 27 stand part.
Honourable Member for St. James Central.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I just want to crave your indulgence to say a few words on this matter, because I think that this House has to, at all stages, be mindful of the very clear political purpose that we are supposed to be serving here. Now, sir, it would be emblazoned in your memory that part of the conversation which was stimulated over the course of perhaps 2-3 weeks ago when we went through the estimates exercise was that there were those people who alleged an inability to comprehend the growth strategy of the government. And there were those who, as on a parallel course to that, went down the road of saying that there was not enough, there were not enough details. Now, Mr. Chairman, this is an opportunity for us to talk a little bit, ever so briefly, about the details that these folks claim not to be able to understand. Perhaps the most important, sir, is the question of the creation of a U.S. pre-clearance facility at Grantley Adams International Airport. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Chairman, that outside of the United Kingdom, and not far outside of the United Kingdom for that matter, but only slightly behind in terms of the number of arrivals that we get into this island on a year-by-year basis, the United States follows immediately behind the UK as the second most or second best performing source market. It stands to reason, therefore, that a government that is serious about expanding the capacity to serve its major source markets has to do those things which make it more competitive with respect to that source market and facilitating visitors from the United States. A U.S. pre-clearance, pre-clearance facility at Grantley Adams International Airport is essentially a facility which will allow for a person visiting the United States of America from Barbados to do all those things in Barbados by way of customs immigration clearance before you actually arrive in the United States of America. The honorable member used the example of the Bahamas. I am not sure how many Barbadians have actually experienced the facility in the Bahamas. There are a few others scattered around the world, but suffice to say, sir, that this is a major step. It is not to be found, is not to be replicated anywhere in the southern part of the Eastern Caribbean. I think not outside of obviously the American interests in the Eastern Caribbean. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, it puts Barbados in a very strong position competitively. It also serves a very useful purpose, Mr. Chairman, because with the greater degree of ease that we can serve to facilitate American visitors, therefore it allows for us to be in a strategic position to attract more American carriers. And with more American carriers and more American visitors, therefore, sir, we now put ourselves in a position where we can negotiate at long last for there to be more direct flights to more capital cities across the United States of America. This, of course, serves to assist those of us who are interested in growth, as they say they are, to have a better understanding of the ability to reach parts of the United States that we need to reach for the purposes not just of tourism, but also trade and industry. So that, for example, we have to find a way of unlocking the western seaboard of the United States of America. It is there that California is to be found. California is the world's 6th largest economy. It is in our interest, Mr. Chairman, not just to source tourists from there, but it is in our interest to get our rum on the shelves in California. It is our interest, Mr. Chairman, to get a wide variety of Barbadian products on the shelves of California. And there has to be the building of that bridge. So that, sir, this is but one example of the details which follow upon the growth strategy that has been outlined. Very briefly, Mr. Chairman, I want to take the opportunity also to speak to the question of the International Finance Corporation, because as we know, the International Finance Corporation was advising this government with respect to what is the best word that I can use, modernization of Grantley Adams International Airport, which effectively means that we wanted to bring that airport into what a 21st century airport should look like, complete with all of the modern facilities, including a walk-through mall, Mr. Chairman, so that local commerce and local commercial activity can find a presence in Grantley Adams International Airport. When I say local commercial activity, I'm talking about the ordinary people who have businesses in Bridgetown. People, sir, who look like you and who look like me and not who carry an international brand name only. And Mr. Chairman, sir, we have found that the opportunities that were being offered, or the proposals being offered by IFC, attractive though they were in terms of redesigning the airport for further capacity, greater numbers in the arrival hall, greater numbers in the departure hall, etc., could be outdone by other persons who have expressed similar interest in working with us and who have a similar capacity. And so therefore, Mr. Chairman, we have not tied our hands. COVID obviously brought some restrictions in terms of the numbers, and therefore there was a level of perhaps reduced ambition on the part of those people who felt that Barbados might not be able to recover as fast as we have in fact proven that we can recover. And there were others, on the other hand, who felt that, you know what, we would like to work with Barbados, and they've come forward, they've had their discussions with us, and that is what puts us in a position today, sir, where we can now begin to put in place the required settlement for the International Finance Corporation's invoices in accordance with the termination provisions of the Financial Advisory Services Agreement and for the payment to Barbadian employees, sir. Well, that LIAC part is a separate and distinct part. But it now puts us on a footing where we can now begin to start or to further advance the discussions that we've been having with other entities who we feel are better positioned to take us where we want to get and at the speed and pace that we want to get there. Those few words, sir, I just wanted to utilize the time available to me so that I could expand a little bit on the growth-related issues arising out of this supplementary.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Mr. Chair, I just want to weigh in on the matter of the severance payment to ex-LIAC employees who are Barbadians. Sir, there seems to be some misconceptions swirling, and I often find it's necessary to clear up these things so people understand what it is the government is doing and why. Some asked why the government didn't pay the people their severance before. It is important, sir, that those who are paying attention to this development understand that LIAC and its operations were not based in Barbados. The employees, albeit that they were Barbadians, they were employed by a foreign country, and they were based effectively in a foreign jurisdiction, and they were paid in a foreign currency. It just so happens, sir, that they happened to be Barbadians. The obligations, the statutory obligations in respect of their employment fell to be considered by the foreign entity. So when that entity failed or severed or let go persons, their right course or right recourse was towards the government to whom they paid taxes, or the government that was responsible for taxing the entity. And that was not Barbados. In making the decision, sir, to cover the severance for the Barbadian employees, and it is important that people understand we are covering the Bajans. A lot has been swirling recently since Barbados made the announcement. I think another country has indicated that they're going to look to deal with their people, but then some are saying that no government, Barbados acted irresponsibly in settling the Barbadians when all these shareholders should have come together. Sir, quite frankly, we did what was right by our people. There was no... I just wanted to be clear. There was no legal obligation on the part of the Barbadian government to pay any severance to any employees of LIAC. I just want to make that pellucidly clear, sir. In the same way that the government of Barbados tried to help out those who suffered from the collapse of CLICO because it was the right thing to do and we recognized the hardship it was going to cause. When this initially happened, sir, the government stepped forward and they offered, I think, $2,000 to try to take the edge off in the hopes that this would have been settled. Years later, it has not been settled. And no matter what the legal position is, we recognize that there are persons who in good faith work for and service a Caribbean entity that nobody thought at the time was going to fail. At the end of the day, that entity provided services to Barbados. At the end of the day, we have Bajans who went out there in good faith and who expected that at the end of their working life, they would have something to fall back on, or if they were terminated before, that the resources would be there to do right by them. That was not the case. So in the same way, sir, that the government took upon itself a moral obligation to deal with those who suffered due to the collapse of CLICO, the government of Barbados, this government of Barbados, sir, took upon itself a moral duty to pay the ex-employees of LIAC who were Barbadians, who are living in Barbados, who have family in Barbados, who are Bajans, who are here now suffering. We took the decision to settle their expectations where severance are concerned. Not the expectation of anybody else outside of Barbados, because there's no obligation to do that. It was simply, okay, Bajans, we're not seeing any light at the end of this tunnel for you. We don't want you to suffer anymore. It doesn't matter who is in the right, who is in the wrong, or who's supposed to do what. We, this government, we, your government, have said, we will do right by you, and we will pay you so you do not feel the sting of the collapse of a regional entity. And we have done that. The other thing I want to clear up, sir, I've seen it swirling out there, that the Prime Minister says she's going to pay everybody $75,000, and then those over $75,000 who are due over $75,000 get the rest in bonds. I just want to clear that up. The government has undertaken to pay the severance up to $75,000. So if your severance is $50,000, you get the $50,000. If it is $64,000, you get the $64,000. If it is $75,000, you get $75,000. If it is $80,000, you get the $75,000 in cash and $5,000 in bonds. So I just want to make that clear. It is not that the government undertook to pay everybody a minimum of $75,000. It is up, your severance entitlement up to $75,000. Whatever it is up to $75,000 will be paid in cash. Anything over that, you will get the $75,000 in cash and the rest in bonds. I just want to one more time say, sir, for all who keep pointing fingers at this government, for all who keep saying this government has not done anything for poor people, to all who said that this budget does not apply or did nothing for Bajans, for all of those, in the midst of the difficulty that we came through, in the midst of the hole we were climbing ourselves out of since 2018, in the midst of being in an IMF program, in the midst of being in a BERT program, among all the things that the government found to do and found the wiggle room and the financial, to quote a word, sir, from my good friend from Christchurch East Central, the fiscal space to do it. We found the fiscal space to do what was right by the ex-employees of LIAC and to pay them their severance, not because we were obliged to do it, sir, but because it was the right thing to do. So I happily support, in particular, this part of the supplementary to enable us to do right by our people and clear off the severance entitlement, sir, and make life a little bit easier for those who lost their jobs.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank honourable colleagues for their contributions. Just suffice it to say, sir, that the government really is about implementation, and therefore I believe that our track record was, and I take the honourable member for St. James Central very clearly, that whilst we are doing what we are doing, we must at all times seek to clarify and communicate what we are doing so that it is not lost or forgotten to any member of the public. So I thank him for raising that, and I promise to do a little better, sir, going forward. But with those very few words, I beg to move that head 27 stand part.
The question is that head 27 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. We think the ayes have it.
Head 30, Office of the Attorney General, in the amount of $9,550,599.
Honourable member for Christchurch East.
9,550,599.
Mr. Chairman, the amount being voted under this head, sir, is to supplement certain expenses related to the Office of the Attorney General, sir. These would deal with some utilities that we have to clear up. And also the maintenance of property in one instance, sir, from belonging to the police service. The other thing as well, sir, is there's a sum, you see a sum of $8.6 million, which was voted to supplement the operations of the Barbados Police Service. Let us just say that the Office of the Attorney General, sir, is taking the fight against crime very, very seriously. We have heard quite often the comment from people that the criminals got better weapons than the police. The criminals got more firepower than the police. That the police run from a fight because they can't compete on a level playing field. But sir, the Office of the Attorney General has taken, and this government, sir, has taken the position that we are going to provision our police as best we can. The commitment was made that the full complement that's attributable to the police, that we're going to look to settle that within the next couple of years, that we're going to occupy all the posts. There was also an indication, sir, that there will be increased training from the police in many aspects. I know the police have done sensitivity training, sir, dealing with victims of domestic violence and how to handle family situations. I know the police have done increased training in forensics and other things, sir, and we recognize that the equipment, the technological level of the equipment currently being relied on by the police force, sir, was in many instances lacking. And we did, in many instances, a lot of things had not been replaced for years. The commissioner from the well of this chamber spoke about the fact that they needed to upgrade their bulletproof vests and need to do certain things and get better resources for the police in terms of the firearms that they use, upgrading them, because in many instances, sir, the police have been using the same firearms for the last 15 and 20 years. And everything has moved on, sir, including the firepower of the criminals. So this amount, sir, is necessary at the end of the year to complete our promise and our obligations to the police force, to take them into the next financial year in a good stead. And on the basis of that, sir, I am asking that head 30 stand par.
The question is that head 30 stand par. All honorable members in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 32, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, in the amount of $2,161,966.
Honorable member for St. James Central.
Mr. Chairman, the sum of $2 million of this $2,161,966. No, $2,161,966 is supposed to go to the payment of overseas meetings and the CARICOM Cuba it's supposed to go to compensate for the payment of overseas meetings and the CARICOM Cuba Summit, as well, sir, as the necessary increases in salary for locally recruited staff at several missions. Let me deal, first of all, Mr. Chairman, with the question of locally recruited staff at missions abroad. We are in the unhappy situation, Mr. Chairman, where we have to correct a problem that is of long standing. From as far back as 2008, public servants in Barbados would have received salary increases, and again in 2012, but those increases were not paid in commensurate manner across the network of external missions that Barbados has overseas. And so therefore, the locally recruited staff at those missions have been placed in a set of circumstances where there's not parity in terms of that which was happening here at Capital in Barbados. That obviously, sir, is a most undesirable state of affairs, and it has to be corrected. And so it has been, I dare say, my lot that within 4 months of becoming the minister, I have to correct a problem that existed since 2008 under the last administration. But this is how it is. The Prime Minister often refers to the government as being a government that functions almost like a vacuum cleaner, having to clean up the mess. And this sum of $2 million goes towards solving that problem. Quite frankly, Mr. Chairman, the reality is that some of those folks working at missions overseas would have been at minimum wage, and they would have been topped up by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from time to time so as to keep them at minimum wage or slightly over. In many cases, sir, occasionally they would actually have fallen below. That state of contingency cannot continue. Clearly, they have to be kept in a set of circumstances where people representing Barbados must not be disadvantaged, must not be in a situation where their livelihood overseas is imperiled by virtue of the fact that inflationary trends spiraling overseas are outreaching their capacity to live comfortably. And that is what we are trying to correct here this afternoon. Mr. Chairman, with respect to the CARICOM Cuba Summit, that summit took place in December. It was an excellent summit. The President of Cuba came and several heads of government or their foreign ministers from across CARICOM were present on the island. And the summit had some very, very concrete outputs. There are now memoranda of understanding and cooperation between CARICOM and Cuba, and more specifically, sir, memorandum of understanding between Barbados and Cuba with respect to educational cooperation, cooperation in cultural relations, cooperation in sports development. As you know, Cuba is an extremely powerful sporting entity internationally. Cooperation, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, with regard to agricultural development, with regard to healthcare, with regard to industry and industrial development, and of course, trade. And so, Mr. Chairman, that was the fruit of the CARICOM Cuba Summit and the Barbados bilateral meetings with Cuba while they were here. The sum of $161,996, sir, is required to pay for increased health and workers' compensation insurance for the overseas missions at the United Nations, and that, sir, is fairly self-explanatory. And again, we would want to make sure that our workers who are representing Barbados so magnificently overseas are adequately taken care of in the appropriate way, and that we do not in any form or fashion replicate the disgraceful conduct of past administrations with respect to how they have treated the people of Barbados who are representing us outside of our shores. Thank you, sir. I beg to move that head 32 now pass.
The question is, that head 32 stand par. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 33, Ministry of Home Affairs and Information, in the amount of $3,922,586.
Just a moment. Honorable member for Christchurch East.
Mr. Chairman, first, I'm going to ask that the amount be amended to 6.922586. $6,922,586, sir. $6,922,586. So 6,922,586.00. Another treatment. Mr. Chairman, we all know what this is for. We came for a supplementary last month in order to meet the salaries at CBC, because it is no secret, sir, that CBC is in dire difficulties. It's been unable systemically to meet its commitments to the employees. It's been unable to meet its commitments in a timely manner in respect of its suppliers, the trade payables. There's always a threat that this station is going to get cut off, or that we've run up because we owe X to whatever network. We are trying to clean up all of that. It's been highly publicized that the board and the management of CBC came to an agreement with the Barbados Workers Union to honor increments, certain increments due to the staff. So included in this amount is the amount to bring those increments, I believe, up to date. As I said, we came last month and we had a supplementary, and that was to meet the salaries for the month of February. It was expected at that time that we would have dealt with March as well, but for some reason that was not done. So what we have here today, the amount, quite simply, is to meet the trade payables for CBC, is to meet the increments that have been agreed to be paid, and is to meet the salary obligations for the month of March. So that's what makes it that figure, and is nothing more mysterious than that, sir. We're trying, as I said, the government is trying to do right by all of its employees and all of the persons that fall under it, and CBC is one of those SOEs that has been, I don't want to say inefficient, sir. The model of CBC is such that it cannot possibly sustain itself on that model. And I think that's out there, that's in common knowledge. And while we've been looking at all of the SOEs, CBC is one of the ones that has had to lean on government almost monthly to meet its commitments. So this amount is to bring us up to date with our commitments up to the end of this year and to satisfy the obligations and promises, sir, that we made to the union and to the employees. And on that, sir, I do beg that head 33 as amended stand par.
The question is that head 33 as amended stand par. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 34, Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment, in the amount of $61,115,848.
Honorable member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman. The monies being requested here, sir, are for, well, all monies requested are for good reasons, but in particular, sir, this resolution represents what we believe, sir, is, in spite of the last 3 years where we've been experiencing COVID, sir, we still have been able to reach some level of consensus with the workers and their representatives. And therefore, we believe that the country, notwithstanding what we've gone through, will recognize that there is still a measure of regularity, sir, with respect to the management of our fiscal affairs, such that we were able, in spite of the circumstances that we were facing, that we were able to reach agreement with the unions in this country to be able to give, sir, public servants not just a salary increase, but to resolve for this particular fiscal year to be able to execute, sir, and give every public servant $1,500 as part of the wage settlement agreement. And therefore, under sub-program, sir, 012, you will notice that there is some $59 million, sir, allocated right across a range of payments to be able to, for both central government as well as state-owned enterprises, to be able to deliver, sir, that $1,500 per public officer. There is a component as part of what was agreed to be able to ensure that for those persons for whom national insurance applied, you will see, sir, that the 103 employment contributions are there. And unlike, sir, the last government that failed to pay its national insurance contributions for public servants, which when we came to office, sir, you would recall, added to some $250 million that we had to settle as part of the arrangements which have now been settled, that we are remaining consistent with respect to that, and therefore that allows us to be able to give public servants, I believe, sir, some measure of ease. If persons check their accounts, if not today, sir, tomorrow, you should see that small piece of change, sir, into your account, and I believe that that will help go a long way, sir, to easing a lot of concerns. There's been a number of calls to to the ministry, sir, as to when we can see the money. So I urge, in all seriousness, sir, I urge everyone just to bear in mind that we have been able to deliver this, and if not today, tomorrow, sir, as some persons, although it is real time, so it really should have been today, but definitely by tomorrow, as people check their accounts, sir, the monies should be available. If perchance, sir, it is not there, it has nothing to do with me in particular, but in all seriousness, sir, we are going to be doing this, and therefore it's something that we feel important to bring the resolution here, of course, to be able to give effect, sir, with respect to the payment of those salaries. Now, sir, an additional component here speaks to the Barbados Environmental Sustainability Fund, sir. As you recall, last September, sir, we did the definition swap, and part of the definition swap, sir, spoke to how we will divert interest savings from the restructured bond to be able to establish the work for the marine spatial planning. I'm sure the public clearly by now have seen the engagement that the Ministry of Environment and Coastal Zone have already started with respect to the consultations around the work there. This money here, sir, $2,566,913. This money has already been paid earlier in March into the fund. We're just bringing it. This is now bringing it to account, given that under normal circumstances, sir, as you know, debt service is statutory and therefore is required to be paid as it comes due. Because we had to divert these funds, we are now bringing, in theory, sir, a supplementary, just to say that that part of the established debt service, which was agreed, is now going to the Barbados Environmental Sustainability Fund, and therefore it is just a matter of bringing it to regularity in relation to that. The additional piece there, sir, well, there are two pieces. One for the Treasury, sir, and that relates to the payment of fees in relation to usage of credit cards and the like, sir, to settle payments, and that's something that we have to incur. And then lastly, sir, and very importantly as well, is sum of money, $246,520, and this relates to a specific consultancy, sir, which will help us to be able to set up the regulatory environment, sir. And I know we're not supposed to speak to things that are to come, but we've had a long set of work being done in relation to bringing the betting and gaming framework into the modern, in the 21st century. And this specific work, sir, is to allow us to be able to get the consultants in to be able to put the framework in place, sir, which will be the preparatory work, sir, for the establishment of what we hope to call a gaming commission, sir, which will oversee the betting and gaming sector, and to bring a greater level of regulation, if you like, sir, particularly given that there's been a proliferation, sir, of online gaming and a whole range of things, sir, that are now not subject to any specific regulation, sir, in Barbados. And so, sir, with those very few words, I beg to move, sir, that Head 34 stand par. Yeah.
Honourable member for St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm one who follow instructions and follow them very well. And I've been asked to say a few words on this resolution as it relates to monies allocated to persons, $1,500 allowance. And I've been asked by someone in St. George South to tell the government, thank you. I follow instructions very well. And if I can do that on behalf of someone in St. George South, I'm doing this on behalf of the good people of this country, because they represent the masses. Their voices represent the masses in this country. And, Mr. Speaker, you know, we keep hearing the naysayers criticizing this government for this payment, this allowance of $1,500. We need to remember where we came from as a government, the challenges we've had over the years during COVID, what this country, what we have managed to weather the storm through. COVID, the ash, the freak storm. Indeed, there were some dark days and some dark clouds over the heads of the ordinary man in this country. And this $1,500, indeed, $1,500 has been received with glee by the people of this country. And I spoke earlier today on housing. While it may not stretch as far, and we will discuss some other things later, I don't want to preempt the resolutions where persons will benefit from good negotiation strategies between government and the unions in this country who look after the people of this country. And what we have done as a government is to recognize at an early stage when we came to office that workers have rights and workers have representation, and we ought to respect that. And I want to congratulate the unions as well for sitting down and getting the government, notice my words, bringing the government to a playing field whereby, a level playing field whereby the workers benefited from negotiations between government and union on behalf of them. And while people may say that the $1,500 is nothing, to those persons who messaged me and asked me to get up in this debate today to thank the government for this allowance, it will go a long way in putting bread and food and computers and whatever on the tables of people. I assessed the cost of a computer recently, and technology, as we innovate, the cost of computers are going down and down, the cost of tablets, thanks to the minister there, who is making sure that we stay abreast. The member for St. Michael North, that's his duty, to make sure that Barbados and the imports and whatever you utilize in education remain competitive. And I'm happy that persons message me to say I can buy a computer for my son and my daughter from this money. They can do other things with it. That's what came to my phone. And they asked me to speak on the normal circumstances. I was sitting here quiet, and people may think I'm a dummy. But member for St. Philip South, I had to rise on this occasion to represent the people, the masses of this country. Those who are at the bottom of the pyramid enjoy this money, $1,500 allowance. I know the member spoke about other things, but I am zooming in there on this $1,500 allowance. This allowance has gone a long way in assisting families in this country. And that is what matters in this country. How you can impact the average man and the average woman member for the city. We can talk about all of the policies and enunciate the growth in this country, but you have to impact the people where it counts in their households when they go to the supermarket, when they're educating their children, what matters, the computers, the technology, how they can afford them. And we have gone through a lot in this country, but this government is still being able to support those at the bottom of the pyramid. And I stand here in support not only of the government, the trade unions, the workers, the families. And you know what is interesting? We have announced over the last 3 weeks that the ASH workers will go home. Not just go home. We give them the opportunity to learn a skill through the National Gateway Program. To learn a skill so they can even take their businesses abroad, so they can utilize their services not only in Barbados, but abroad. And persons came, those naysayers, got into the public domain and criticized this government. These are workers that came on to work to deal with the ash from volcano. These are workers who came on to clean up with Barbados over a month or 2 months. And how long we have kept them on, member for Christchurch? See so long? 2 years, member for Christchurch Essential. How long we have kept on these workers? 2 years? So we have not only kept on the workers, but while these workers are going out to the institutions under the National Gateway Program to learn a skill, we are saying to you that as a result of the end of March, you will receive $1,500 in your pay pack. These are the ASH workers we are talking about. So we have employed a holistic approach of ensuring that every single worker that provides a service to government receive this $1,500. And I stand here as a proud Barbadian, as a member of parliament, representing that wonderful constituency of St. George South, to say to the people that we, the government, we continue to look after your interests. We continue to look at some of the issues and some of the challenges that you face in an economy that is recovering from several shocks, in an economy that is dealing with the rising prices internationally, oil prices, in an economy that is dealing with a threat of war, Russia and Ukraine, an economy that is dealing with inflation internationally, and an economy that has suffered as a result of an act of God, some call it. I question that because, you know, the COVID, the hurricane, and we are still able to achieve growth as a government. And the naysayers are criticizing what we have done. But you know what? The naysayers had the opportunity for 10 years to address the plight of the working class people in this country, persons who provide a service to this economy, to allow it to grow. And they did nothing, diddly squat, as we would say in the country. Member for St. Philip South, diddly squat. They did nothing. But we would hear the cries of a government, people criticizing this government, the naysayers, sorry, because the majority of the public, they're happy with what we have done with this $1,500. And they are criticizing the government, the naysayers, mounting platforms to send negative message across this country, but I say to them, Barbadians have had enough of the destructive criticism, and Barbadians are looking to a government to tell them something that is positive and in their interests and in their children's and family interests. And that is what we are doing. Gone are the days of the bread and fish politics. We have placed the bread and fish politics behind us as a country, and we are treating with what matters, the critical issues of the day, making sure that families live in this country and people are able to send their children to school. People are able to pay the bills, the electric bill, the phone bills. People are able to treat with all of these challenges in a way that will allow us as a government and as a country to punch above our weight again. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to weigh in here on this resolution, and again to thank the government on the Head 34 for providing an outlet. That's what they call it, an outlet for the persons at the base of the pyramid, the working class people in this country, to make Barbados the best place to live, work, do business, and indeed, as I often say, a place of good vibes. And with those words, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much. Let me thank honourable members for St. George South for his contribution. And just to say, sir, that the government continues to work. I think the public certainly recognizes that. And whilst most of this particular act here relates to the work in terms of the work that we've done in negotiating with the unions and with the members of the public service and the representatives, it really is, as I said earlier, reflects what we believe, sir, is a resumption of normality. Because there was a time where every 3 years, under previous Barbados Party government, sir, there was a settlement, one way or the other, usually amicably so. And therefore, we hope that in this post-pandemic period, that we can have that type of approach, whereby not just the management of the fiscal affairs, the growth that we are focusing on, sir, to be able to drive employment, investment, and opportunities, sir, for ordinary Barbadians, that it is not just for public servants to see a salary increase, but we hope that with the growth that we anticipate will come, that all Barbados, sir, will be able to go through a period similar, not dissimilar from what we saw in the previous Barbados Labour Party administration, whereby with regularity, sir, meaning stemming from management of public finances, bringing confidence to the economy, that these are the kinds of things that would not be seen as outliers, but it will be something that will become, again, sir, normal part for the course in the economy. And with those very few words, sir, I beg to move the Head 34 stand part.
The question is that Head 34 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Honourable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, Head 35, Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, in the sum of $3,131,738.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will be very brief. I just want to, like most Barbadians, thank the government for the wonderful work that has been done, particularly for the most vulnerable over the last year. And though not this head, obviously my people are also affected by the $1,500, so I also am very grateful to see that they will be receiving these funds. Mr. Chairman, sir, the funds, sir, of $3.1 million for this ministry, sir, speak to two things. One is in relation to funds that are owed to the Transport Board, and the other in relation to grants to individuals from the Welfare Department. Persons may not be aware, but we often say that people ride free on the buses. senior people ride free on the buses, but you know everything costs. And these funds, sir, are to cover the costs associated with covering the rides for the seniors on the buses, sir, at least partially, because some of the funds have already been assigned. And this is to ensure that we bring our numbers to book in relation to that, sir. It is also a good thing, I think, that members of the senior community have again taken to traveling on transport board vehicles, sir. You know, COVID at its height limited the movement of our seniors. And so this is a reflection that seniors are again on the move, sir. And so these funds of $981,000 are really to address that, sir, so that our seniors can continue to travel for free. You know, there are some people in St. Michael South who like to ride to St. Lucie to be able to enjoy the fresh air that is there and the hospitality of the northern people. St. Peter and St. Lucie. So this is to ensure that our elderly people, sir, are able to travel, or senior people, sir, are able to continue to do that. I should also say, while I speak of movement of the older people, that the senior games will be back this year after a break for COVID. And this is a matter that I will wish to address at another time, but again, because seniors are feeling confident and are on the move, sir, it is good to see that this is happening in Barbados. The other amount of money, sir, are for the welfare department to be able to do grants to individuals. And this is really the crux of welfare support in this country. This year, when I total the fees, the monies that were made available to welfare, I can say that this is the most money that has ever been made available to the welfare department in this country, sir. This government has attended to the needs of the poor beyond any other government, sir, in this country this year. I would really have to thank the ministers in finance, the Honourable Prime Minister, and my good friend, the Minister in the Ministry of Finance, who sits beside me here, sir, for this kindness on behalf of the poor and the needy and the vulnerable people of this country, sir, because they have told me, sir, you know, I met with a man in passing. He stopped me. I didn't even meet with him. He stopped me, and he was giving me, you know, a conversation. I want people to understand that ordinary Barbadians are not foolish, and they understand what is going on in this country. And ordinary Barbadians know that this government has done above and beyond to look out for their interests. And this man stopped me to thank me for the way that this government has looked out for them during COVID, sir. But these fees, sir, these monies that are made available will cover all kinds of things, sir. There will be cash grants to cover babies, persons not receiving a pension, persons with disabilities, people with HIV, any adult who's unable to get food or rent. Sir, I should also say that a significant portion of the persons on the welfare list, when last I checked, were persons with disabilities. And a significant portion of persons on the welfare list were people who were above 60. So the welfare department is doing what it's supposed to do to be able to deal with the persons who are most vulnerable, sir. And these funds go directly, sir, to being able to continue to build the social capital of this country, either by allowing our older people to continue to ride on the buses or by putting money into the hands of the people who need it the most, sir, in this country. And with these few words, sir, I ask that Head 35 stand part.
Bed to second that, sir.
The question?
Yeah, I wanted to. I thought you.
Honourable member for.
I perhaps ought not to have seconded. I want to speak, sir, but I didn't know it had been seconded already. Beg your pardon.
Honourable member for St. James Central.
Mr. Chairman, I want to be very brief on this matter, but I do feel that, again, this is an opportunity for us to elaborate on the excellent growth strategy articulated by the Honourable Prime Minister during the presentation of the budget 2 weeks ago. This ministry that is attracting this attention of the House right now, sir, this Ministry of Elder Affairs and People Empowerment, sir, is also the ministry that has to carry responsibility for this country's geriatric hospital facility, indirectly. Obviously, it falls under the ambit of the Ministry of Health, but those who occupy it are the elderly in this country. And it is important for us to recognize, sir, as a government, that while those who speak relatively idly out there about the growth strategy and say they don't understand the detail, that they fail, sir, to understand the investment that this government is making with respect to the need to spur growth and spur employment via the creation of a new geriatric hospital facility in Barbados, the soil of which has already been turned, Mr. Chairman, and the commitment again in these estimates for the sum of $75 million provisioned here for the purpose of that construction. Again, Mr. Chairman, putting Barbadian people to work in circumstances where we make more hospitable and comfortable environment available for our elderly, whom we must respect and hold in high regard and treat appropriately, sir. And at the same time, Mr. Chairman, ensuring that there is, as I said, that spurt towards employment in this country. Above and beyond that, Mr. Chairman, I know that this ministry has been doing tremendous work in associating itself with the government's pit toilet program, pit toilet eradication program. And again, sir, there are those who turned a blind eye to the fact that once again, this government has committed the sum of about $6 million towards Urban Development Commission's replacement of pit toilets in Barbados. And again, Mr. Chairman, it is all too easy for those who live in comfortable circumstances, removed from the realities facing the people that we represent, removed, Mr. Chairman, from the painful reality of what is taking place on the ground. Those people, sir, who have been described as being so wedded to things foreign that they do not understand the challenges of things local and people local. And Mr. Chairman, it is for that very good reason that, again, this particular minister must be recognized for the work that he is doing. I say in all seriousness, Mr. Chairman, that the minister who just spoke perhaps has been somewhat quietly understated in the way in which he has delivered himself with respect to the wonderful work that the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs is in fact doing. Mr. Chairman, this money is about providing food and providing rent, payment of utilities. In your constituency, Mr. Chairman, there are elderly people who are requiring the assistance of the government to ensure that the utilities that they have to treat to on a day-by-day basis, whether it's water or light, are covered. That is the work of this ministry. There are those people, Mr. Chairman, who have been supported by this ministry who were dispossessed of proper housing as a result of Tropical Storm Elsa. And there are people in Barbados, sir, who have been carried by the government, and I say carried in the context of given accommodation by the government since Tropical Storm Elsa, even unto this day, Mr. Chairman, and that is the work of this ministry. There are those people, Mr. Speaker, sir, who for other reasons find themselves homeless or in circumstances where they need to be accommodated by the government. And again, it is the work of this ministry. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to recognize that the sum of money which is budgeted, budgeted here, $3,131,738, directly as it speaks to some of these things, is exceptionally important. But as I indicated before, it is only tangential to some of the larger commitments which are being made by this government, and which sometimes we must now come and take time to itemize step by step, one by one, because I sense that there are those people who seem to think that a brand new geriatric hospital is going to just drop from the sky. We have not seen a brand new geriatric hospital in Barbados in perhaps nearly, I don't want to say 100 years, but it got to be approaching that. Over 100 years. Over 100 years. That's what this government's correcting. Breaking ground, sir, a century of what really in the last 30, 40 years has now to be looked at as neglect, quite frankly. of our elderly. And we create a fresh new hospital facility, $75 million being committed towards it, Mr. Chairman, to look after the mothers and fathers, the grandmothers and grandfathers of the country. And these people out there can only clatter their tongues and say that there is no detail, Mr. Chairman. And I'll go back to the pit toilet example. At what point does it become a priority for the new Democratic Labour Party to stop poor working class people from having to go out in pouring rain and make a trek in order to heed the call of nature? At what point does it become a matter on which they will join with us to correct that which they failed to commit resources to do for 10 long, painful years, Mr. Chairman? So that these are the things which are being done, and about which I must tell you, quite frankly, I rise to comment on, because these are the things that allow, if they want to hear about details, these are the details that allow for the human capital in Barbados to be invested in with a view to making the recovery even stronger. With those few words, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Mr. Chair, I just raised to weigh in on this as well. Sir, my mother falls squarely under the ministry, sir, of the member for St. Michael's South. My mother's 90. On her last birthday, she celebrated 90 years. So she got her 80. So it is important for me to ensure, sir, that we put ourselves in a position where we can take care of our elderly. Barbados, every week, you see the president shaking somebody's hand. Every week you see another centenarian. Every single week. I understand that Barbados, sir, has the second highest incidence of centenarians per capita in the world. And we're behind one place, I think, in Japan, sir, a village in Japan, that the population is so small, quite frankly, that with less numbers than us, it counts more per capita. But this is something that needs to be studied. But the fact is, for all of us, sir, who came up having the benefit of the advice of the elderly who cared, parents who cared, grandparents who cared, the neighbor next door who cared, the maid at the school, at the primary school, used to look out for you on an afternoon, who cared. We now need to do good by the people who did good by us. Sir, this government has done more. It has done more for the elderly and the disadvantaged in this country than any government before it. We accept that everybody can't get in the government facilities. Everybody can't get in Geriatric Hospital or the district hospitals. So what did we do? We instituted an elder care program, sir, that saw persons from districts being trained to go and take care of the elderly. They're going to read to them, they're going to do their hair, they're going to tidy up a little bit around the house, they're going to provide them with company. And that program has worked well. It has worked well. Sir, we have ensured, the last government saw fit to cut everything that could be cut. From the time they cut what was one of their signature things, of free education, from the time they cut that, we knew that they were lost, sir. We are ensuring by this supplementary that we can cover the transport board to continue the free rides for pensioners on the buses, that the rent and utilities can be paid. Now understand, sir, there was a vote for the last year, 2022 to 2023. That money, sir, has been exhausted. I think the Honourable Member came back for more money that has been exhausted. Because with what has been happening in Barbados, so following Elsa, when the country shut down, people ran into debt. People ran into debt. People's water bills went up. They couldn't pay it, but they had to use the water. The electricity bills skyrocketed. They couldn't pay them, but they had to use electricity. And I thank those utilities, sir, that held strain on disconnecting people during the most difficult times. But the bottom line is they didn't disconnect you, but the bills still are there. They're accumulated and they need to be paid. And the Ministry of People Empowerment and elder care, sir, has stepped forward and covered a lot of these. A lot of these. They have more people asking for assistance with rent than they've ever had before. They have more people asking for assistance with bills than they've ever had before. We know that people have been leaning on welfare in a way that they never had before. It is our obligation, sir, to find the resources to step up and meet those genuine concerns. Where people cannot possibly do it by themselves, that's where that ministry steps in. So although they got a chunk of money in the last estimates, although they got other money this year, so it is necessary now to top up. And we are going to top up to make sure that we do not cut the services which the elderly and the disadvantaged have come to rely on during perhaps the most difficult period in our life. Right? Sir, the Honourable Member for St. James Central had previously spoken, 2 minutes ago, had previously spoken about the pit toilets. So the pit toilets are those, where you find a pit toilet, you find somebody who is disadvantaged. You find somebody who is financially disadvantaged. They could not afford to put themselves in a position like the rest of Barbados. And we must not forget that a government is to govern for all. It is governed for the top, it's governed for the bottom. We must not forget the plight of our citizens. And I want to compliment the Honourable Member, Sir, for St. Michael South. He has made that ministry his own. The Honourable Member for St. Thomas had the ministry before, but he has made this ministry his own now, sir. And I'm glad he came back for more money to continue the programs. I'm glad he came back for more money to ensure that the rents for the persons who are disadvantaged can be paid. And I wish we could do more. And I look forward to him doing more, sir, in the next financial year. But I just had to weigh in to say I entirely support this request for additional funds to meet the commitments to the end of this financial year.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I just raised to thank the members who spoke on this head, sir. It is clear that when it comes to matters pertaining to persons who are in need, the most vulnerable in Barbados, and the elderly, that it affects the hearts of all the other members, sir. And I thank them for their support. I thank them for the work. You know, the truth is that we will be best serving the nation's most vulnerable if we continue to take a whole of country approach and a whole of government approach. And by that I mean that the more we get the economy going, the more people we get working, the more jobs we are able to create and so on, the better it is going to be for the persons who are most vulnerable. I only wish to say, sir, as I close, that while a number of the government programs, these contract programs, were ended because they were meant to be temporary COVID programs, as originally was the case with the elder care program. You remember at the time when we started elder care, it was that persons who are older, because they need, I mean, this program is so brilliant, right? It is that people who are older need to have social interaction. As you get older, you spend a lot more time by yourself. Older people would go out, they go to the park, they would take a bus ride, as they said. But we found it necessary to put people in place to be able to support older people during COVID. And one of the unintended benefits of this program, in my opinion, in fact, I think we all agree now, is that by putting this program in place, we've actually kept people out of the need to go to the QEH hospital or the geriatric hospital or one of these other hospitals, one of the other parish hospitals. Because it has become very clear to us that by being able to give people a level of interaction and being able to talk to somebody, it has meant that when they had a need, for example, if they needed to get medicine, they had somebody to talk to. If it is that they were becoming depressed by being alone, they had somebody to talk to, sir. And it is a testimony, sir, to the fact that this government truly cares, sir, about our most vulnerable, that this program for the elderly care program was not cut. So that the workers that we employed, sir, we brought on, at the beginning of this program, about 400 workers, sir, to be able to do this program, sir. Those workers are still there. So that when other workers, sir, because of the exigencies of the time, of course, sir, we had to make some decisions, but the ones at the elder care program in the National Assistance Board are still there. We continue to support our elderly, sir. This program is a phenomenal program. It is phenomenally run, sir. We've taken the decision, of course, to pay for their NAS, and this year, sir, we've regularized it We've had those necessary meetings, sir. So I'm very proud of the elder care program, sir. I think it has served its purpose. It continues to serve its purpose, sir. And that, thank you. And that these funds will go directly to the heart of people who need it the most. I want to thank the honorable member for St. James Central for his kind words. I want to thank my good friend, the honorable member for Christ Church East, also for his good words, sir. You know, people tell me that this ministry suits me. I don't know what that means, but I'm grateful that it suits me. You know, I think that the government has done phenomenal work on behalf of the poor. And there will come a time, honorable member for St. James Central, because I know that you care about this, there will come a time when we will have to, in much stronger terms than we probably will do today, defend the record of this government as it relates to what ordinary people got. This is the best deal, and I say so not only as the minister, I say so not only as a minister, I say so as a former manager of Child Care Board, a former director of social policy in the government, a former director of constituency empowerment in the government, as a former lecturer in social policy at the university for 10 years, as a former head of social development for the Canadian government in the Caribbean region, sir, for 5 years. I say so recognizing, sir, that all that was done before, though helpful, there was never a time as difficult as this, and never a response as brilliant and heartfelt as this, sir. And with these few words, I ask that Head 35 stands apart.
The question is that Head 35 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. All members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, Head 81, Ministry of Transport, Works and Water Resources, in the sum of $15,965,617.
Honorable member for Christ Church East Central.
Thank you very much, Chair. So on the resolution, you will notice, sir, that under the provision of traffic and street lighting, there is an amount here with respect to the settling the bills with the Barbados Light and Power for the street lighting across the length and breadth of Barbados. Sorry. Ordinarily, so as you will see, sir, 3 million was voted as the norm. We've gone through quite a bit of auditing, if you like, sir, with respect with the government electrical department, on the one hand, light and power, sir, and therefore these monies are to settle, obviously, the bills in relation to street lighting, $8.4 million. As it relates to the transport board, sir, 17 million is being voted to be able to allow them to settle their payables and everything by the end of the March of 31st of this year, which is obviously on Friday, and therefore the $17 million here, sir, is to give support to the transport board to be able to settle those matters. There is 2 million here, sir, and a few weeks ago we came to Parliament and we voted some money, sir, for the ministry to be able to purchase some equipment to deal with the small roads initiative that the ministry is expected to roll out. They've been able to procure a few of the items that are on the island, and therefore what we will do, sir, and I think those sums reach 1.6 million, and therefore the 2 million here, sir, what we're going to do is freeze that similar amount on the ministry's vote, because clearly the assets are not on island, and therefore rather than have the money lapse, we'll vote 2 million here for UCAL, to be placed at UCAL, to be able to procure those items on behalf of the government. We enter into MOU with them to be able to use the equipment, sir, and to be able to repair the equipment to ensure that that small roads program, sir, can get up and running. And therefore, this $2 million here is voted in relation to that. And so, sir, as you can see, we are in modernizing all of our internal systems and trying to make sure that, one, that the ministry can ensure that it stays up to date with respect to the selling of its bills in terms of utilities. And everybody knows, sir, in Barbados knows that obviously, like bills in the last year, and certainly given the relief that government has put in place, that electricity bills certainly, and the cost of electricity has gone up. And therefore, we're putting these monies here to be able to allow them to be able to settle those bills. And so with those few words, sir, I beg to move that head 81 stand part.
The question is that head 81 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, head 83 in the sum of $9,376,000.
Honorable member for St. Philip South.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I shan't delay the House too long on this. Mr. Chairman, I wish, first of all, to thank the Ministry of Finance for supporting us again at the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Nutrition Security, so that we can carry out our programs to make sure that we achieve our food security objectives and indeed our nutrition objectives as well. Mr. Chairman, sir, this $9,376,000 is broken down where we are, first of all, meeting our deadline in terms of the SOE transformation program to bring closure to the Barbados Agricultural Credit Trust, which is a very small entity under the Ministry of Agriculture. This entity is responsible for the collection of outstanding funds owed by the high indebted plantations, or the HIPs. And we have done the work to make sure that we can bring, by the end of March, this operation to closure. Not complete closure, but certainly to the point where we are able to satisfy all the requirements, including meeting with the unions to notify them, even though the members of the staff aren't union members. We respected our relationship with the social partnership and thought it necessary to bring the unions up to date with what is taking place. Mr. Chairman, therefore, the $3 million here is going towards the start of the process for the winding up of the Barbados Agricultural Credit Trust. And the next phase of that then will be for us to deal with how we continue to collect the outstanding funds that are owed by the high indebted plantations, or the HIPs as we refer to them. Mr. Speaker, there's also $1 million that will go to the Barbados Agriculture Management Company for the management of a cowage project that we are doing. You do recognize that in Barbados, several schools have been inconvenienced by cowage. People, residents as well, because we are at a stage now in our existence where people want to own land, but they don't want the responsibility of cleaning the land that they own. And that, sir, is a dilemma that we find ourselves in. But given the caring government that we are, we thought it best that we would address this problem. And therefore, we have committed $1 million to a project that I certainly would execute with my ministry and the Ministry of the Environment and National Beautification. Since private land or residential land are not really the responsibility of the Ministry of Agriculture, but given the fact that cowage has become a nuisance to almost everyone who has it growing near them, we took the lead in making sure that we address the issue. And in any event, whenever there's cowage, you either get a call to my ministry or to the Barbados Agriculture Management Company asking for assistance. So we took the lead on that, and we are assuring Barbadians that we would address this problem with cowage and bring some relief to them. And then there's another $1 million, which makes up this $2 million going to the BAMC, which is going to the NECART program. The NECART program is a program we started about 2 years ago to address issues of soil erosion, planting cuscus grass around Barbados, and providing employment for many Barbadians as well. And we are seeking to continue that program because we must continue to work to make sure that we protect our soils. We must avoid soil runoff into the roads and indeed into the ocean, particularly knowing that agriculture attracts a fair amount of pesticides as well. And that program has been designed specifically to make sure that we can retain the water on the lands and let it go back into the aquifer. This also is coupled with the cleaning of wells, where we keep wells on all government plantations clean so that we can get our aquifer recharge program going. And then, Mr. Speaker, there's a $4,376,000, which is also going to the BAMC for the 2023 sugar harvest. Annually, the government pays this money so that the farmers can get their payments on time and that they can continue to practice good husbandry and continue to give us increased production in sugarcane, sugar at the factory, and molasses for the rum industry. And therefore, this $4,376,000 is payment towards the start of this 2023 sugar crop so that we can have the crop continue and we can meet our targets, sir, this year. We are closer to our targets than we were before. And I must say to you that the old man at Portville, that factory is performing far better than it has ever performed before. Because of the work that we put in replacing the boiler tubes, sir, the factory is grinding faster than it can receive canes. So on 2 occasions, we had to stop grinding because the canes weren't coming fast enough. This is the first time in our existence that a factory can outgrind the delivery of canes, and I'm pleased to note that Portville factory now is producing almost 500 tons more sugar than it was doing previously, simply because of the improvements. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is money well spent. I wish, Mr. Chairman, sir, and we are exporting, yes, Honourable Member, we are exporting more sugar than we have in the past, where our sugar is in Walmart as well. We export into Trinidad, to St. Lucia, where we just did a shipment to Miami, where from that broker that purchased the sugar from Barbados actually has sugar in Africa now on the supermarket shelves. So Barbados sugar is everywhere and is packaged so that you can see in the branding that is Barbados sugar. And we now do have a plant set up at Lears that is also taking sugar from Portville factory and packaging for various supermarkets, as well as packaging for export to the United Kingdom and to the USA. So, Mr. Chairman, I think we have done pretty well to bring Barbados to the point where we can actually package and sell sugar rather than send it to one person in the UK in bulk. We used to export sugar. We produce sugar at close to $2,000 a ton, and we're exporting it at $800 a ton. You can imagine the amount of money we're losing. And when I came to the ministry, the first thing I said is this foolishness must stop, because that's all I understand it to be, that you're producing sugar at $2,000 a ton and selling it for $800. To my mind, you were better off closing the place. So when I said this foolishness must stop, that is exactly what I meant. So that we are now getting as much, first of all, we got greater efficiencies and we are bringing down the cost of producing sugar. But we are getting as high as $1,500 and $1,800 a ton now for sugar, when we've been packaging sugar and selling it for direct consumption. So, Mr. Chairman, I believe that this really is a project that is going to lead to the transitioning of this industry. I have a lot more to tell the country about the transitioning of the sugar industry. But first of all, I want to make sure that I advise the Cabinet of Barbados. But equally, good things come to those who wait, and the public will be, those who work too. The public will be notified in due course about the transitioning of the sugar industry. I can say to all of you with absolute confidence that we are almost there in getting the privatization of the sugar industry going. It is going to be a completely privately owned industry with private sector investment in this industry, which is going to be historic for Barbados. And so, Mr. Speaker, sir, when you add what we are doing in agriculture to all the other sectors in this country, increase in salaries for public servants, sir, twice in 5 years, sir, free education from primary right through to tertiary, sir, pension increases as well. Mr. Chairman, free bus fares, new buses, new garbage trucks, 2 years of a pandemic when your economy wasn't doing anything and we were still able to maintain these services to the country and to the people. Sir, at a time when we were tested and stretched beyond the norm to be able to keep a country afloat, sir, I believe, Mr. Chairman, we have done an extremely good job in keeping Barbados going, sir, and being able to borrow money at preferential rates. And people are constantly criticizing and talking about we are borrowing money and where the future is going to be. Where can you go and borrow money with a moratorium at preferential rates, sir, when we were previously in the hands of the Democratic Labour Party as a government, sir? They floated a $500 million bond and could not get it taken up, sir, and the interest rate was very high. So that if people are running to us and willing to lend us money at preferential rates, what do you want us to do when we had 2 years of no economic activity and we were still able to maintain all of the services under this government, sir? So that, Mr. Chairman, with those few words, I wish to thank you and beg to move that Head 83 do stand by. Oh, sorry.
Honourable Member for St. James.
I beg to second.
Honourable Member for St. James South.
I want to express my excitement about what is happening in terms of agriculture in this country. I say this because it is important for us to understand that one of the things that must happen and happen quickly is that we must start to increase our earnings as an economy. And it means that all of the productive sectors have to fire on all of the cylinders. And I want to congratulate the tremendous work that has been done by the Honourable Member for Philip South, who has worked tirelessly over a long period of time with his team, a very able team, to be able to start and push agriculture in this country. What does it mean for me? I'm in foreign trade. I need to see trade happen. I need to see goods exported. I need to see foreign exchange earned. I need to see expansion of enterprises. I need to see that we have opportunities for our young, and it can only happen, sir, if we are able to increase our exports, especially in the area of agriculture and the agro-processed products, which are going to be very important for the future, because this is where we're going to get our foreign exchange earnings from. Sir, it's important that we have the type of quality products that can meet the standards that are necessary to enter a number of markets. We are feverishly working on our EPA to look at what it is we will need to do to improve our trade. That can only happen if the agricultural products and the agro-processed products that we produce in this country are able to meet the international standards that are required for entry into those markets. And the hard work, and I want to stand and congratulate the Honourable Member on the work done on the SPS, and that we'll be able to put in place all that is necessary in terms of the inspections, to be able to work with our producers to ensure that they meet those standards, so that when we export a Barbadian product, a Barbadian agricultural product, that it is world-class, world standard, and accepted across the globe. And that's why I'm so pleased in particular to hear that our sugar has been able to get into other markets, that we're now exporting a finished good, not just the raw material and getting next kin to nothing for it, but we're now packaging and branding our own sugar, increasing our earnings, and therefore putting Barbados on the map. I want to heartily congratulate the Honourable Member, and I want to congratulate his team.
Honourable Member for St. Philip South.
Mr. Chairman, let me thank the Honourable Member for St. James South for her support. Only today we did a groundbreaking ceremony at Duke's for the University of the West Indies Research Park, as well as part of the work we're doing in the Ministry of Agriculture. And that project is a project that came about through land that was donated by the Edgell family. The Edgell family had land that was under the control of the BACT as one of the HIPs, one of the plantations that were in that program. And they donated 28 acres to University of the West Indies, and today we broke ground on that land to see the reality of that park coming into fruition, sir. Sir, so I wish sincerely to thank again the Ministry of Finance and beg to move that this head do stand part.
The question is that head 83 stand part. All honourable members in favor, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, just for our records, the supplementary estimates number 6, 2022 to 2023 was amended in the sum of $230,721,147.
Honourable Member for St. James Central.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you now report progress to His Honour the Speaker and ask for leave to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honour the Speaker and ask for leave to sit again. All honourable members in favor, say aye. Honourable members against, we say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honourable Member for St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Honourable House be suspended for a period of 10 minutes.
The question is that this honourable chairman be suspended for 10 minutes. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This honourable chairman stands suspended for 10 minutes. This sitting is resumed. We revert to Standing Finance Committee.
House is in Standing Finance Committee.
Order 13B, Mr. Chair. In the name of the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, to move the passing of a resolution to grant the sum of $37,929,017 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2022 to 2023 as shown in the Supplementary Estimates Number 7, 2022-2023, which form the schedule to the resolution. Head 12, Parliament, in the sum of $1,300,000.
Thank you very much, Chair. So the sums of money being requested here, sir, is really to support the ongoing work that the Parliament is undertaking, and therefore, as the members of the public will be aware, sir, the Parliament, like everything else, sir, continues to modernize. And we anticipate, sir, that these funds will support not just the ongoing work, but as we have been able to do, and I can attest, sir, during our tenure that we've seen improvements here, and the sums of monies being voted here, sir, is to ensure that the Parliament, like the rest of government, that they have the resources to be able to get the right structures in place in terms of being able to properly engage with the public, sir, and therefore, with those very few words, sir, I beg to move that Head 12 stand part.
The question is that Head 12 stand part. All honourable members in favor, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. We think the ayes have it.
Head 31, Ministry of Industry, Innovation, Science and Technology, in the sum of $10,463,777.
Honourable member for St. Michael North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to delay the House, but I am grateful to the Ministry of Finance, the ministers therein, for affording the Ministry of Industry, Innovation, Science and Technology the total of $10,463,777 to continue the work being done on the industry side of the portfolio, and in particularly through our state-owned enterprise, Export Barbados BIDC. Mr. Chairman, there are quite a few projects that this vote will be used to further advance and complete. And I will take this opportunity to just share some information on each of them very quickly as we begin to wind down today's debate. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, the funds are being utilized for our Digital Innovation Hub. And for those members who would have seen in the Newton Industrial Area, just next to the lands adjacent to really, Gildan. Persons would have noticed in recent months and certainly over the last few weeks that we have been clearing that entire property, that entire space, because, Mr. Speaker, we are about to break ground and develop a digital innovation hub that will be built on that site. And this would allow us to facilitate, first and foremost, Mr. Chairman, the digitization of our Atlantic records, our Atlantic slave records. I believe, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, that Barbados actually has, I think, if not, it's not the oldest, but I think it is actually the second oldest holdings of Atlantic slave records in the world. The only place that has a larger capacity for records, Atlantic slave records, would be, you guessed it, England. And this is not only a significant reputation and record to hold, but it is important for us, Mr. Speaker, to be able, as a part of maintaining our heritage, understanding from whence we came, even as we continue to chart our trajectory forward, it is important for us to ensure that those records do not in any way, shape, or form become null and void or lost in any way. And one way to secure our history is through the process of digitization. So we are establishing a facility that will have as its primary purpose, Mr. Chairman, sir, the digitization of our Atlantic slave records. This is being done under a project entitled Rhodes, the Rhodes Project. And this particular project, Mr. Speaker, will be the primary purpose for which this facility at Newton will be utilized for. The vision thereafter, Mr. Chairman, is that this facility will then be used for innovation of many different forms, not just digitization, but we are seeking to establish and build out our life sciences center, our life sciences hub at that Newton industrial site. And it will be the home then of pharmaceutical, industrial work. It will be the home of research and development. It will be home of analytical work, Mr. Chairman, and a lot of digitization and digitalization efforts will take place at the Digital Innovation Hub at the Newton Industrial Park and that site that is going to be built. I would, on this last note, on this particular point, for the expenditure that we're speaking of this evening, sir, is to say that the very structure of the Innovation Hub is going to be innovative. We're not building it, Mr. Chairman, out of the traditional brick and mortar, but we're using a new, never been used before in Barbados for this type of facility, tinsel structure. And this tinsel structure is, as some people may know it to be, a large metallic structure with almost a canvas that is spread over it. And it is, one, quicker to establish and to install, and it also has significant longevity as well. And the maintenance thereof, as we've done the research on it, is also favorable from a construction perspective as well. I move on very quickly, Mr. Chairman, to the other items that the funds are being used for. We have noticed over time with many industrial estates across the country, Mr. Chairman, that many of those persons who work within those industrial estates, and even those industrial estates that have residential communities nearby, we have noticed that sometimes there's a challenge relative to the care of our younger children, of those persons who are working within those facilities. And this progressive government, this progressive administration has seen it fit, Mr. Chairman, to plan, to not only plan, but to go forward in establishing very soon a daycare facility at our Pelican Industrial Estate in Bridgetown. Mr. Chairman, when those parents are working to advance the cause of our industrial development in this country, whether it is that they are a retailer selling craft that they would have created, whether it is someone who's working in some small manufacturing facility, whether it is somebody who is driving our digitization efforts, Mr. Chairman, sir, they need not have to care or worry about the care of their children, because we are now creating a safe space at one of our primary and leading industrial estates in the island. And this daycare center will not only be just for them, it will provide care for those persons who are working primarily at the estates, but it will be open to all, and those who are in the area and the environs as well will be able to benefit from this center, Mr. Chairman, sir. More details about this center will come as we carry out the work. We have already started the planning, we've already gotten the approvals, etc. from a town and country perspective, and I will share more details on this as time goes on. I want to move on very quickly, Mr. Chairman, to say that we're also carrying out preliminary work on our second Mechanics Bay. And even as I mentioned the second one, I want to say and announce to the House that the first Mechanics Bay, which is located in the good constituency of St. Michael North, in the Grisette's Industrial Estate, we are going to be building, and we have built out, our first Mechanics Bay. And Mr. Chairman, sir, some may be asking about this Mechanics Bay, what is it all about? We have had a perennial issue across, or challenge across this country, where persons who ply their trade in the automotive sector, the automotive services sector, oftentimes set up within residential neighborhoods, and it can sometimes create a bit of a challenge relative to other vehicles being able to get through. Sometimes there are many vehicles that are parked along the sides of the road, sometimes the odor, sometimes the noise. You can have some challenges when you have individuals who are trying to ply their trade. And this government is very much pro-industrialization, is very much pro-entrepreneurship. So we in no way, shape, or form would want to restrict or prohibit the people of Barbados from being able to ply their trade in any legitimate way they choose or see fit. But we are seeking, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, sir, sorry, we are seeking to build out a dedicated space, not one, but multiple dedicated spaces, mechanics hubs across the length and breadth of this island that would allow those persons who are working within the auto mechanic services space to be able to then utilize a one-stop shop where they will have the latest technology, latest machinery, the latest equipment at their disposal in a shared use facility, Mr. Chairman, sir, where they will be able to book time, go in, utilize the facility, make the repairs to their clients' vehicles, and roll those vehicles back out through the doors of that facility onto their customers. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, sir, we believe that this will reduce some of the challenges that we've observed and noticed relative to our auto mechanics that are working and plying their trade across the length and breadth of Barbados. So as I said, Mr. Chairman, I am happy to announce that after significant work has been done, we expect that the first Mechanics Bay in Grisette's Industrial Park will be officially open for business in the month of May 2023. Mr. Chairman, sir, just 2 months from now, we expect those doors to be flung open. And even before that, we expect to have our first slate of mechanics utilizing that space. So the funds in this that are being budgeted for, or that are being asked for under this head, Mr. Chairman, sir, would allow us to actually start the preliminary work, the planning, etc., and the approvals to allow us then to start that second Mechanics Bay, which is due to be located in 6 Roads, Mr. Speaker, in St. Philip. Moving on quickly, and lastly, sir, the last thing I will mention under this head, sir, is that we're also utilizing these funds to help us to move forward with our second phase of our International Food Science Center. And members would remember that the International Food Science Center was launched in late, I think, November of 2022. And the International Food Science Center is supposed to be a place, once again, a shared use facility that allows our people to be able, those who are in the agro-processing space, those who make the condiments, those who make the seasonings, etc., to be able to go into this shared use facility and make use of some of the latest and best technologies and equipment so that they can then increase their production capacity. Mr. Chairman, I've been in business for many years, and I know that there are 2 big things that affect humbug entrepreneurs: lack of access to financing or credit, and of course, lack of equipment or tools to build out their capacity. Not lack of knowledge, not lack of innovation, not lack of creativity, not lack of hard work or determination, but sometimes just a little capital to get to the next level, and oftentimes, sometimes not having all the right equipment
to be able to increase and improve on their capacity. So we have solved that problem in a significant way by creating our International Food Science Center. And I would have, on the floor of this very house, Mr. Chairman, gave an example of one person who was producing 300 units in a week of their particular product. And they went to the International Food Science Center and were able to produce 3,000 units within one day, Mr. Chairman, sir. A tremendous increase in their capacity. And the whole goal of this, as you would have heard from the Honourable Member for St. James South, the whole goal of this is so that we can then do what? Not only meet local demand or domestic demand, Mr. Chairman, sir, but so we can then move towards exports and drive our products from our shores, improve or increase our foreign exchange earnings, reduce our import costs in many cases, and create jobs for the people of Barbados. That is what this government is about. So the next phase of our International Food Science Center will now pivot and focus us now on our cold food processing. And we're talking about being able to move fish from off the shores of our island. And Mr. Chairman, I must say this even as I close. There is a market of about $4 billion in Africa relative to fish imports. They import on the African coast, on the African continent, $4 billion worth of fish. The Caribbean is responsible for 0.01% of imports of fish into Africa. Mr. Chairman, sir, if we can just build out a fish processing plant, a fish processing industry in Barbados, we have a ready market in Africa that we can easily jump into, and we can increase our exports. They can reduce their imports of other fish from other places, and everybody a win-win, Mr. Chairman, for all. So this is what we're seeking to do. So even as we embark on our development of our second phase of the International Food Science Center, particularly as it relates to our cold storage facility and capabilities, we're looking to move more of our fresh vegetables, frozen vegetables, our fresh fish off of this island. And of course, Mr. Chairman, there is one product that has been getting significant and increasing attention and desire from people outside of Barbados, and that is breadfruit. Breadfruit, Mr. Chairman, sir, has been growing aplenty in this country for many, many, many years. And now there is a ready market outside of Barbados, off our shores, that allows us and affords us the opportunity to export that product out of Barbados. So, Mr. Chairman, sir, the night is far spent, and it is time for me to wind up. But I would not have wanted to end the debate or end this discussion without sharing some of those very key initiatives that are taking place on the industry. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and with those words, I beg to move that Head 31 stand bar.
Honourable Member for St. James Central.
Mr. Chairman, I just take the opportunity, sir, to commend the Honourable Member who just took his seat for being a pioneering and a most, I think, sir, innovative Minister of Industry in this country. I want to salute him, sir, for his excellent work. Now, Mr. Chairman, this is the Honourable Member who has introduced number portability into this country. And if they say they don't understand the growth strategy, yet again, we have to walk people through the growth strategy, Mr. Chairman. This particular exercise that we're going through with regard to the Ministry, sir, of Industry, Innovation, Science and Technology is exceptionally important to the National Growth Strategy, starting first with the Digital Innovation Effort and the Digital Innovation Hub. The Honourable Member is right. We hold the second oldest Atlantic slave records. What the Honourable Member has not done, but must be done for the benefit of those outside of this chamber who seem to be limited in their capacity to draw the linkages, sir, and to understand the growth strategy, is to explain the link between the slave records and some of the fundamentals to Barbados' economy. First of all, tourism. We, sir, have contented ourselves from time immemorial, as far back as the memory of humankind doth run, to be a warm weather getaway for people in the North Atlantic. Barbados is bigger than that. Barbados is better than that. And the reality is that if we hold a mirror up and look at ourselves as the right excellent former leader of that which is now a sordid representation of that which he would have said. When you look at your mirror image, Mr. Chairman, you see a Barbados in which today still you have a slump in our tourism product in the middle of the year. We reached massive heights to the point where there's no room in any inn in the winter months, so-called. But when you come to certain parts of the year, May, slump, June, slump, July, well, the Kadooment period, that period gives you a little fillip. After September, sir, you go back into the slump again. October, a slump. There is nowhere, Mr. Chairman, there's nowhere that you have a major industry that works only 8 months of the year. There's nowhere that you have the major revenue earning sector that performs well only 8 months of the year. And so therefore, if we're taking ourselves seriously, we have to emancipate ourselves from being a warm weather getaway for people in the North Atlantic and do that which the Honourable Member through the Digital Innovation Hub is now doing. What makes us attractive to African tourists? African tourists are interested in us because of those slave historic records. When once digitized and preserved, then people will find it possible to come here in larger numbers with a view to understanding their heritage. The heritage tourism is a part of that which we must build out. They want to go on the genealogical trail, understand the journey of my ancestors. That is one of the most popular things in the African diaspora in the United States of America. It must also be located here as a possibility, Mr. Chairman. And once we do that, then we build a bridge across the Atlantic to Africa, and we open another dimension of our tourism product, and we stop people in Barbados who are involved in the tourism sector from being part of an industry that only works in part of the year, but it becomes a holistic tourism product. We link that then in turn, Mr. Chairman, to a film industry, which is being built out through the Ministry of Culture. And in that film industry, Mr. Chairman, we are able to focus on telling our story about our own history, our genealogy, our heritage, Mr. Chairman, and selling that story to the rest of the world. And as we all know, one of the major foreign exchange earners internationally, anywhere you go, is a film industry. That is what is going to come out of this particular effort. Mr. Chairman, I must also share, for those who don't understand the growth trajectory, and they say that they are unable to understand the details. Then, Mr. Chairman, what are the details? The International Food Sciences Center, sir, as you heard, is a shared use effort focusing on food exports, and now we are coming to frozen food. Mr. Chairman, there are some linkages that have been built out through the years and through the life of this administration that worry me, if they worry me because they have not, for some reason, been able to resonate in the minds of those people who are our critics. And I never have any problem with the critics. My problem is that if the criticism is vapid, then I find it a source of antagonism. I find it is unhelpful to a country when all you offer is an empty criticism. The Minister of Agriculture, sir, the Minister of Agriculture, and the work that he has done in ensuring that this Parliament within the last couple of months has passed a piece of legislation that looks after our sanitary and phytosanitary issues, enabling us to have now international standards with respect to that which we do. And now, you just heard the Minister of Industry speak about fish processing. What is the linkage, Mr. Chairman? That which the Democratic Labour Party was unable to do, that which, interestingly enough, the gentleman who was just welcomed back home was unable to appreciate when he was Minister of Industry, is that there has to be a linkage between the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Industry, so that on one hand you have the sanitary or phytosanitary legislation that allows us now at a legislative basis in law, to be able to leave these shores with product and have that product transported across the waters into other people's markets, sir. But it has, therefore, to be at a certain standard. And that is what the Ministry of Agriculture has now enabled us to do, to meet international standards so that we can export. And when we hear the example of fish, the Honourable Member with regard to Africa is 100% correct with regard to Africa. But may I say to you, Mr. Chairman, that in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, there sits a signed economic partnership agreement with Europe. And as far back as 2008, the Europeans indicated to us that their market is open to us if only we would put in place the sanitary and phytosanitary standards. Between 2008 and 2018, when we came to government, sweet nothing happened. It is here now because of this administration. And therefore, sir, we are in a position not just to export fish to Africa, but we are in a position to export fish to Europe because the Europeans are there still, and the demand is there still. And the fish, as far as I am aware, is in the water still. And Mr. Chairman, you have to go further because they say they don't understand how the growth strategy works. The growth strategy is about building linkages and replacing the silos. What is the next linkage? That in the Ministry of Ministry of Fisheries, which is now under the watch of the Minister of the Environment, we have done the work, sir, of ensuring that the blue economy effort in Barbados has been such that we now have blue foods in abundance. We put the FADs in place, sir, so that the fishing stock is larger, more easily accessible by the fishing community, Mr. Chairman. The effort has been multidisciplinary work across multiple ministries so that we can come to an export platform and give people in Barbados an opportunity to have commercial returns. And who are the people we're talking about when we use just this fishing example? We're talking about the people who were spurned as being at the bottom of the economic ladder. We're talking about the fisher folk in Barbados who were treated as though they were the second-class citizens in the land of their birth. And now there's opportunity for them to have unprecedented levels of market access, unprecedented levels of industrial development, Mr. Chairman, unprecedented anywhere in the Eastern Caribbean, where we can now lift up our fisher folk and transplant that which they produce and that which they offer across the world. In the same vein, Mr. Chairman, I ain't done yet, all right? I want to recall the food terminal, again, out of the Ministry of Agriculture. Again, looking at bringing value added to basic food production in Barbados, basic food production in Guyana, basic food production out of northern Brazil, bringing it, harnessing all, bringing it here, and having Barbados as the centerpiece where now the value added is done. What is the value added? That you can blast freeze those things which need to be frozen, that you will properly wrap and package, that you will now use the marketing skills in the island to make sure that we reach into other markets, that we will use our geographical connection to make sure that we can get the 7 flights from Barbados every week into Canada, the 26 flights from Barbados every week into England, how much ever it is that we got coming out of Barbados into the United States, so that we can furnish and supply markets of West Indian diaspora that are out there within our reach, but which we have never been able to reach, Mr. Chairman, because we did not have a government with the prescience and the commitment to doing the right thing for our people as we now have. And I intervene in this particular way, sir, in order to salute the work of the ministries that I have spoken to. And the only one that I've left out really is the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, who would have done the first set of work on the blue economy. He was the region's first blue economy minister, and he must be saluted for the work that he did in that regard. But this is what the growth strategy is, sir. And don't let anybody bamboozle you with foolishness. The reality is that they understand, but they don't want to say they understand. And what they must be reminded of, sir, until when it sticks in their craw, is that this government is the only government that has been able to knit it all together. And it now starts to unfold for all who have eyes to see, to be able to see and appreciate. I am obliged to you, sir.
Honourable Member for St. Michael North.
Well, let me thank you, Mr. Chairman, and let me thank the honourable member who just spoke for his support of the work being done under this ministry and the other ministries mentioned. And with those few words, I beg to move, therefore, Mr. Chairman, that Head 31 stand part.
The question is that Head 31 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, Head 82, Ministry of Environment and National Beautification, in the sum of $7,723,841.
Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, sir. I will stick and go quickly to the green environment, since there was a translucent elucidation of what happened in the hydrosphere for my colleague from St. James Central. And I want to thank him for that. But quickly, Mr. Chair, Chair, this money really is the, I realize it's on levity, but it's okay. Mr. Chair, sir, this money is to pay $847.341. It's supposed to be able to, for us to pay for utilities at the markets, of course. And Mr. Chair, sir, there is $876,460 for the further build out of the concept beer market, where we are looking to upgrade that market so that we could ensure that the sanitary standards that was so exposed by my colleague and friend, that those standards could be ascertained at this market in rural Barbados, understanding that there must be an equal connection between that which happened in rustic Barbados and the fishing industry. There must be an unequivocal gamos between the fisher folk and what exists on the lands in this country, especially in rural Barbados. And I want to say that this money will be money well spent in their constituency that is represented by my colleagues sitting side of me. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other set of money, $6 million, is supposed to ensure that those aesthetically pleasing garbage cans that you see, those new garbage cans that you see all over Barbados, that we are able to complete so that every single Barbadian, as promised, will have a new garbage can, not only to bring to the aesthetics of Barbados, but to ensure that there is the sense that exists with it, that the occupational hazards that currently ensue with the workers lifting those heavy garbage cans, that becomes a thing of the distant past, recognizing that this government has as its mantra, we care. So I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that when we took over the office in 2018, some 5 years ago almost, that there were 12 garbage cans in this island, 12, a dozen. Some people call it the dirty dozen, man. 12 garbage cans. I remember when the Stockholm Convention was speaking about the dirty dozen, the persistent organic pollutants. I am saying that we had 12 garbage cans, today garbage trucks. I can report today that with the efforts of this government, first, led of course by my colleague from St. Michael East, as the then minister, undertook to increase to 36 new garbage trucks in this country. 36. To the extent, Mr. Chair, sir, that on a daily basis, we can have about 30 to 35 garbage trucks on the road to service the community, to bring not only the aesthetics in terms of ensuring that Barbados remains clean, green, and beautiful, but to ensure, Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Chair, sir, that the health of the country is protected, to ensure that the information needed as it relates to the weight and the amount of garbage going per ton into the garbage, that information is gathered so that we will be able to understand and to be able to put plans in place as we recognize that the shelf life of a landfill does not exist in an infinite manner. Mr. Speaker, with our residential waste collection improvement project, what these garbage cans will allow is for us to have that information with an RFID reader. It will allow us to be able to optimize routes because we'll be able to know based on the collection what is the best routes to take at which particular point in time. It is allowing us to bring the science, which is important, into the management and operation of the Sanitation Service Authority. It gives the workers, and we have been doing a lot, Mr. Chairman, and I don't need to catch a lot of fright in here. I have been speaking about it for a number of years. We have been doing a lot as a government. Who cares about the workers? We started first by telling the workers, we will give you medical insurance. I want to report today that at the Sanitation Service Authority, there is a medical insurance scheme for every single worker at Sanitation Service Authority. Every single one of them. Back your hand, man. Back your hand. Every single employee of sanitation has medical insurance so that when there is an injury, they have a recourse. And I want to say too, I happened to visit the Sanitation Service Authority in 2020 when I became minister. And I said to the workers, the conditions as it relates to your recreational facilities, those conditions are not up to the standard which I would like to imagine as a minister responsible for clean and green. And in record time, I want to report to all those in listening distance of my voice that we have a new facility at the Sanitation Service Authority, a new recreational facility with television, with air conditioning, with all the amenities to satisfy the workers of this country who work hard to ensure that Barbados is clean, green, and beautiful. I want to report today that it's a new facility for those workers because we care about those, even those that persons may consider do blue-collar type jobs. I want to say to Barbadians that we have a responsibility as a government. We have said it already, and we have made it as part of our mandate to ensure that every single worker is a part of the net in terms of this whole transformation of the country. They're part of the net in terms of bringing Barbadians to be star citizens. And that is what we are doing in the Sanitation Service Authority and in this ministry. So, Mr. Chair, sir, with those few words, I want to move that Head 82 stand power.
Honourable member for St. James Central.
Mr. Chairman, I rise yet again on the question of growth because it must not elude us that there are those out there who rest their flimsy arguments against this government on a false foundation of an inability to understand the growth strategy. Mr. Chairman, the honourable member who just took his seat spoke to the question of the upgrade of Concept Bay. To that particular fish market must be added Paynes Bay in my constituency. To that particular one must also be added, sir, Pile Bay, which I think is really a state-of-the-art complex. I know Bridgetown has to be added, sir. I believe Oistins as well has had to be added, sir. Six Men's has to be added, sir. These are all fish markets across this island. Half Moon Fort, sir. Half Moon Fort. These are all evidence of how the Barbados Labour Party government, sir, under the astute leadership of the Honourable Prime Minister, has intervened not only to assist working class people in their environment of work, because labour matters to us. It is an indispensable proposition of this government's articles of faith. But beyond that, sir, in order to build capacity for growth, the type of work done, to which I just alluded by the Ministry of Agriculture, in ensuring that we have sanitary and phytosanitary legislation, that is simply put, sir, means that the quality of that which you produce is guaranteed. Across the fish markets in Barbados now, sir, so that where there was a contentedness to have wooden boards on which you cut the fish and the blood seeps into the wood, and you have the bacteria build up and the possibility of contamination, and the Europeans say, no, that can't work, you can't sell that to us if that is the condition it produced under. We replace it with stainless steel tables and wash down facilities, Mr. Chairman. What was there that allowed us to do that in the middle of an IMF program, sir? In the middle of an economic recovery program, sir, that did not exist under the last government, other than political will and interest in the development and well-being of the people of Barbados. Huh? In the same way, sir, that we went into the fish markets and saw and recognized that anybody with eyes could see that if you have fish coming onto the shore, there should be a jetty to tie up next to, and that the jetty should be in a condition, sir, where it does not do irreparable damage to the people's boats. Because those individuals who own the boats, believe it or not, sir, are part of a private sector. They may be black. They may come from an address that named village or somebody land. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, they are part of a private sector. That they don't have an address marked terrace or heights, and that their complexion is not lily white, ought not to mean that the government should not take their interest to heart. We went there when others did not care. Mr. Chairman, all of this is done in order to build capacity. They say they do not understand the growth trajectory. Then let us explain it to them. It is about ensuring, sir, that this sector that we are speaking about now, this capacity to harness the resources of the ocean, the ability of this government to see Barbados not only as a small island developing state, but more importantly, as a large ocean state. And that we use the large ocean around us to get the blue foods. And we ensure that the people who work in the ocean are now empowered and facilitated and given an opportunity to be enriched. And that their labor matters, sir. And that they can too be seen as earners of foreign exchange and agents for growth in an important sector in this country. And therefore we brought dignity to that labor. We brought dignity to that sector. We brought visibility to that which they do, Mr. Chairman, sir, and we are now giving them the opportunity to cross the threshold in accompaniment with the necessary legislation that is now in place, sir, and the work that is being done in the Ministry of Industry with the International Food Sciences Center to make sure, sir, that the value added is able to be done and that all forms of marine life can be part of a blue food economy that serves Barbados as a brand new sector, something which others thought was impossible and which we say is possible only if you had the political will, which we've clearly demonstrated. On those bases, sir, I too want to associate myself with this head. I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for St. John.
Thank you, Chair. I too want to associate myself with this chair. My head too, yes. Concept Bay, Mr. Chairman, was in a state of disrepair way before 2018. And I campaigned on a song in 2018 indicating change will come to the constituency of St. John. And there's a mantra still in St. John that goes like, St. John is rising. St. John is rising. Last campaign, Mr. Chair, it was actions speak louder than words. And it is evident of the changes that are being seen in the constituency of St. John as a result of this government. The honourable member for St. James Central would have mentioned that fisher folks were treated like second-class citizens in this country. The ones at Concept Bay were treated like fourth-class citizens. Those fishermen and fisher folks at Concept Bay were functioning out of 2 rusted containers, Mr. Speaker. And I am sure that prior to 2018, these containers were in a similar vein. And the Minister of the Blue Economy, the honourable member for St. Michael South, we did a tour to Concept Bay and realized the state of the facility at that particular location. Now, Mr. Speaker, those folks are seeing the light in terms of the development that will come to that particular location, and I believe that we can generate additional commerce at the location, the value added as a result of having a new facility at Concept Bay will speak volume in terms of those persons in College Savannah and the surrounding communities of Concept Bay. So I want, on the behalf of the good people of St. John, to thank the minister who is bringing this head that will ensure that we see some change happening at Concept Bay for the lives of those persons who ply their trade at that particular location. Mr. Speaker, I am aware of the time, so I will not be long, but I'm sure that those fishermen at Concept Bay would want me to say thank you to the Barbados Labour Party government for bringing change to that location. I'm obliged.
Honourable member for Christchurch West Central.
I just want to thank those who spoke on the head, and to say that you can't have an idyllic song by an iconic group called Beautiful Barbados without Barbados being beautiful. With those few words, I want to move that the head stand par. Head 82.
The question is that head 82 stand par. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 86, Ministry of Health and Wellness, in the sum of $10,766,331.
Honourable member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Sums of money is being given to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in this instance, sir, relate to the upgrade with respect to CT scan, sir, for the QEH, which, as you know, sir, is vital for the delivery of services at that institution. Patients currently, sir, have to, at the moment, go off-site to be able to receive those services, and therefore it is important that we are able to remedy that situation such that we are able to improve the quality of delivery of service, sir, in relation to that. As it relates to the $3 million, though, sir, because that was related to the capital, this specific element, sir, is to provide for a screening program for colon cancer, sir, prostate cancer, breast cancer, sir, and of course ovarian cancer, sir, and diabetes, generally speaking, sir, across the country. Members of the public clearly would have listened to the estimates debate when the Ministry of Health was in the well. And over the years, certainly when we first engaged in this exercise, you would recall in this chamber, sir, that the members of the QEH and the medical team spoke clearly about the need to be able to fight the NCDs. And had it not been for COVID, sir, we would have started this process already. But we believe that it is important now that these monies set aside specifically, sir, to ensure that we have a proper screening program across the country, particularly in those areas that I identified earlier, sir, given that they are the main and leading causes of death, sir, and ill health across the country, and therefore we are voting those monies to be able to ensure that the QEH can execute that program as part of the preventative medicine and delivery of care, so as to, on the back end, sir, once we know where the ill health is taking place and we can detect early, then it means that citizens will have the opportunity, sir, to make the right decisions early enough, and that we can deliver the type of care that will make a meaningful difference to the quality of life that people will lead. And once that can happen, sir, it means then that on the back end with respect to the expenditures that we are now putting out with respect to surgeries to amputate people's legs and a whole range of things, sir, associated with NCDs, that as part of the preventive medical care, that once that can be rolled out through the proper screening, giving people the right information early enough to make those, I hope, decisions to improve their lives, that we see this as important as being able to ensure that Barbadians can lead a healthier lifestyle, live longer, and to be able to continue to be productive citizens in the society. The remaining funds, sir, really just relate to the fact that we extended as you are aware, sir, when we voted the COVID program for the Ministry of Health for the Community Health Liaison Officers at the beginning of the year. We had initially provision monies until the end of July, and therefore these monies here, sir, relate to the fact that we extended the program, and therefore bring into account, sir, the salaries for those persons and others within the Ministry of Health under the COVID program. And so, sir, with those very few words, I beg to move that Head 86 stand part.
The question is that Head 86 stand part. The Honourable Member for St. Michael South.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I will be very brief on this, of course. There are two matters. Naturally, matters pertaining to health have a very close correlation to my ministry, because a number of my seniors find themselves in need of this level of support. And a number of them are dealing now with cancers, unfortunately, that probably would have been better addressed had we had this level of technology. This is going to be, sir, there are often times that we come to the house and we speak of things as if they are just things. And we don't necessarily make the relationship between these things and people's capacity to extend their life. And it is in that regard, sir, that I wish to support what is before this honorable chamber, because I know that there are a number of people who are going to be able to live because of this level of intervention, sir. But even as we do these things, sir, there are things that, and speaking on this just reminded me, sir, of a message that I got today, sir, from the doctor of one of my constituents, sir. I have a young man in my constituency, 21, 22 years old, a young man, who was diagnosed, he was a footballer of great distinction. And while in the US, he just fell ill. They sent him back the other day after spending some time in a US hospital to be told over there that he has a bone cancer. And this young man at 20 little now faces the possibility, sir, of that sound being his reality. If life was a thing that money could buy, the rich would live and the poor would die. And this is just the reality for many people in small island states. That the medication that you can access in the US and sometimes in the UK and Canada, it is difficult to be able to access it here. And this medication is a medication I was asking the Honourable Member for Christchurch, West Central, to help me pronounce it, but it's CYTOXAM, cytosam, and that it will cost the family about $200,000. $200,000 to be able to get this medication if this young man, it may permit to say Deshaun, is to live. And that we're going to be holding some fundraisers and so on to be able to raise the finances to see, because if he doesn't get it, the reality is that he is going to die. And sir, even as I listen to the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and what it is that we're doing for cancers, I reminded, sir, that if the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister were here, she too would want to add her voice to say that there are things, a lot of interventions that we need to do that we haven't yet been able to do. So I am thankful to see that the government is moving in this angle, moving in this direction, moving in this trajectory, because it really will change lives. In fact, it really will either, one, extend life, or give people the opportunity even to continue to have life. And these are very important things. But as I think of my young, formerly healthy until the other day constituent who now has to raise $200,000 to source a medication that he was getting while in the US, but that he cannot get here, knowing that unless I can help raise these $200,000, Dishon will die. And that these medications, sir, should be made available, sir. I don't know, obviously we can't make everything available in the country, but as we start to recognize, as cancers become more and more prevalent, I think our response, even as we continue to do good, our response will obviously have to widen over the next few years. So I am really happy to hear what is before the House, because I know that it will make a difference to a lot of my constituents, whether in my ministry or in St. Michael South. But I am still, sir, affected by the fact that I know that there is still a mighty long way for us to be able to go. And of course, with those few words, I also wish to support the head.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me thank the Honourable Member for his contribution. And it is for precisely that reason, sir, that the screening program will be undertaken. And as we have been doing with respect to going into the communities, and the point I was making, sir, is consistent with what we're doing with the elderly care program, but certainly as we fight with respect to NCDs, that once we're able to get the right information to people early enough, those types of decisions can be made with respect to the interventions that are required in order to assure or ensure that persons have the ability to be able to continue to live long and healthy lives, simply because they know, and then obviously with the right infrastructure and arrangements in place, that people can then make the best possible decisions regarding their medical health. And so with those few words, I'd like to move to Head 86, stand part.
The question is that Head 86 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 87, Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training, in the sum of $9,013,709 as amended.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Chair. Most of the monies related here, sir, and you can see in various programs, relate to really selling utilities for the primary schools as well as a few secondary schools. Of specific note, sir, I want to draw your attention to the payments for the transport of pupils, which will clearly go to the Transport Board to settle those outstanding payments for the transportation of school children to and from school. And therefore, that would be the significant sum here. But also, sir, whilst we're doing the current stuff, we're also planning, certainly, sir, with respect to further opportunities for students to broaden the scope of the education. And you will notice, sir, that there is a sum of $1.5 million, sir, being placed at the Barbados Community College to be able to enter into a partnership, sir, with Delaware State University to be able to pursue dual certification, sir, as far as the associate degree, as well as any other advanced level programs, but specifically, sir, in math, science, and applied agriculture. And therefore, I know the Honourable Member for St. James Central has been very focused on the growth strategy. And in the same vein, as we have already committed that we will, on the one hand, as it relates to the building up of the pharmaceutical space, being able to have opportunities for our young scientists to be able to work and do the type of research and development within the pharmaceutical space. Similarly, the work that's being done within the Ministry of Agriculture, that clearly, as we seek to do the tissue culture lab and expand within that space, that you need to build up the capacity, the skill sets of the junior officers and the persons coming in to that space in order to ensure that certainly the plant materials and the like, that we have capacity within that, because if we're going to export, to start, 50 containers per week, and any other thing that we may want to export and grow into this country, then obviously you need to have the necessary skills within these spaces. So I know that there are some up there who will wish for a long expose of every single, certainly I to be dotted and T to be crossed in relation to the growth strategy. I think if members of the public are listening and seeing what it is that the government happens to be doing to ensure that we have not just the capacity, but also putting the resources to build any capital that is required, both human as well as physical infrastructure, that you will start to see that there's absolutely a coherent strategy in relation to how we will achieve growth, and therefore investing in people, investing in the country's capacity to boost exports. We heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael North spoke to the work being done with the International Food Center, and therefore getting the capacity built for what will become new jobs into that space. Then you need to be able to invest in that type of approach, and this program is intended to help fill that gap, sir, and therefore allow Barbados to have the capacity locally to be able to ensure that we can meet the standards, maintain them, even set new standards as appropriate. But you can only do that, sir, if you're making the right investment in the right areas at the right time, whilst you're building out the remainder of the architecture to be able to deliver growth. So whilst there are others out there wanting to have everything put on a platter for them, what this government is intended to do is to ensure that we give opportunities for our young people to be able to live, and not just live, but to thrive really in this country. And these are the kinds of opportunities that we know that once taken, I believe the number initially is to be 60 persons to be trained under this specific program, and therefore building capacity within that space in order to ensure that we have the right level of expertise to be able to deliver not just clean plant and material, but all of the necessary scientific research that will be applied within the agricultural space. And so, sir, with those very few words, I beg to move then, sir, that head 87 stand part.
Second. The question is that head 87 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, we say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, Head 91, Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, in the sum of $18,450.
Honorable member for Christchurch, East Central.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is a small sum, which is really just to settle some utility bills, sir, for the ministry. And so I beg to move the Head 91 stand part.
The question is that Head 91 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, we say no. We think the ayes have it.
Head 92, Ministry of Energy and Business Development, in the sum of $1,660,000.
Honorable member for Christchurch East Central.
Yes, very quickly, sir. You would recall, sir, that very recently there was some technical assistance given by the CDB in relation to the launch of I think it's a junior stock exchange, sir. And which is one of those areas that we want to ensure that the members of the small business community and any micro enterprises so that they're able to leverage all the opportunities that are available for accessing funding. And this grant was provided by the CDB to be able to help build up that infrastructure there. The other set of funds, sir, relate to the NPC, and I know that most of the country, if when you drive up my Lawrence Hill, sir, I'm not sure if you take that direction to and from Parliament, sir, but if you drive up my Lawrence Hill, there's been quite a bit of disruption within that space by the NPC in terms of being able to deal with some matters there. There is a specific area on Odessa McLean Drive, sir, that they need to realign the pipe, the gas main, not pipe, the gas main along there. And these set of monies are initially allocated to facilitate the movement of that pipe. I know the residents of the area certainly have been disrupted significantly with the works. The traveling public to and from obviously impacted by that, but our concern obviously is to make sure that we can get the works completed as quickly as possible, and therefore these monies are to help accelerate that work and to bring some measure of relief to the residents within that area. And so, sir, with those very few words, I'd like to move then that Head 92 stand part.
The question is that Head 92 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. You can see ayes have it.
Head 93, Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, in the sum of $26,982,909 as amended.
Honorable member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, so the sum of the monies here, sir, relate to just a couple of quick things. For the National Housing Corporation capital transfer, sir, and I apologize, sir, for the text, but the monies here not just relate to the electrical upgrade and sewage rehabilitation, but also in relation to dealing with, as you heard, the articulated with respect to the rent, not just the rent to own, but certainly the works that the NHC would undertake to support not just the completion of the repair works that are to be done in relation to the Hurricane Nelson, but there are a few projects that the Minister would have raised in his submission this morning in relation to those issues. Those will help to cover some of those costs, certainly in relation to the NHC. As it relates to rent, as you are aware, sir, this 11 million here is to cover the rents for the end, for March of 2023, as well as to cover rents for April of 2023 before we cross the financial year, so that we are always on top of our arrangements in relation to that. The reality is, sir, is that the Minister in his contribution this morning obviously articulated that the government continues to look for opportunities to provide housing solutions for varying ranges of incomes in the country, and this government will continue, sir, to unlock those opportunities for average Barbadians, and therefore, as quickly as the ministry can get, identify the lands available to be able to get them conveyed and that process settled, then I know that the financing is certainly available with respect to the private sector through either the credit unions or the banks to be able to get those houses up and running, to be able to help build a more resilient Barbados as we've promised to do in terms of that tagline of building back better, not just in relation to the Hurricane Nelson repairs, but certainly as we are building new housing, that the housing is resilient, in order to ensure then that from a resilience perspective, but also equally, sir, to encourage persons to recognize that investing in property is an opportunity as well, sir, to be able to build and create wealth across generations. And therefore, this is really an opportunity of true economic enfranchisement by being able to ensure that ordinary people will, just like some of the more well-to-do people in this country, sir, that was there can pass down something to their children and grandchildren, that ordinary families across the length and breadth of Barbados, through what we are doing with respect to the Ministry of Housing, that we will be able to have them, once they obviously complete certainly the payment of their mortgages, sir, that they too will have assets which can pass from one generation to the next. And we are happy, sir, that we can support the effort in this way, whilst at the same time, and I know that work is being done across the estates to be able to help build out and improve some of the surroundings, and therefore, in the not too distant future, more will be indicated in relation to the conveyance of those units. So with those very few words, sir, I beg to move that Head 93 stand part.
Second. The question is that Head 93 stand apart. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you now report progress to His Honor the Speaker and ask leave to sit again. Oh, sorry. You finish all? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you finished all. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you now report to His Honor the Speaker the passage of 2 money resolutions.
The question is that I do now report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of 2 money resolutions in committee. All honorable members in favor? Honorable members against? Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported the passing of 2 money resolutions. 6 or 7. Our members in GM Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that resolutions number 6 and 7 be...
No, 6. 6. Wait, we read it first time.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that resolutions be read a first time.
The question is that the resolution be read a first time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the resolutions be read a second time.
The question is that the resolution be read a second time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the resolutions be agreed to.
The question is that the resolution be agreed to. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Suspend. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Honourable House be suspended until 9:15.
Hold on.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the House be suspended until 9:15.
The question is that this honorable chamber will be suspended until 9:15 p.m. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. And those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until 9:15 p.m.
That's too short for you.
This sitting is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, recommittal of papers.
Honourable Member St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm commanded to lay the Public Service General Order 2023, the Public Service Teachers Order 2023, Public Service Part-Time Order 2023, the Senate and House of Assembly Remuneration and Allowances of Members Order 2023, Ministers and Parliamentary Secretaries Remuneration and Allowances Order 2023, the Judges Remuneration and Pensions Salaries Order of 2023. I'm also commanded to lay the resolution to approve the Public Service General Order. You tell me these three. Revenue indulgence, Mr. Speaker. You tell me these three. Mr. Speaker, sir, those are the sum total of the orders that I am commanded to lay.
Recommittal of government notices.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following resolutions. A resolution to approve the Public Service General Order of 2023. A resolution to approve the Public Service Teachers Order of 2023. A resolution to approve the Public Service Part-Time Officers Order 2023. A resolution to approve the Senate and House of Assembly Remuneration and Allowances of Members Order 2023. The resolution to approve the Ministers and Parliamentary Secretaries Remuneration and Allowances Order of 2023. A resolution to approve, in accordance with Section 3.2 of the President Conditions of Service Act, Chapter 6 of the Laws of Barbados, the amendment of the schedule to that act by deleting paragraph 1 thereof and substituting paragraph 1 as contained in the schedule to this resolution.
Turn the pages on.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following additional resolutions. The resolution to approve the rates of the salaries and allowances applicable to the post of personal assistants to ministers is set out in the schedule. And the resolution to approve the rates of salaries and allowances applicable to the post of personal assistant, executive assistant, press secretary, executive personal secretary, and clerical officer to the Prime Minister as set out in the schedule.
Revert to government business, sir. Order number 14, in the name of the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to move the passing of a resolution to approve the Public Service General Order 2023.
Honourable for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, sir, I beg that orders number 15 through 22 be read together with order 14, and to do this as a cognitive debate given all the resolutions are inextricably linked.
The question is that orders number 14 through 22 be debated as a cognitive debate given the fact that they're inextricably linked. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against it, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I am conscious in my own mind, sir, that the importance of this matter, as I indicated earlier, sir, to give some measure of regularity, is important to be noted by this chamber. And these resolutions here, sir, give effect to what has been a process that I must tell you was very different from what I experienced 5 years ago when we came to office, because at that time, sir, as you know, there was almost a 10-year period where there was no salary increase, and we were pushing to get these matters concluded very quickly, sir, to be able to do the budget of June 11th, 2018. And I can tell you that whilst there was much expectations then, sir, that certainly in the post-COVID environment, what we were up against was a completely different set of circumstances. But the process, nevertheless, sir, was one that I believe we were able to find the right spot in relation to how we can treat to not just the fact that workers in this country would get an increase as they are with respect to their salaries, specifically here, sir, but that we were able to engage in a process that was not fully capable of meeting the expectations or the requests that were asked, that I believe, sir, that we were still able to find the right spot and to be able to respond under tremendous circumstances. The work of the public service, sir, continues to support the growth agenda, sir, and we have been very clear, sir, and I know that for many in the public space, we're seemingly disappointed, sir, that somehow the government did not introduce any new taxes in the last budget, but we were always conscious in our own mind, sir, that our focus is on growth. And we are making strategic investments in the public sector, sir, as we go along, but particularly in this post-COVID environment, sir, trying to accelerate some of the reforms that we have started in order to make sure that the public sector, sir, is re-engineered, if you like, sir, to be able to help drive and propel growth in the economy. And therefore, I say to the public servants, sir, that whilst some of the people out there in the public might try to diminish the fact that every public servant will get $1,500 in this financial year, and diminish, sir, the fact that we have settled with 3% for the next financial year and the following financial year, 2023, 24, and 24, 25, that we've done so, sir, bearing in mind that we are repositioning this economy, sir, and this country to be able to propel growth. And the balance, sir, between the level of taxation and what the economy can bear always is at the center of our analysis, sir, with respect to what is affordable, number one. And whilst we know that in the last year or so, there has been significant increases in the cost of living, driven, sir, entirely by events outside of this country or outside of the control of the government, we feel that notwithstanding the relief measures that we have been able to put in place, that we can still afford, sir, to be able to come to this resolution where all public servants will see their salaries increased by 3% come April 1st, and these orders will give legal effect, sir, with respect to those negotiations. And to the extent that our future, sir, our future lies not just in whether this type of compensation is to continue as per normal, but we want to be able to see coming into this new Barbados in where that we look at how we encourage public servants to be able to be a little more innovative, sir, and to, in effect, sir, be able to build capacity across the public service to be able to supply services across the region, Commonwealth, wherever, sir, that we see public service and public servants as an opportunity, sir, to be able to do more, to earn more, sir, not just for the country, but to fulfill, sir, I think the aspiration goals that public servants have with respect to being able to build on their experience. And that is the kind of public service, sir, that we want to invest in, and we are continuing to invest in. And therefore, these salary negotiations, having been concluded, is really just a small part, sir, of our vision with respect to how we see public sector reform unfolding, because it is not sufficient, sir, in 2023 to be operating as if, sir, it was 2000 or even if it was 1994, sir. And the reality is that we have to think of new models with respect to how remuneration is done, certainly across the public service. And I hope that we will find favor with respect to new structures and new mechanisms with respect to being able to push the envelope a little further, sir, such that the idea of being able to build, and I use the term entrepreneurship within the context of the public service, where we can deliver, sir, very strategic services right across the board, not just for the public of Barbados, but being able to build capacity internationally, sir. And I think that's something that I know that the Honourable Member for St. James South is quite passionate about, because we do have quite a bit of capacity within the government, but it is not necessarily being leveraged, sir, in the way that it could be, in order, sir, to be able to allow officers to even earn a little more with respect to the remuneration. But it does require us, sir, to release our minds, sir, of the fact that we are just coming in and working for a department. And therefore, those types of options, we will want going forward to be able to look at a range of things which would allow persons to see different elements with respect to being able to earn. Now, the reality is, sir, that whilst we are transforming, and I know that there's still a number of outstanding issues that, and I know I'm looking at my long friend from St. George North, who has been quite consistent with respect to resolving a lot of matters, sir, that have right across government, and certainly members of the NUPW and others, in terms of resolving problems that have been long-standing. And department by department, sir, we're just systematically trying to ensure that those things that have been humbugging people for a long time will be a thing of the past, such that we can give public servants certainly an environment where they can feel comfortable with respect to giving their service. But as I said, sir, to ensure then that persons aren't necessarily taken advantage of in any specific way. Now, I can say to this Honourable Chairman, and I'm happy to say through you, sir, to the Honourable Member for St. George North, that last week's Cabinet approved for the introduction of that overtime system that we've been talking about for some time at the Customs Department, and it's something that we are going to be rolling out clearly as we committed, and funds are available and we've already voted for next financial year, and therefore that will be just one of the elements that have been long-standing for too long, and therefore whilst we have been focusing on how we deal with the salary components, the reality is that there are non-salary issues which we continue to focus on, because it's important that we put the context to public service in terms of what government is making available. And certainly I know the Minister for Housing, as with the implementation of the HOPE program, again, there are lots of public servants who are seeking housing, and government's program with respect to being able to constrain the cost of the development costs, sir, really will be of great benefit to public servants. And therefore, as public servants apply for these specific sites that HOPE will make available, that will be, I think, of tremendous value to public servants, such that they don't have to necessarily go into the open market to be paying $25 a square foot, $30 a square foot. I mean, you can do that if you want, but the reality is, sir, that for a range of public servants, these are the types of things that through policy that we know that will be available to them, such that the salary increases that will come here, that their money, sir, will go just a little further with respect to being able to secure housing. And this is just one example, sir, of some of those non-salary interventions, if you like, sir, that this government is committed to doing in order to ensure that public servants in this country, sir, can, like any person in the private sector, that they too, sir, can have access at varying levels, that they can have access to decent and quality, very high quality housing, sir, in this country. And therefore, these are things that we will continue to work on, sir, consistently. And the Honourable Member for St. George North, I know, will continue to keep us our feet to the fire, as they say. But the government has been committed, sir, with respect to resolving matters. And I would love to be able to do everything all at one time, sir, but we can't. But we are systematically, sir, just working through those things that have been humbugging public servants. And I hope that we can accelerate and do that with haste, such that a lot of those long-standing issues, sir, will continue, will not be no longer. But it also relies on our management within the public service to also, sir, make sure that whilst we as the policymakers have the intent to solve these problems, that on a day-to-day basis, sir, that the management within the departments, that they too are sufficiently engaged to ensure that issues that can be solved, sir, down the line, so to speak, that we want to make sure that those issues can be resolved down the line rather than being ignored and escalated to where some things may fester and then create, sir, low morale within the workspace. And therefore, those are some of the things that within the context of the management training that is envisaged with respect to government, that the focus on supervisory management and those issues, not just in relation to getting things done, but in relation to how we manage, sir, the human resource component across government. And that is what we are also trying to focus on, because in as much as I know that people will be happy to see the money go up, the reality is that some of us still have to go to work every day and deal with situations that are less than ideal, and therefore the government is committed also to working through some of those challenges and to ensure that people are heard, they're responded to, and that the persons who are responsible, sir, for making that work environment that much more hospitable, that they can do that in a way that will motivate people, sir, to go beyond the call of duty. Now, let me say, sir, that I can say without any shadow of a doubt, sir, that the officers that I have worked with right across government, but the officers I have worked with directly, certainly in the Ministry of Finance, have been, certainly, sir, as my grandmother would say, sir, we have been flat out, almost working at bulk speed, as she would say, sir, trying to make sure that things are done. And there is often a perception that public servants, sir, don't work. And I don't know that to be true, because the officers that continue to ensure that not just stuff gets to Parliament, but all the work that is needed to be done, sir, to make sure that we can keep things on track. I can say to this country that public servants put in their more than their fair share, sir, of what may be regarded as a day's work. And it is often unseen because members of the public sometimes give the public servants a bad rap. Sometimes, there may be instances where things may be merited, but the reality is that in the main, I know that public servants put in the work, sir, very often to ensure that we can get there. And therefore, these salary increases, I think, whilst not able to cover the full gamut with respect to the circumstances that the cost of living and all the challenges that arise, that they can resolve fully, but this 3% that will come from April 1st, I think, sir, will go a long way with respect to resolving those matters. Equally, sir, the increases in allowances, 10% increase in allowances, sir, and as well as the 3% increase in allowance for those who get those allowances equally, sir, will benefit significantly from that, given that those allowances are intended to be able to cover any supposed operational requirements that public servants will have to expend in the execution of their duties. And therefore, these resolutions, sir, before the chamber, I know will be of benefit to Barbados. Let me hasten to add, sir, that in and amongst the work that we are doing with respect to digitization, I know that there has been a lot of some anxiety, I don't say a lot of, some anxiety among some sections of the public service in relation to the modernization. And I will take this opportunity, sir, to say to public servants that the process through which we are going through to digitize and upgrade all of our systems, sir, these are the very processes that would allow us to be able to unlock growth in the economy, sir. And unlocking growth in the economy, people may hear us talk about digitization, and it may not immediately appear to obviously to some what that would mean, and there's some meaning in the public service or even in the private sector, what it would potentially mean. But there are some fears amongst persons that somehow if you digitize, that your jobs may come under threat. And yes, there are some jobs that will have to change. But the reality is that the digitization effort, sir, allows us to be able to do things faster, to unlock opportunities, and therefore I say to public servants, when we come to work every day, we must ask ourselves a very simple question: what have I done today to allow some person within the private space, sir, to go and do their business faster, such that the revenue or the activity, that they're undertaking with respect to their business is capable then of delivering tax revenues back to the government faster in order to allow us then to see the growth. And the truth is, sir, is that if we are trying to hold on to systems in 2023 that were designed for the 20th century, then there's a cost mismatch, and the cost to maintain those legacy systems, sir, is what would put at risk, potentially, sir, any jobs, because if the rest of the world is moving, sir, ahead of us, and we simply cannot deliver the things in the time that people expect, then people will go elsewhere. Business will go elsewhere. And therefore, we really cannot fear the digitization. We must get on board with the training, sir, upskill, as we would say, and be able then to spend more of your time, rather than spending time collecting data and circulating paper around the office and those types of things, sir, that we're able in a position to make sure that we can modernize and to be able to unlock growth, sir, moving forward. And therefore, as part of this process, not just with respect to the salary negotiation, sir, but we must be committed, sir, to ensure that we can implement those things that will make sense to be able to unlock growth, sir, such that these conversations that we're having with their representatives, that when the representatives can come and ask specifically for a specific set of proposals, that the government will be in a position to satisfy that, because we've been able to do all that we could do, sir, to be able to drive and unlock growth such that we can keep things moving along in a way that is comfortable for all. And so, sir, that is the essence of my contribution for this specific debate. But I really want to thank the public servants for the work that they have done. Thank their representatives all for very robust exchanges during this process, because that is the only way, sir, that we know how to get things done, is to sit around the table, thrash out the issues, resolve what we can resolve, and then look to make sure then that we can just tick off, sir, over time, the things that were not resolved completely at the time of sitting. And so, sir, with those very few words, I beg to move that this resolution be no pass.
Honourable Member St. James Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I just want to offer a very brief perspective on this very important debate which is attracting the attention of this House tonight. You have heard during her budget presentation, the Prime Minister make the exceptionally important observation that this is the second wage increase which this government is offering the people of Barbados in 5 years, as opposed to what was inflicted on us before under the last administration, when there was but one increase over a period of 10 years. The takeaway from that, Mr. Speaker, if we can come quickly to the crux of the issue, is that for the Barbados Labour Party and for this government, sir, people matter. The inescapable takeaway, sir, is that the quality of life of the people that we represent matters. And Mr. Speaker, sir, this government, I submit respectfully to you, sir, must stand as characterized by a determination to serve the people of Barbados and to do its duty by the people of this country. Sir, there is no doubt in my mind that this is but one example of the fact that throughout the last 4 or 5 years of this administration, every step that we have taken is part of a common thread which suggests that people matter to this administration. We are in a time, sir, when cost of living issues continue to be the bane of the existence of the world, the developed world and the developing world, sir. And I feel that it is also my duty to associate at the outset with the observations made by the Honourable member who piloted this resolution, sir, to salute the labour movement in Barbados for their very clear demonstration of maturity and responsibility, to salute them as well, sir, for their desire to build closer and deeper cooperation in general with respect to the governance process, but even more importantly, sir, to ensure and enhance harmonious industrial relations climate in Barbados. And I want to, from this place, sir, salute the entire leadership of the trade union movement in Barbados. Well, Mr. Speaker, so I go back to the crux of the matter. There has to be an awareness of the context within which these negotiations took place. Barbados is not different from the rest of the world. We too faced a very serious energy crisis. We, sir, and I must remind the House that on average in any given year, the energy import bill for this country in terms of the fossil fuels that we import to run the motor cars on the road, to keep these lights in the Parliament of Barbados on, sir, to keep lights on in the offices around the country and the air conditioning burning, etc., etc. It averages out around $300 million a year. And if there's a little noise in the Persian Gulf, it tends to go higher, 450, 500 million, sir. Prior to this energy crisis, the highest we ever saw was just about $700 million in importing fossil fuels into Barbados. That was in 2012. Mr. Speaker, sir, in this past year, the energy bill for this country would have reached $1 billion. Unprecedented. Another unprecedented difficulty that we have to confront, sir. And above and beyond that, we have to understand the wider context also included a very serious post-COVID logistical supply chain, commodities supply chain disruption. Let us not forget how hard it was to get things into this country. But what is the common theme that this government was able to demonstrate? Because while we come here to speak about a salary increase, that is but one measure reflecting government's commitment, sir, to the people that we represent, to enable them to better grapple with the realities of the cost of living, better grapple with the cost, sir, as we heard the Honourable Member for St. George South earlier, St. George North speak today, sir, to buy a little child a computer, to make to buy a little child a computer, to make sure that you can make ends meet in the household, to enable to provide a little bit of recreation for the family, the quality of life things, sir, without which, what do the people do? Now, Mr. Speaker, part of what has to happen in Barbados is that there's got to be serious conversation among serious people, not just opposing for the sake of opposing. And part of our difficulty, sir, is that we have too weak an opposition, too ill-prepared and too unthinking an opposition, and the country deserves better. If, sir, I was to tell you, as is in fact the case, that Kenya's newspaper today, Kenya's leading newspaper, reports, sir, a headline that says, "Eat chicken feet. Cost of living too high in Kenya." The word from the office of the president, the leadership of the country, eat chicken feet. But in Barbados, sir, when we are grappling with cost of living issues, sir, what did we do? We came here to cap freight costs, sir, to pre-COVID-19 levels, did we not? Mr. Speaker, sir, did we not? And sir, that took us back to a point where 20-foot containers that were being brought from over in Asia at a cost of somewhere in the vicinity of $15,000 to $20,000 US were taken back to $7,000 United States dollars, sir. And 40-foot containers that were costing the suppliers, the importers into Barbados, costing them $35 for an empty container. Before you put anything in the container at all, $30,000 got to be put down. We capped that cost, sir, freight cost at $8,000 for a 40-foot container because, sir, the consumers of this country matter and the quality of life of our people matter. Our message was not eat chicken feet, but that's been a message elsewhere. And Mr. Speaker, sir, that's how we tackle the rising cost of living and the consequential impact on the quality of living. But we didn't end there. I had the pleasure, sir, of early in this year presiding over the signing of a second compact, Mr. Speaker, sir, aimed at restraining markups on the markups used by supermarkets and wholesale and retail distributors in sector in this country. We ain't tell people eat chicken feet. We brought the entire private sector to the table in the best principles of a tripartite relationship, not only this January, but we did it last August for a 6-month period, Mr. Speaker, sir. Brought everybody, labor movement, representing as they do the broad mass of workers in Barbados. We obviously, sir, represent the government, and we brought, sir, the private sector, the relevant part of the private sector, in order to work out what is feasible, what can we do to assist the pain, taking the pain off the backs of the people in the households that we represent, sir. We ain't tell them eat chicken feet, but we put a compact in place that reduced the markup. There are members in this house, sir, sitting across from me, representing, as they do, both interests in the private sector, retail distributive part of the sector, and labor, sir. They can bear witness to this fact. And it was not an easy negotiation because the private sector, sir, is not in business to reduce its markups. The private sector is in business to make profit. And if you have shareholders, they want to see a substantial profit. But we got people to understand that it does not profit a man that he gained the whole world, and in the process he lose his soul. That you got a massive profit for 3 months, and then afterwards your supermarket empty because the people can't go in there, or worse yet, as is happening in other parts of the world, as we saw in Pakistan, as we saw in Sri Lanka, as we saw in other parts of the world, sir, that you have rioting in the streets and protests, sir. That's how we treat to the people. As I say, what is missing in all of this, sir, is an opposition that can contribute sensibly to what we are doing, because we are living in a country where there is not only a dearth of opposition, but a lamentable state of intellectual bankruptcy on the part of those people out there. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other thing that we did, because this is all part of a continuum, relief for householders' electricity bills, reducing the VAT from 17.5% to 7.5% on the first 250 kilowatts, causing savings, sir, estimated not by me, but but by the Barbados Light and Power to 63% of the households across this country. Mr. Speaker, we didn't tell the people eat chicken feet. We told the people we are going to intervene at the level where you feel the pain. The cost of energy around the world is sky high. In Great Britain, sir, people change a prime minister 3 times in the space of 6 months because of the same issue of cost of living. Where were we? We were on the side of the people, sir, saying that we can intervene to make sure that in your house and in the house of the people you represent and in the houses of the people that I represent, Mr. Speaker, sir, that if you're burning 250 kilowatts or under, then, sir, you are shielded. You are shielded from the full brunt of the surging cost of electricity. Not satisfied, last summer, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry of Education, recognizing the importance of the school meal service to the very survival of poor working class, black-skinned families around Barbados, made sure, sir, that our children were fed throughout the summer holidays. Do you know of anywhere else in the world? Do you know where anywhere else, Mr. Speaker, sir, in the Christian world where that type of intervention was made? Again, sir, part of a continuum, which is a common thread running throughout this government like a golden principle that we will intervene wheresoever possible in order to shield in any way possible and practical the people of this country from the surging prices and cost of living. We are net importers. Much of what this country consumes, sir, is imported. The task that we have is to broaden the base of our exports, but that can't be done in one fell swoop. We have only been in government, sir, for 4 and a part years. What we have to do, however, is to make sure that until we can succeed where all the others before us failed, in terms of making sure that there is a broad manufacturing base in this country, that we can, in fact, do something by way of intervention to shield and to ensure the economic safety, the financial safety, and the well-being in terms of the quality of life of our people. And that is why the intervention for our children through summer holidays, lunches, was important. Well, Mr. Speaker, we were not satisfied. We didn't end there. The Customs and Excise Departments issued a list of goods on which no value-added tax was charged. The honourable member who just took his seat in his capacity of minister in the Ministry of Finance presided over that process. So again, as to again be able to ensure that the people we represent who have to have access to a basket of goods which are essentials would be in a position, sir, to be able to pay a little bit less because government intervenes, uses its wide girth to shield the citizen who needs to be able to access nutritious food but at reasonable and affordable prices. Is that not, sir, a government that is standing in the interest of the people? While others, if you pick up the paper and research it, are telling them, eat chicken feet. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we didn't end there. The continuum is a golden thread throughout the life of this administration. And yes, we have intervened now with regard to making sure that people are better able to enjoy a higher quality of life with better salaries. But equally, Mr. Speaker, sir, we didn't start talking salaries today. This government, sir, is the government that intervened to ensure that the minimum wage in Barbados last April 1st was increased to $8.50 in furtherance of a manifesto promise, but in enhancing the manifesto promise, Mr. Speaker, sir, because we were elected on a campaign that we can carry it to $8. But we went to $8.50. And yes, we had negotiations. But let us not ever forget that there were those who wanted to negotiate back and said that $8.50 was too much, $8 was too much, $7 was too much, and that it could not be afforded. Let us not forget that there is that school of thought, that right-wing, petty bourgeois philosophy in Barbados, which would ride roughshod on the backs of the people of this country, sir. And let us not either forget that it was because of that intervention on the 1st of April last year, piloted so ably by the Honourable Member for St. Peter, that Chapter 344 of the Laws of Barbados, which deals with the salaries at which you compare domestic workers. Don't use fancy language, you know, sir, as an attorney, that the law of Barbados up until April 1st, before this government, sir, this much maligned government by an unthinking opposition, this government intervened to make sure the law was changed, because legally you could get away in Barbados with paying maids at $2.50 an hour up until April 1st last year. You look stupefied and shocked, sir. I have no way of knowing how many indifferent or worthless people tried to do that. But the fact of the matter is that this parliament of which we are a part would have been sullied, would have been disgraced if we had squandered yet another opportunity, having been elected by yet another overwhelming mandate, not to fix that situation and put it behind us once and for all, so as to stand in the breach, again ensuring the quality of life, again ensuring the protection of the vulnerable, again being there for labor and making sure that the people of this country were put first, sir. And we are not satisfied with that, because, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is also this government that early in the day made sure that 3,000 public servants were appointed. I think that took place in 2020, sir. 3,000 public servants deep in the bowels of an IMF program. When other parts of the world where there's an IMF program, the first people you put on the front line, has been labor. That is what happened in Jamaica, sir. That is what happened in Trinidad. That is what happened in Guyana in their IMF program. Mr. Speaker, sir, you could run through all the annals of history. It was even threatened in this parliament when the last administration was governing this country. I well recall leading spokespersons standing up, one of whom stood up pretty much where I am, and asking the question of us in opposition, who do we send home first? You say that we should go in the IMF program, but tell me who to send home. You want us to send home the people at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital? You want us to send home the people at CBC? That was the language, sir. We went the opposite way. We found a way to make sure that 3,000 public servants were appointed. Again, sir, consistent with what we're here doing today, making sure that in the most difficult of times, the people of Barbados are put up front and protected as opposed to being dispensed with. And Mr. Speaker, that is the difference. I hear talk, and I read, by way of confirmation, that there is a hopelessly lost individual out there trying to draw a distinction between the Barbados Labour Party and Democrat Labour Party. Well, that distinction is not hard to draw. All he has to do is understand that which he rushed to embrace and equally understand that which he left. Understanding, sir, makes the world of difference. And in this particular mission, sir, it is abundantly clear where the Barbados Labour Party's government has stood. Equally clear, Mr. Speaker, if we want to talk about how we have come to the rescue of people, let us not lose sight of those persons. I have one in my constituency in Hoyts, New Development. One such case where a mother stood on a patio next to her daughter, telling me it was her life's dream to be able to go to university. Not that she wants to start a career, but that she had ambition, sir, and wanted to go peacefully into the great beyond, knowing she had gone to university and come up with the certification. But through the worthlessness of the last administration, what was the reality? That her daughter also wants to be at university, and she has to make a choice. A moral dilemma between mother and child. Who will go forward? Both standing before a representative with tears in their eye. When none in here on the government side cared. And then they talk about Errol Barra. The same Errol Barra who created that arrangement, that architecture, that they so shamelessly and willfully and capriciously let down and dismantled, sir. What we had done in the first couple of weeks of government was to re-establish the framework to make sure that the young people of Barbados from then until now continue an unbroken pattern of being able to be supported through their educational development channel. because people matter and quality of life of our people matter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one can go on and on. I remember well as this country's Minister of Business, when the place had to be shut down because of the pandemic, when micro business people who operate on razor-thin profit margins, no big law savings, no big law profit, you're getting through month by month, sometimes week by week, trying to build out your little business to get it to a small business platform. And if you can get the small business platform, see if you can get it to be a medium-sized business, Mr. Speaker. And then along come COVID and cat spraddle everybody. And of whom do we speak? We speak, Mr. Speaker, sir, of the ladies who doing the manicure and pedicure. We speaking, and Mr. Speaker, we speaking about the barbers and the hairdressers. We speaking about the taxi people, Mr. Speaker. The same fisher folk that I spoke about in this house earlier. We're speaking about those ordinary people in our communities who have chosen to pull themselves up by their bootstrap. This government was there for them. In Trinidad, there was no relief in the quantum and in the way in which we did it. Over in St. Lucia, there wasn't the relief in the manner that we did it, Mr. Speaker. So when we came with pandemic interruption assistance, making sure that the Ministry of Commerce, which I had the privilege of leading at the time, was able to intervene to provide financial assistance on a week-by-week basis for the shopkeeper and the taxi driver and the hairdresser, the cosmetologist, the barber, Mr. Speaker, on and on and on. The fisher folk, again, putting people in a position where they were protected and looked after because labor matters and the quality of life for our people in this country, sir, matter. And what we are dealing with this evening is yet another installment of that. Earlier on, sir, you presided, the member for St. Lucie presided over an engagement in which we looked at Head 92. And the issue under Head 92, sir, was the creation of a junior stock exchange. And why? Why? Because we know that small business people in Barbados are exceptionally important. We know that they're critical, in fact, indispensable to growth. We know, Mr. Speaker, that there are those out there who allege falsely that they don't understand the growth trajectory and they don't understand the growth plan. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you are going to come now and put money behind the concept of a junior stock exchange, and what are we talking about? We are talking about, Mr. Speaker, sir, having a stock exchange. The same way you can sit down in Barbados, and I feel shame to tell you this, that you look and you see the regional stock exchange and how it performs. You see Jamaica, there were X amount volume traded today. You look at Trinidad, X amount volume traded. You look at Barbados, little or nothing. But now, those big boys who are on the National Stock Exchange, I can't do much about them. But I know where passion lies. I know, Mr. Speaker, sir, where hunger exists. I know, sir, where there are young people knocking on a door, wanting an opportunity to break through and get a chance. And I equally know the history of this country has been one where in the banking sector and virtually every other sector, sir, that has to play a facilitative and supporting role has historically turned a blind eye and a deaf ear to those people trying to get through. So where do we stand, sir? We put money behind a junior stock exchange. And the work that must be now done, that is going to now do, is to help train some of our business people to understand, sir, the advantages of getting into equity financing as opposed to taking on board debt. You now start out in a business. The hardest thing is to harness capital. The hardest thing, sir, is to avoid being burdened by the debt. We all know that small businesses, startup businesses, very often take a long time before they start to see profit. You got to grow into stride. You got to creep before you walk. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have discussions with these people and start to train, ensuring that they understand the advantages of equity financing. Things, Mr. Speaker, sir, like the fact that you wouldn't have any burden with regard to interest rates and no burden with regard to debt financing on a monthly basis accessing, sir, significant sums of capital in exchange for what? In exchange, sir, for sharing a percentage of the business interest, because you have the idea, you got the passion. What you lack is the capital, but somebody provides you with the money, sir, and they're taking a small interest in the business. Very often, also helping to guide you and give you support because you're in deep water and need support. When I was a young lawyer, sir, there were seniors who gave me support. When you were a young lawyer, sir, there were seniors who gave you support. The same thing is true of the young engineer sitting to my right when he was a young engineer. Seniors gave him support and guidance, sir, and it goes on and on and on that way. And this government is applying basic principles in order to try to carry people and chart a new course, because we know that startups, sir, as I say, often take time to generate profit, and equity financing gives you freedom to channel more money into your business. Why, sir? Because we have a philosophy. People matter. Quality of life matters. We have to keep putting people first. And this exercise tonight, sir, simply put, is another installment in that very clear line that I've demonstrated. I could talk exhaustively for maybe an hour if the time allowed me to, and I know it won't. But I don't want to do that at this hour, sir. I want for the record of this House to be able to establish that this government, sir, comes to the point of these salary increases, understanding the very difficult context within which our people live, understanding the very difficult time, understanding the pain that this country has gone through. COVID, energy crisis, logistical supply disruption, sir. We all have heard about the hurricane. We all have heard about the ash fall. You can go on and on. But Mr. Speaker, sir, through it all, like an angel keeping watch through the night, ensuring that right is right, ensuring, sir, that someone protects the public with all their might. There has been a Barbados Labour Party government, sir, at the core and at the center of this, piloting us forward. And, sir, it has been a pleasure to work with this administration in this manner which is philosophically consistent, in this manner, sir, which has been unswerving. And I want, sir, to support this resolution wholeheartedly. I am obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Whenever I stand in this place, I stand very conscious that two of my predecessors as members of Parliament for the constituency of St. Peter have been outstanding in their fight and out of that fight, their contribution to the upliftment of workers in this country. I speak, Mr. Speaker, of the now Right Excellent Sir Frank Leslie Walcott, and I speak to the first black man to sit where you sit, Sir Kenmore Nathaniel Rystone Husbands, known as Doc. And I start that way because, Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to understand why we are here. It is important for me to understand why I am here. I stand on the shoulders of the two gentlemen who I spoke to, whose names I mentioned earlier, former persons of this place. And I also stand on the shoulders of one who came to this place with the expressed intention of stopping, in his words, stopping poor people from being poor. And so, Mr. Speaker, I cannot stand here, even at this late hour, and not connect firmly and directly with the conditions that have sent me to this place. I, like the Honourable Member for St. James Central, would want to put what we're speaking to, this resolution, that speaks to the increase in pay for public officers. In context, and very briefly so, we, Mr. Speaker, came to government after a party in office made very conscious decisions to attack the ability of workers to survive in this country. I say it was a conscious decision to attack because the attack appears quite systematic. And that systematic nature of an attack does not suggest any level of ad hoc approach. That government reduced the reverse tax credit for workers at the lower end of the scale. Reduced, they cut it in half, actually, the reverse tax credit. And Barbadians ought not to forget that. That party in government also made a decision not to pay back public officers and Barbadian workers generally their tax refunds. Mr. Speaker, tax refunds were owing for many years. Those tax refunds that people look forward to be able to pay their land tax, to make an extra payment on some part of their debt. The last government, Democratic Labour Party government, made that decision that they would not refund those persons. The economists refer to it as part of a system of adversarial financing. Borrowing, but that's not really borrowing. Borrowing has a certain morality where two people sit down and work through an agreement, terms and conditions, and then sign paper. When you withhold what belongs to somebody else, it's probably more considered thieving. But it was an attack on workers in this country not to refund those tax returns, those tax refunds, not to pay those tax refunds. And then, Mr. Speaker, to offer one salary increase in 10 years said to the workers, the public officers of this country, that their work, their labor was not respected, was not valued. That is the context within which we came into office. And so, Mr. Speaker, when we stand here at this late hour, when most of us would want to be in bed resting with our spouses, saying our prayers, we think it necessary to indicate to Barbados that we are about the people's business. We've come to this place subsequent to a negotiation where the workers' representatives sat with the representatives of government, and over a period of time determined that given the entire circumstances, the workers deserved an increase, and the workers would get an increase. And so we come this evening to formally approve the 3% increase, which begins effectively on Saturday, on the 1st of April. 3% for the year 2023-2024, and a further 3% compounded 2024-2025 on salaries. And for the year 2022-2023, because we're essentially at the end of that year, we earlier this evening spoke to the $1,500, which is tax-free to the people, the workers in the public sector of this country. Now, Mr. Speaker, when I contrast our approach to the approach of the previous government, I do so because this government, this Barbados Labour Party government, not only negotiated with the workers' representatives to give a 3% salary increase, well, $1,500 lump sum, 3% salary increase, and a compounded 3%, and then 10% allowances in the first year, 22-23, 3% 23-24, an additional 3% 24-25. Not only did we negotiate and agree that the labor of the public officers of this country was valued and is valued and continues to be appreciated by this government, but we also turned our attention to issues like master teachers. We turned our issues to senior nurses. This was all part of the negotiation. So public officers in Barbados need to go to the supermarket, need to pay courts, need to buy land, need to get houses. But there are other things that demonstrate the philosophy of this party in office, which says there are things beyond money that public officers need. Validation in terms of being able to earn additional money while doing what a teacher loves to do, continue in the classroom teaching. For nurses, while nurses continue to do what they want to do, what they've been trained to do, rather than having to turn to administration to increase their remuneration, their pay, their salary, they can now become master teachers or senior nursing practitioners. This was also the government that increased the loan provision for postal workers. This is also the government that included nurses in the polter, allowing them to be able to access funds, loans, to purchase vehicles, interest-free. This is a government that has made a commitment to the training and development of public officers. This is a government that values workers. This is a worker-centered government. This is a government that has not lost sight of its moorings. The organized labor movement that survives in this country today was birthed by this party. This party remains faithful. This party remains consistent in its approach to workers in this country. We started fighting for the rights of workers in the 1930s. In 2023, we are still fighting for the rights of workers. We are granting increases even in difficult times. Even in difficult times. Mr. Speaker, we restored the reverse tax credit. We restored the reverse tax credit. Mr. Speaker, we introduced a compensatory income credit. Now, I want us to be very clear as I wrap up that there is a significant difference in approach of the two parties that have offered themselves to the people of this country. There is one approach that says when we are going through tough times, we stop giving workers increases. We reduce any benefits that they have. We tell them that they have to pull their pockets directly to pay for their children's education at our tertiary institutions. And we essentially say to them that we disregard them. They take the brunt of the attack whenever we are facing tough times. Mr. Speaker, this government has faced the toughest of times over the past 4.5 years. And during that time, almost 5 years, and during that time, facing tough, challenging times, we have determined that in spite of everything, we will remain faithful to our workers. Increases for public officers, a significantly increased minimum wage for all workers, but particularly for those in the private sector, that we would restore the reverse tax credit, put in place the compensatory income credit, and that we would also address what we call the non-cash issues. This, Mr. Speaker, is the hallmark of a worker-centered government. This is a government that believes in people. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have absolutely no hesitation in supporting the resolution before this honorable chamber, recognizing and understanding that this is a manifestation of a deep, abiding philosophy that runs through this party in government from the late 1930s until now. I am proud to be a member of this institution, a worker-centered institution, an institution that continues to stand up for the people of this country. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for Christchurch, East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank honourable members for their spirited contributions. The government remains committed, sir, to improving the lives of all Barbadians. And whilst these resolutions seek to restore some measure of regularity to the management of our public finances in this way, we are committed, sir, to ensuring that we can wrestle down the long-standing issues, sir, that have been plaguing too many of the workers within the public service in the way that the system has been managed to date. And I thank members for the observations, but I say to the country that the transformation that we seek now to execute will be done with the full cooperation of those within the departments of the public service, and the truth is, sir, will help to transform this country. So let me thank honourable members for that. And at this point, sir, I will beg to move that this honourable resolution do not pass.
The question is that this resolution do not pass. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against it, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Order number 15, sir. In the name of the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to move the passing of a resolution to approve the Public Service Teachers Order 2023.
Honourable Member for Christchurch.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this resolution do not pass.
Very second that, sir.
The question is that the resolution do not pass. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Order number 16, sir. In the name of the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to move the passing of a resolution to approve the Public Service Part-Time Officers Order 2023.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this resolution do not pass.
Beg to second that, sir.
The question is that this resolution do not pass. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Order number 17, in the name of the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to move the passing of a resolution to approve the Senate and House of Assembly remuneration and allowances of Members' Order 2023.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this resolution do not pass.
That, sir.
Question is that this resolution do not pass. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Order number 18, sir. In the name of the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to move the passing of a resolution to approve the Ministers and Parliamentary Secretaries Remuneration and Allowances Order 2023.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this resolution do not pass.
Beg to second that, sir.
The question is that this resolution do not pass. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Order number 19, sir. In the name of the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to move the passing of a resolution to approve, in accordance with Section 3.2 of the President Conditional Service Act, Chapter 6, the amendment of the schedule to that act by deleting paragraph 1 thereof and substituting paragraph 1 as contained in the schedule to this resolution.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this resolution do not pass.
The question is that this resolution do not pass. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Order number 20, sir. In the name of the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to move the passing of a resolution to approve the rates of salary and allowances applicable to the post of personal assistant to ministers as set out in the schedule.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this resolution do not pass.
Beg to second that, sir.
The question is that this resolution do not pass. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Order number 21. In the name of the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to move the passing of a resolution to approve the rates of salaries and allowances applicable to the posts of personal assistant, executive assistant, press secretary, executive personal secretary, and clerical officer to the Prime Minister as set out in the schedule.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution do not pass.
Beg to second that, sir.
Question is that the resolution do not pass. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, that brings us to the end of government's business for the day. I beg to move, sir, that the House be adjourned until Friday the 31st of March at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honourable chamber be adjourned until Friday, the 31st day of March, 2023, at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands adjourned until Friday, the 31st day of March, 2023, at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.